Mal gucken, wer um diese Uhrzeit jetzt YouTube guckt, um die World Championship anzugucken. Das Finale. Ich bin gespannt. Ich habe mir über das Wochenende verteilt den Großteil angeguckt, habe auch so ziemlich alles davon gesehen. Also von dem, was ich halt sehen konnte, wo ich nicht unterwegs war. Oder wo ich pennen musste, weil es halt so spät war. Ja, gucken wir mal, was passiert. Ich hoffe, dass überhaupt irgendwer hier reinjoinen kann. Ich weiß gar nicht, ob irgendwer anders streamt, die Weltmeisterschaft. Also zumindest das Finale. Also ich dachte, fürs Finale kann ich mal machen. Ich halt gestern wirklich nicht Bock gehabt zu streamen. Und dachte mir, so fürs Finale kann ich den Stream mal kurz anwerfen, dass ihr mit mir live sehen könnt, was passiert. Ich weiß noch gar nicht, wer im Finale ist. Ich habe nur gesehen, dass das Muri ausstreamt. Gerade eben. Der Boy ist auf jeden Fall gut dabei.
Die machen das wirklich hier rüber.
Normal, ja. Einmal ein bisschen Musik von Muri Stop schnell von der Werbung.
Dass du da bist, Bro. Yo.
Oh mein Gott.
TCG einfach toxisch. Ja, einfach toxisch, deswegen raus. Und deswegen schreiben wir hier rein. Weil ich schreibe Hello, my bro. Nee, nicht my brothers. Hello. Ich schreibe Hello. Ich mache ein Herzchen rein. So, Chat, ich bin einer von euch. Ich bin einer von euch.
Wir streamen jetzt wie Stream.
Kann ich meinen Linkstream hier reinschicken und dann werde ich gebannt? Apropos gebannt. Haltet euch fest. Haltet euch fest. Ich habe nichts gemacht. Guck mal. Hier. Rocket League. Ich bin für Rocket League gebannt. Wartet. Kann ich das irgendwo nachgucken? Warte, kann ich euch das irgendwo zeigen? Hier. Guck mal, ich habe nichts gemacht. Hört mir zu. Hört mir zu. Ihr denkt jetzt, ich war toxisch. War ich nicht. Guck mal hier. Aufhebung der Sperre beantragen. Was waren meine letzten Nachrichten? GG? Ja, GG. Hi. Always thank the bus driver, then you will get an item from Rocket League. Denn es war halt so, immer wenn du Rocket League spielst, kannst du random nach einem Menschen ein Item bekommen. Und dann habe ich reingeschrieben. Gott. Ich wollte eigentlich yes reinschreiben. Keine Ahnung, wie das passiert ist. Und dann halt beim Enter drücken, bin ich aussehen gegen Hashtag gekommen. Wenn ich hierfür gebannt wurde, dann bin ich sauer. Wenn ich hierfür gebannt wurde, dann bin ich wirklich sauer, Chat. Guckt euch das an. Guckt euch das an. Das wäre unverschämt. Ich wurde einfach gebannt. Oh Mann. Oh Mann. Bro, er sagt wegen Kanye, weißt du, das ist 3 Jahre her oder so. Ich kann dir das nicht zeigen. Ich bin schon seit 3 Jahren gebannt. Das ist richtig lang her. Seitdem. Also ich habe keine Ahnung, das müsste 2019 oder 2020 gewesen sein.
Oh, Ehren ist auch wach.
Also. Ja, keine Ahnung, Mann. Keine Ahnung. Einfach unverschämt sowas. Unverschämt. Ehren, du bist da, nice, Mann. Hier mit Ehren wollte ich ja theoretisch diesen Reveal angucken. Aber vielleicht Ehren sollst du das ja auch als Content nutzen, Mann. Guck mal, okay, Leon hat mir ein paar Links geschickt. Ich muss nur kurz schauen. 4 Minuten. Ich glaube, ich kann schnell die Links gucken. Denn wir hatten vorher die. Ups, falscher Link.
So.
Wir hatten vorher die Diskussion. Hier ist das. Was macht er hier? Was macht dieser Bruder?
Jo, stimmt.
Okay, das ist schon das
Konami-Ding.
Aber warum kenne ich ihn nicht? Warum kenne ich ihn nicht?
Hier ist übrigens der Stream für alle, die es interessiert. Der ist aktuell.
Muss ich ihn kennen?
Und theoretisch soll es ab 6 Uhr losgehen.
10 Millionen Abonnenten. Ich weiß es nicht. I'm not sure. Er ist ein Food-Vlogger.
Was denkst du, wo kommen wir?
Ich wusste es nicht. Das ist diese Seeigel.
Erstmal ist ja ganz wichtig, erstmal das Finale.
Okay, ich
World
bin
Championship.
raus.
Und
Das
den
ist nicht so
Reveal.
meins.
Wann ist denn der
Du bist
Reveal?
aus dem Bett so, alles klar. Nice, Mann, nice, Mann.
Also ich glaube, wir
Ja, okay,
kriegen einen neuen
Chat.
Anime.
Biggest Reveal EU. Warte, da war ja Mr. Aubertin. Aubertin, mein Bestester. Wie geht's, wie steht's? War ja der Bruder auch am Livestream. Schaut euch raus an Aubertin. Ich habe hier doch bestimmt irgendwo einen Link auf meinem... Ja, hier, guck mal, hier. Aubertin. Link. Schaut gerne bei Aubertin auch vorbei, falls ihr den guten Mann supporten wollt. Der Auberginen Stream-Chat.
Ich find's geil, wie er meinen Stream, wie ich seinen Stream restreame und er einfach Shoutout jetzt.
Was
Schon funny.
Guck mal, 3 Minuten. 3 Minuten Chat, dann Biggest Reveal. Sollen wir ehrlich sein? Also ich müsste ja theoretisch hier gucken, damit ihr auch was zu gucken habt. Aber ich will... Guck mal, seht ihr das? Warum ist es hier ein bisschen... Wann haben wir hier Frame Drops? Sagt es mir. Hast du gepennt? Yes, sir. Ich habe von 1 Uhr morgens bis 4:30 Uhr gepennt.
Und hier soll irgendein Reveal kommen.
Eigentlich theoretisch weniger. Raindrop. Drop. Digga. Ich habe Drop gesagt. Ehren, ja, komm, mach dich lustig. Nein, Drop Top. Los. Give it to me, Chat. So, aber eigentlich muss ich bei OCG gucken, weil wir einen Live-Chat haben. Zu müde. Ja. Oh Mann. Ich bin
mal generell gespannt, was Konami raus hat. Aber auf welcher Seite war denn dieser komische Counter?
Add Joel to Yugioh. Probably Asia English Pack Info. Wenn das passiert.
Weil es gab doch auf irgendeiner Seite irgendeinen Counter.
Wenn das passiert, das ist doch schon bekannt, dass jetzt ab Argov, also Age of Overlord, diese Asian English Karten kommen. Okay, meint ihr, die sagen jetzt, jo, hallo, wir mergen jetzt einfach OCG und TCG zusammen. Wir vereinen die Produkte so. Junge, also du willst später Locals. Okay, check ich. Ja, natürlich. Das habe ich voll vergessen, Bro. Ich muss mal gucken. Es ist jetzt mittlerweile schon hell draußen bei uns. Heißt, ich könnte Folgendes tun, Chat. Ich könnte... weil ich mach das
hat
immer...
Muri gerade den Link reingehauen?
Minasan.
Mal gucken, ob der schon live ist. Der ist noch nicht live.
Nein, Untertitel sind nicht verfügbar.
Keine Untertitel.
Bro, seine Stimme kommt mir so bekannt vor.
So, und wo ist das mit dem... Ich weiß nicht, wo der Counter ist. Weil das ist ja Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Deutschland.
Ich habe hier nebenbei das hier offen, ne? Und das zieht sich auch mal kurz nach links. Ich track das hier auf der linken Seite. Aber so lange gucken wir uns das hier an. Minasan!
Warte mal, wo wir hin? Okay, das ist das gleiche.
Countdown. Chat, Countdown. Ja. Hey.
Also gibt's denn hier irgendeinen...
Guck mal, bei mir schon ein bisschen weiter, Chat.
Englisch.
Los.
Alter, ich suche noch einfach nur. Ah, das ist das OCG-Ding, ne?
Nein, das will ich doch gar nicht machen. Nein, ich will live.
Achso, das ist der OCG-Stream.
Es ist soweit. Chat. 3, 2, 1. Yeah! Okay, was passiert jetzt? Chat, hier passiert nichts. Da passiert nichts. Was passiert hier? Redet. Refresh. Chat. Guck mal. Ja, irgendwas muss hier passieren. Guck mal, das ist episch. Das ist doch episch. Guck mal, was ist das für eine Bühne auch. Wie viele Leute sind da?
Ich hol's einfach bei Muri rein. Ich finde den Link gerade nicht, Alter. Ich restream einfach, was Muri tut.
Oh mein Gott, bitte, was wird angekündigt? Bitte kein Rotz, Chat.
Guck mal, was passiert.
Okay. So, was ist das? Jetzt, Chat? Okay, wir machen eine Zeitreise ins Jahr, wo Yu-Gi-Oh! Angefangen hat.
So.
Okay.
Welt.
Erzähl mir mehr. Okay.
2024 Tokyo Dome.
Okay.
Legend of
Da war ein
Duelist.
Blue Eyes drauf, Chat.
Okay,
Hier sind ganz viele Daten.
cool.
Der
Ich verstehe
Legend of
nichts.
the Duelist, Quarter Century, Tokyo Dome, was auch immer das ist. Bro, du musst mir mehr Infos geben. Das reicht mir nicht.
Aber der andere Stream, der ist noch nicht.
Tokyo Dome.
Yugioh Duel Monsters The
Da ist nichts.
Legend of Duelist Quarter Century こちらのイベントが
Ich lieb den Typen.
2024年に開催が決定いた
Also
し
mein
ました
Japanisch ist nicht ganz so gut, was sagt er?
25周年にふさわしいビッグイベントです。そして2024年2月4日は
Ich habe noch gar nicht geschlafen, mein
オフィ
Freund.
シャルカードゲームが25
Meint ihr
年
so?
前に誕生したまさにその日なんです。そんな記念すべき日のイベントが東京ド
Meint ihr so
ーム
real
で
life?
開催と
Wie
いう
heißt
こ
das
と
nochmal?
で個人的にもね非常に楽しみな
Nicht
イベントなんです
Duelist
が
Kingdom.
さあということで全ての遊戯王を愛するファンの皆さんに
Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh! Ich verstanden. Let's go.
喜んでいただけるイベントになると思いますのでぜひこちらの続報をお
Hat die
待ちい
Nachdienst,
ただ
okay.
け
Wir
れ
können
ば
gut
と
Japanisch
思いま
sprechen
す
und verstehen.
さあそれではこのままの
Schreiben wir mal rein.
この熱量のまま参りましょう遊戯王ワールドチャンピオンシップ
Alles.
2023開幕です
Das ist schon wild. Was auch immer er gesagt hat. Ich liebe ihn.
Ich habe alles verstanden.
Also ist das jetzt ein Tournament-Announcement oder was war das? Tokyo Dome Riot 2.0, let's go. Nein, nein, nein. Geh mich bitte, ist zu früh A-Kommen. Was soll ich machen, Bruder? Ist es jetzt einfach nur ein Tournament? Ist es jetzt einfach nur ein Tournament? Wow,
Ich glaub-
wer ist dieser epische Bruder hier?
Ich glaube, alle haben was gehypt und da passiert gar nichts bei.
Wer ist dieser epische Bruder? Ja, irgendwas passiert hier.
Hologramm, genau.
Irgendwas passiert hier.
Legende.
Gib mir die volle Packung, Bro.
Die machen jetzt den Spiel Sieg, mein Freund.
Gib mir die volle Packung. Das ist einfach Yu-Gi-Oh! Opening. Oha. Oha.
Ach, TCG läuft jetzt auch. Okay. Kann ich Muri stumm schalten und kann mir das hier schön angucken, wie es bei uns in hübsch aussieht. Mit Ton übrigens, danke. Weil ich glaube, hier kriegen wir ein bisschen mehr Infos. Also sie haben quasi den announcen lassen und dann hatten die gedacht, scheiß drauf, jetzt können wir den Stream ja auch anmachen. Nice. Ist auf jeden Fall eine frische Nummer. Kannst direkt einen Rap-Part draufbauen. Ich hoffe, ihr fühlt das genauso wie ich. Das ist schon krass. Ich finde es übrigens immer geil. Ich finde ja sowas richtig beeindruckend, so Instrumente zu lernen, weil das halt super schwierig ist, ne? Schon Vibe. Richtiger Vibe drin. Wie heißt eigentlich das Musikinstrument da hinten? Ich weiß nicht mehr, wie das heißt. Das war auch in verschiedenen Filmen schon drin. Achso, ich dachte, der singt jetzt gerade, aber der hat nur hier gemacht. Also das Instrument ist cool, das mag ich. Aber das könnte halt wirklich halt legit so neuen Anime ankündigen. Aber ich glaube, darum ging es bei dem Announcement gar nicht, sondern war wirklich nur für das Turnier. Weil die haben hier quasi einfach nur angefangen mit dem... So, ja, cool. Und... Hier habt ihr Musik. So, das war's. Mehr kam hier im TCG noch nicht. Neues Opening, ja. Ich spiele jetzt immer vor jedem Duell. Aber ich will gar nicht wissen, wie lange die dafür geübt haben, da jetzt aufzutreten. Das ist schon wild. Und es gucken gerade 4.500 Leute einfach live. gibt auch hier einen Livestream. Und da läuft das gleiche. Cool. Haben wir das auch geklärt. Also Yu-Gi-Oh! EU und Official Card Game läuft überall das gleiche. Muri ist auch voll drin. Muri ist richtig drin. Der fühlt sich gerade richtig zu Hause da. Guck mal, wir können jetzt hier. Wir wechseln einfach und die merkt es gar nicht. Okay, ups. Nein, ich hab's weggemacht. Nein, da ist die Musik weg. Oh mein Gott. Ich will nicht mein eigenes Stream gucken. Gerade mal gerettet. Ich wollte eigentlich nur hin und her springen. Bleibst du jetzt da vorne? Alter, meine Maus. Meine Maus ist tot. Jetzt geht's richtig ab. Aber es läuft hier bei Digital Trading Card Game und hier, da läuft über das gleiche. Auf allen Channels läuft derselbe Stream. Und das, was Muri guckt, ist, glaube ich, immer noch der japanische und das läuft immer noch das gleiche. Also das läuft überall das gleiche. Was geht noch weiter? Oh mein Gott. Oh, jetzt geht's los. Oh, das sind ja wilde Flaggen, Mann. Ah, das sind einfach Flaggen, wo die World Championship drauf ist, ne? Das Logo. Das ist schon geil. Ich fühle mich gerade wie in Afrika im Transit. Und Finale geht los. Zeig mir das Finale. Aber der Typ ist schon nicht, den feiere ich. Das war's. Let's go. Das war's noch gar nicht. Das war's noch gar nicht. Oh, 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 die spielen ja Master Rule. Ach, jetzt spielt. Oh mein Gott, das ist richtig cool. Das ist richtig cool. Also, wenn es andere gibt von Yu-Gi-Oh! Ich mag es halt die Musik. Die mag ich schon. Nutze ich ja öfter in meinen Videos, weil die einfach cool ist, die Musik. Aber sehen die mit den Dingern überhaupt irgendwas? Ich glaube, die sehen gar nicht, sind blind. Und die Wave. Ah, das ist schon nice. Aber ich wusste gar nicht, dass man die Yu-Gi-Oh! Musik genauso auf den Instrumenten auch so spielen kann. Das ist schon krass. Zeig mir mehr von dem Bild, das finde ich cool. Aber das war schon geil. War schon geil. Kann man so machen. Neun. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2, 1. Let's go. Zeig mir was Cooles. Only what best can be World Champion. Okay, es geht wirklich um die Weltmeisterschaft. Aber dann revealen die wahrscheinlich in dem Livestream jetzt die Sachen, die ankündigen wollten, oder? Oder machen die es nicht? Ich habe übrigens gesehen, dass Joshua es ins Finale geschafft hat in Master Duel. Also da bieten wir auf jeden Fall rein gleich. Dann hier Master Duel ist halt, ne? Deutscher Schmidt. Dann Emre und halt natürlich dann hier Quantel, ne? Oh, Jesse hat es ins Finale geschafft. Oh mein Gott, das ist ja ein geiles Finale. Das ist ein richtig geiles Finale in Master Duel. Die haben es beim TCG nicht in der Wertungsstätte geschafft. Okay, wir haben Sword Soul. Sword Soul im Finale. Crazy. Und ich glaube, Paul spielt Dragon Link, ne? Oder spielt der auch Sword Soul? Nicht, dass wir nachher ein Sword Soul Mirror Match im Finale haben. Aber das haben die cool gemacht auf jeden Fall. Dieses Bild fühle ich auch so anders. Haben sie schon geil gemacht. Oh.
Yugioh World Championship
Da sind sie alle.
2023. 世界各地から熾烈な戦いを勝ち抜いた最強のデュエリストたちがここ東京
Und die reden und keiner versteht sie.
ついに集結
Oder
頂点を
steht mal die hier.
いたします
Nee.
Yugioh World Championship 2023. The finalists are entering the stage.
Jetzt
まずは
Applaus.
Yugioh Duel Links 選手の入場です
Aber guck mal, das haben die schon geil gemacht, ne? Ich meine, auch wenn das jetzt mit dem anderen nicht so geil war in der Schule da und so, aber das ist geil gemacht.
Please welcome Euch.
Dass die halt so richtig diesen Auftritt bekommen, so hier, das ist schon geil. Ich hoffe, du bist der Typ, der in seinem Zimmer immer sitzt und einfach Dueling spielt die ganze Zeit auf sein Handy und dann spielst du auch mal auf so einer Bühne.
And now from the red side, please give it up for Takagi.
Ja, scheint nur Finale Einladung zu sein, aber wahrscheinlich sagen die in dem Livestream noch was. Irgendwas dazu. Und ich weiß halt nicht, ob da noch ein Announcement kommt.
Yugioh Master Duel 選手の入場です
Weil es könnte ja sein, dass halt der Countdown wirklich halt nur für das Finale gewesen ist. Das kann natürlich auch sein, dass sie das gemacht haben.
First up on the blue side, please welcome from Team Snipe Hunters, Josh, Emre, and Quantal Thing.
Das ist schon geil.
And now from the red side, from Team 7, please welcome Ray, Jesse Cotton, and Carmano. Yugioh Official Card Gameの部選手の入場です
Und jetzt kommt das TCG, das Wichtigste für uns alle.
First up from the blue side, from USA, please welcome Pauli Eriksson.
Er ist voll nervös.
And next from the red side, from Peru, let's give it up for
Ach lol, die haben's verkackt.
Matero Augusto, Renteria Pastor.
Paul Aronson. Ihr habt's einfach verkackt. Legende.
以上3部門10名のファイナリストがここ東京ビッグサイトに集結その決勝大会がいよいよ開幕いたします
Ich verstehe natürlich wieder alles.
Yugioh World Championship 2023 It's time to
Duel. Ah, schon geil gemacht. Das ist schon geil gemacht. Also es gibt so richtig Hype. Ich habe das voll vermisst. Ich meine, auch wenn das nicht für uns so relevant ist, aber das ist halt das Krasseste, was wir erreichen kannst im Movie. Wieso nichts kommt?
Hello
Wer
and
was geschafft?
welcome everyone to the 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship Grand
finals, the first in 4 years. I'm honored to open the day. You can call me Steve Kangas, and I'm joined by the one and only Billy Brake and Marcello Barbary. What an incredible opening ceremony. Billy, I want to get your thoughts on it to start.
The ceremony's amazing. Hearing that music just really gets you in the mood to duel, and then getting to see all these players that are going to be competing in the finals for the World Championship, just knowing that 3 and one of them are going to walk away as World Champions is incredible. The energy in the room is electric.
10 duelists walked
nice.
in, only 5 will leave victorious, as of course one of the finals will be a team battle. Marcello, happy to have you back on the desk with me. You were stuck with me all day yesterday, and you got me again.
I'm excited. As you mentioned, it's been 4 years, and now we are in for a treat. 10 amazing players, 3 different tournaments.
4 Jahre haben wir keine
World
Champions mehr gehabt.
Champions.
2009
That's
war die
gonna
letzte.
be an amazing one, and I'm here for it.
And I know it has been a full 4 years since we last
Gab's für die
had the
letzte
World
Worlds einen
Championship.
Countdown?
Billy, I know
Keine Ahnung, das war halt
you've
4
been
Jahre her,
around,
ne?
you know,
Könnte sein.
Pillar of the community for quite a while. What does this mean for you to be back?
Oh, it really means everything. This is a tournament we always look forward to every year. All the YCSs and the NAWCQs and all the WCQs around the world lead up to this moment, and this is what it's all been about. And just to see who's going to be the world champion, I can't wait.
Yeah, whether you're the youngest kid at locals or one of the players on stage, this is the pinnacle of Yu-Gi-Oh! This is what it's all about. And Marcello, I know that it means a lot to you as well.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, most tournaments are called WCQ for a reason. They are all the way to get you here, and it doesn't get better than this. It all comes down to Wiz. 1 year down the line, and now there is 3 more matches.
And this is, of course, the first Master Duel World Championships as well. That is the newest game that Konami has put out. It's an incredible game. That's what got me kind of back into Yu-Gi-Oh! And back into my journey here. Have you been grinding out any I know that you were casting the TCG OCG, so how's your Master Duel knowledge?
Oh, I play Master Duel every day.
Right.
A kid me would, if you told me there's going to be somewhere I can play Yu-Gi-Oh! Anywhere, anytime, I would have been, no way. But now that you have Master Duel, you can access Yu-Gi-Oh! Anywhere on the go, on your phone, or at home on Steam. It's so awesome. I play it every day.
And it's even more exciting because it is a different format from what TCG OCG is playing right now. And then we also have Duel Links, Marcello, which is even a different one. So we have 3 different World Championships, and it is 3 different events happening. It feels like 3 different versions of the game.
Absolutely, and the best things, as always, for the World Championship is that we have players from all over the world, a lot of different backgrounds, and we transition here into the finals as well, because we have players from all over the world still. We could have a lot of different winners, maybe even the first winner at the TCG for the
25. für das
US.
Game, da waren die Erwartungen von vielen wohl falsch, wenn es jetzt nur um die
We
US
also
geht.
have North America versus Europe for the
Aber
finals of Master
der Counter
Duel.
matcht halt genau mit dem Finale, und deswegen glaube ich
Are you
nicht, dass es da was
allowing
anderes
the
gibt
best of that
als,
one?
We
als
can.
das.
I'm actually rooting a little bit for both sides because I have a horse in the race on both sides. Joshua Schmidt, one of the best players of all time. Jesse Cotton, you obviously heard of him. And with that tier limit strategy being viable in Master Duel, it's hard not to give the edge to Jesse Cotton.
Yeah, that's going to be a really fun matchup. I'm sure a lot of people are watching specifically for that because first off, it's a regional rivalry, which is exciting in its own right.
Also, sie müssen einfach ungelogen Jesse versus Josh zeigen.
That have amassed respect from the community for their past performances. Marcello, do you have a horse in this race? It's funny that you said you're rooting for both because Marcello earlier hinted at something. Are you going to say it live on broadcast?
Okay, I
Put
see
him
how
on
it
the
is.
spot
Put him
there.
on the
I gotta put him on the
spotlight.
spot, you know?
No, honestly, what I'm gonna say is that, as you mentioned, it has been an amazing journey, and I just loved it. The first time ever, yes, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel World Championship, but it's also the first time ever 3v3 World Championship. So that's the thing. I want to see the first time 3 World Champions at the same time from the same team. That's just an amazing one.
It changes the whole format. We'll be talking about Master Duel later. We are starting off the day with Duel Links, though, so I do want to start talking about that.
Absolutely.
That
Let's jump into that.
Yeah, and it, of course, is also the first time back in 4 years. Billy, you were there 4 years ago.
Yep.
What do you think it means for the players as well to be able to have a chance to actually compete again for a World's title?
Oh, I mean, it means everything. I know that all the rounds leading up to this for all the games across the 3 categories have been, the stress has been high, the players have been focused, but now they made it all the way to the finals.
And we're here
Duel Links bin ich halt nicht ganz so drin. Ich weiß nicht, wie das Format aktuell ist, aber wir werden es ja gleich sehen.
Look up Tokyo Big Sight. It literally looks like we're in the Millennium Puzzle. It is incredible.
It does. It's really awesome.
Yeah. So let's take a look and highlight the players that will be on stage for Duel Links in the finals. The best in the world. Marcello, we got to witness them yesterday.
Takagi.
Yugioh actually was not
Guck mal, Takagi war doch der Hilfspolizist von Detective Conan von der komischen vom Kommissar, ne? Da ist Takagi. Da kenne ich ihn. Name ist bekannt.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned, it was impressive. It's the last players that we saw on stream as we witnessed him playing in the semi-final to get here, and what an impressive run he had. The back and forth match down to the 5th game.
Yeah, the Crusadia deck was incredible, running the double Equimax.
Yes.
I mean, the creativity in that deck, I didn't expect to see it. His opponent, we actually got a chance to talk to, was playing it, so we'll see what we're actually going to have on stage today. But maybe that is more represented. But when it comes down to the other decks, give us a highlight here. What were we watching yesterday, and what should we expect to see on stage
so
today?
as later on we'll be able to show you guys the rules. Of course, something to remember is that deck building for this event is quite complicated as it is. These duelists had to bring 5 different decks. So Billy, I think you can talk to us about how difficult it is to build one deck. You know, 5 decks. Wow.
Yeah, and the cards are shared too, so you can't use the same card if you have 3 in one deck in another.
So you want to make sure you spread out your options, be able to have certain decks that maybe are good against other decks that can counter certain matchups. Definitely have to approach it a different way than you would a normal tournament.
Yeah.
5 Decks ist schon heftig.
Allowed for more decks present than I was expecting initially, because theory crafting going into the weekend, I thought I knew what we would see and what it would look like, and my expectations were blown out of the water. Marcello, some of the highlights, I want to talk about those. What were the highlight decks that we saw in day 1?
We saw a lot of different decks, and as you mentioned, the thing is they had to build some legendary decks as well.
Yes.
And to me, some of the highlights were Salomon Great winning on stream with an OTK. It was an amazing duel nonetheless, but we've also seen, I mean, the Crusadia deck, you gotta give it to Takagi for that one.
Yeah, the Crusadia was very exciting. Also just the patience in that semifinals match that we saw on stream. There were not many back rows that I didn't. We're not even sure if Takagi's playing a trap.
No, it seems like,
There's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh players. Maybe they're playing traps. You could just have none in your decks.
Well, that seems to be going to be. But I want to talk from the player perspective, because obviously it is a big stage. Both of you have been on big stages. So I want to get both your thoughts. Bill, I want to start with you, though. What do you imagine the players are feeling right now, getting ready to face off against each other in front of the crowd, in front of the live audience at home?
It's so much stress. Even if you're used to playing on a stage, maybe at the finals of a YCS, or you've been on the stage plenty of time, this is the biggest stage.
Fragen wir mal, was Muri hat. Ja, Werbung, Muri, danke. Einfach nur, weil ich kein Abo habe. Danke.
Done so many times before.
Ich frage ihn trotzdem mal.
Focus on your game. Don't worry about all the outside stuff around you. Get in the zone, and remember, it's always time to duel. Not worry about all the excess stuff that's going on around you.
It sounds so simple.
Easier
but when
said
you're
than
in
done.
the moment, when you're up on that stage, in those seats, a lot of times I can imagine the stress, the pressure can get to players. Marcello, what are your thoughts on it from experience?
Absolutely, as Billy mentioned, yeah, we have been in a similar spot before, but I give...
So, gucken wir mal hier rein.
YCS, or you've been on the stage plenty of time. This is the biggest stage. The sounds, the lights. You got a whole crowd out
Counter.
there. Everyone's watching from home. See if you're
Guck mal, Junge, geil, dass du spielst. Geil, dass du
Finale.
spielst. Feier ich.
You've done so many times before. Focus on your game. Don't worry about all the outside stuff around you. Get in the zone.
Fahren wir mal sozusagen. Ihr seht es zwar nicht, aber ich sehe es.
It sounds so simple.
Easier
but when
said
you're
than
in
done.
the moment, when you're up on that stage, in those seats, a lot of times I can imagine the
Muss immer ein bisschen leiser machen. Irgendjemand atmet in sein scheiß Mikrofon rein. Wer von euch dreien ist das?
Marcello ist es. Der atmet immer ins Mikrofon rein.
But I give credit to these players. I don't think we have been in that spot. This is insane, you guys. I don't think like the stream is amazing, but I don't think it gives enough justice to just how sick this looks. There is an incredible crowd of other players.
Meinst du, der Counter war nur fürs Finale? Nein. Der Counter war für diese Announcements von dem Homie hier links da. Er hat ja irgendwas announced.
Ach so, für das Turnier. Ja, okay, wow. Ja, dann Daniel, hast du eine Antwort? Dann
Ich beneide dich nicht. Liege jetzt im Moment im Bett mit Decke, schön am Kuscheln. Niemals würde ich für das aufstehen.
Also, scheint wirklich halt das zu sein für das Turnier, was da passiert.
Versions of the Orcus build. The Gaga Orcus was crazy.
Das scheint es gewesen zu sein. Okay, crazy.
But yeah, it's speed droids have been somewhat similar across Duelist. The Orcus deck, the Orcus archetype, we could say, is where they shine, because it seems like our Duelist, and that's the same for these finals, have completely different direction on where they use these decks. And I think that's gonna pay a huge difference when it comes to how they face off.
That fifth duel from Takagi, Magistus Pendulum.
Yes.
We saw
I'm
Dark.
a big fan of Magistus.
Yeah, we saw he was playing Yugi for the legendary deck, and that's where the Orchest engine was.
Alles hier schön auf Duel Links. Wer von euch hat schon mal Duel Links gespielt? Wer nicht? Also ich habe Duel Links letztes Mal vor gespielt. Ich meine, das mit dem Turnier, das könnte ja wirklich cool sein, wenn es halt... Also es gab schon mal so ein Ding, was die im Tokyo gemacht haben, was die aber irgendwie abbrechen mussten, weil das halt zu viele waren, weil die da so extra Karten ausgegeben haben. Naja, also im besten Fall passiert sowas nicht nochmal. Und danach haben die das nie wieder gemacht. Deswegen ist es schon ein großes Announcement, aber ich verstehe, wenn es halt nicht so krass ist. Weil viele haben gedacht, okay, neue Beschwörungsart, neuer Film, neue Anime-Serie. Oh, jetzt geht los. Es geht los. Duel Links Finale. Bitte übersetzt mir das jemand, ich kann kein Japanisch. Als wenn es einfach nur Japanisch gucken. Ich kann es nicht verstehen. Ich würde ihn gerne verstehen. Was könnt ihr sagen? Er freut sich da zu sein, er hat... Ich freue mich unglaublich, ich bin Takagi. Ich bin der beste Spieler in Duel Links und werde es bald sein. Ich kann mir da irgendwas ausdenken. Sag mir doch, was die sagen. Wow.
Yugioh World Championship 2023
Duel Links. Duel Links.
First up from the blue side, please welcome Euch.
Let's go. Die Musik ist wieder on fire auf jeden Fall. Korea. Und Takagi ist auf jeden Fall aus Japan, ne? Let's go!
World Championship 2023 Duel Links, the final showdown. 決勝戦はこちらの両名の戦いとなります。
Achso, die Hände schütteln. Live.
And they're ready to go. The finals is about to be underway. Can't wait to see how we can get, how quickly we'll start here. Marcello, do you remember?
Also wir haben jetzt die Regeln nicht ganz gehört, aber Best of 5.
Maybe give us a expectation of what we can see to start.
Kannst du 2 bis 3 Wörter, die kamen nicht vor.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen players having different directions, so some of them keep the best decks and what
5 Decks und Best of 5.
From the very last duels.
Ich weiß nicht, ob man jedes Deck für alles benutzen kann oder ob die halt nur ein Deck einmal benutzen dürfen. Ich denke mal, die werden nur ein Deck einmal benutzen dürfen, oder? Ja, das ist bestimmt geil, wenn da oben ist. Aber ich meine, das ist legit das Größte, was du erreichen kannst.
Played both of them in the first 2 rounds. Destiny were first and then Speedroid, and actually lost with the Speedroid deck, and then had to bring it back later in a grueling 5-game series. Billy, if you have to bring multiple decks and you lose with your second favorite, that doesn't feel very good.
It doesn't, yeah. You really want to rely on your, like, the strong horses of your strategy to carry you there. And when something goes off like that, it can really throw you off.
But
this came into a conversation me and Marcello were having yesterday that I want to bring up again, is the philosophy of how to build your decks. Do you prioritize all the power cards, the best cards in your first couple, where you're trying to come out to an early lead, or it's a best of 5? Do you assume your opponent's going to do the same and say, I'm going to bring maybe an anti-meta deck or something that can play around what I expect them to play, and have my better cards in my later decks to try and turn that around?
I think I kind of like that chop block strategy. Throw out your weak decks first. If they're stronger decks, I think you're going to be coming out first. You throw out your deck first, you lose with it, still got your stronger one to clean up with in the back games.
Makes the reverse sweep more exciting.
Absolutely, yeah, and we'll get to see what they do. Honestly, they have very different backgrounds, but as you can see, these are the rules for the finals.
Let's cover them right here, right now. You can get this game on your phone currently. If you haven't tried it out, give it a try.
Determine a duel with various character
skills. It is a speed duel format. Limited zones to play with. This is not your locals Yu-Gi-Oh!
This is only
3 monster zones apiece, 3 stall and trap zones apiece. Also, it's exciting, Billy. This is one of my favorite parts. Is on stage, we're going to have voices from the anime. And they kind of antagonize each other up on stage. It's incredible.
Okay, also die haben jetzt heute, also die haben Voice Actor für das, was passiert, gleich on stage. Das ist wild. Das ist schon wild, da habe ich echt Bock drauf.
A layer of complexity to the game is the character skills. Marcello, the character skills can determine things outside of just the decks and really change up how
Absolutely,
they
change a lot, especially when you gotta pick those legendary ones. And what I can tell you is
ja, schön, das geht gar nicht zu schnell oder so. Ich konnte alles lesen.
Oh, interesting. Ooh. Well, you can see we are going about the way that you build the decks. In Duel Links, again, if you're coming in from more traditional Yu-Gi-Oh!, you're not aware of the speed duel, there are 20 to 30 card decks and then 0 to 8 cards in the extra deck. There are a few more slots available depending on some of those skills that we're talking about. You can kind of cheat out that rule and get a few more in there depending on what you're playing. But it means
ja, okay, das ist natürlich dann crazy. Da muss er auf jeden Fall.
Then maybe you should expect if you're playing Master Duel or if you're playing TCG or OCG.
Absolutely, but we have seen yesterday some back and forth, right? I'm thinking of a Chain Link 6 that happened
that was incredible.
Today, and that was nice. So you can see
I can hear the excitement from you guys.
Yeah.
I guys in the same room out here when things are getting a little crazy.
Oh yeah, we've been through some highlights.
I mean, in Master Duel you get like Tier Elements Labyrinth, you're gonna get up to Chain Link 20. But in Duel Links it is rare.
Werbung nochmal machen für Bolvik, bestes Wasser.
Chain Link 6 was incredible. That was probably the highlight of my day. Were there any highlights that you had?
Absolutely, I mean that was amazing, but I have enjoyed especially the last match, I gotta say, down to the wire, down to the
Decks.
game.
Also okay, die müssen zwei Decks von so Anime-Charakteren haben.
A lot different decks, but still it was even tougher than our Master Duel competitors because they're alone there.
Yes, and another important note here is that the limited list is a little different in Duel Links. If a card is limited, you can only run one of it, but that also means that you cannot run another card that is limited to one. It's a shared pool of cards in that limited 1 category, same with the limited 2 category. So you can only run 2 of a card that is limited to 2, but even if there's another card that's a different name, limited to 2, you can't run that if you've already capped out that limit 2 category. I mean, with only 20 card decks as the minimum, it doesn't actually affect as much as you might expect, but it is just that extra layer, Marcello, where the deck building is so different than what you would have when you're looking at TCG OCG.
And I can tell you already that one of those decks will have the opposite thing. It will have the maximum of 30 cards from one of our finalists.
Yeah,
so you can
that grass
see
looks greener and Duel
maybe you know something about that.
But of course we're talking about the legendary decks as well. So all those rules we just talked about, 20 to 30 cards, all the extra deck, etc. Those also apply to the legendary decks with extra layers on top of it. There are a set amount of cards that you have to go with that are required cards for the selected character, as well as a pool of cards that you can pick from for them, which is why I think we see a lot of speed ride, a lot of pendulum in that spot because of how good they are.
World Championship 2023.
So, with that said, I think we're getting ready to get onto stage. It sounds like it. So, gentlemen, are you ready?
Jetzt los, einmal Duel Links Finale. Best of 5. Let's go. Spring rein, ich will es mir angucken. Ich habe zwar keine Ahnung von Duel Links, aber da habe ich Bock drauf.
Compared to yesterday, obviously we're not going off replays this time around. It will be the first time in the weekend that we see those live duels happening. And well, we are in for a treat, as mentioned. Let's see what the deck they decide to start things off with.
When we're looking at the replays, because yesterday, Happy, you highlighted that, we're watching what had already happened. Now we get to see the live decisions made on stage, and that can add an extra layer of complexity, because we get to feel out how the duelists are feeling. How long are they taking with their turn? mind. Like,
Exactly.
are they nervous right now?
Yeah, you get the indication of how long it takes to
Ich
respond.
würde sagen, jetzt fangen wir an, dann wollen die anfangen und dann gehen wir wieder zurück. Fang doch einfach an, Junge.
If it's something they normally traditionally draw, they're going to play it pretty quickly because they know exactly what to do in that situation.
If they windmill slam that trap card, that's probably the best response. But if they take time to think, you're like, oh, they have choices, most likely.
What are they thinking about?
Yeah, or maybe they're deciding to hold it now and use it later. And I think that that's going to make it even more exciting, Marcello, because we can kind of put ourselves in their seat a little bit easier.
Yeah, and what I want to see also is how decisive they are with the deck selection. Maybe you see them just instantly picking, and you know, that can also pressure your opponent. If you notice that you're completely fine, you don't care about the stage, you're confident, you know what you're doing. So that can play some action, I think.
Yeah, I cannot imagine what it must be like to be on that stage right now.
Yeah.
First off, it's the World Championship, so obviously, you know, the nerve should be there from that. But it's the first one in 4 years. It's been a long time to get to this point. I'm so happy that we get to be here to celebrate the best in the world at the game. And it just feels good to have the World Championship.
Yeah, not just the World Championship.
sind ja 5.
Different games too. Like there's more ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh now than ever. It used to just be a card game. You just had the TCG and OCG, but now you have Master Duel and Duel Links. I mean, Duel Links has been around for some time now, 6 going on 7 years, and now with Master Duel, it's just really cool that we have that many different categories and that many different world champions.
All right, but it looks like we are now ready to get on into that grand finals. Yet again, Takagi versus Yuku on the stage.
Duel Links, let's go.
And Takagi, once again, he starts things off with his signature Destiny Hero deck.
That's what the Astra Phoenix character implies. It is a 30-card deck, very deep. And now we have, I wonder what Yuku's going to be playing here. Typically, this is the Rocket deck that we haven't seen. And that one has been fierce.
Ich werde alle sehen.
I know that card. That's quick launch.
Yes.
We actually just saw that in the semifinals of the TCG Dragon Link going on.
Dragon Link is represented in all 3 games. It is a testament to how powerful this deck is. Marcello, the combos, the traditional combos in this one, a little bit different than maybe we've been seeing in the TCG, OCG. So what do we expect an end field to look like in this version of Rocket?
Yeah, we have seen a lot of different things. We can say that this is not probably just a Dragon Link deck. It's more of a synchro deck, but Yugioh is also, as we have seen, playing a fusion package, so that could be interesting. We'll see where he wants to go with it, but regardless, it's important to mention this is one of the characters that is not shared. He's the only one of the 2 playing Varys at the finals.
Ich meine, die Animationen sind schon sick in Duel Links, aber normalerweise macht man das nicht aus. Synchro Summon zu Void Ogre Dragon. Der ist ein Negate, wenn du keine Handkarten hast. Also setzt 3. Oh mein Gott! 3-3. Keine Handkarten, Negate, 3 Sets.
Takagi was not playing a lot of back row at all yesterday. So, will Void Ogre Dragon actually do my... Oh wait, okay, maybe he is, and we just didn't see it.
Oh mein Gott.
Wow.
Was ein Finale.
3 face down to Takagi.
Jetzt bitte animiert genau das. Oh. Ist Imperm in Duel Links?
Yeah, as soon as he draws, he's going to be able to resolve that crackdown and take the Void Ogre. And now he has cards in hand, so he will...
Stimmt, der hat eine Karte in der Hand. Ah, das war richtig clever.
By Crackdown, but this is a nice start regardless. Oh, nice, tributing that for the malicious.
It was just a turn pass from Yuku. So now we're going into the skill. This is what you can activate. It will set a polymerization for free.
Holy, okay.
And now we can use the maliciouses to go into a fusion monster. Let's see what the decision here is for Takagi.
Ist das hier Destroyer oder was? Sunrise. Sunrise is Duel Links.
Sunrise.
Crazy.
Search for his Miracle Fusion after that, and we could see him
Und Liquid Sword ist auch in Duel Links.
Right here.
Okay, we're going into battle phase.
Oh, die Frage ist, was liegt.
Trying to get through some of these back rows. We are assuming that one of these will prevent this. And we have a Paleozoic Canadian.
Gonna flip that Sunrise.
Canadian ist eine gute Karte.
Very good first trap to use because now the follow-up trap to get the Canadian back out of the graveyard onto the field, have some field presence.
Spielt
and to go into links or tributes. And now we have
Rockets.
Skill activation here. How deep into a combo can we go? We're not going for it. Yugioh has just all the back row of the deck.
And there he is, face down, Miracle Fusion activated.
Alright, So malicious.
I fusion summon a monster.
What are we gonna go for?
Also die Züge in Duel Links noch immer deutlich kürzer. Aber sieht schon geil aus. Sieht schon geil aus. Noch ein Sunrise.
I mean, we have to assume there are more, maybe another copy of Canada to just keep Yugioh in this one. But definitely in a rough
Drill Dog.
Don't forget that Takagi has back row of their own. I wonder. Ooh,
warning point.
Okay, so we're trying to prevent further
Und
fusion
dann
summons.
Kanadier kommt wieder zurück, ne?
Yeah, being able to use that Liquid Soldier multiple times is pretty
Oh,
awesome.
that's nice though.
Oh.
Well, you just get some value out of that card.
Yeah, at this point now, Yugioh forced to get back to Canada just to stay in this one. But he will lose out one of the other two face downs, I guess.
I love the expendable die in this Destiny Hero deck. You can get value out of your warrior monsters.
Flip und dann
the little
Battle.
ones, and now we have two fusion monsters in attack mode. So gonna be a lot of damage.
Malicious.
And now we
Plasma
get
Gel.
to go for the Plasma back, and with the malicious, this could still be enough.
Das war ein Skill wahrscheinlich, ne, mit Plasma,
can
oder?
attack over the Canada, so
That's a good point. Now, what's the last back row for Yugioh? That is going to determine this entire game one. Can you stay alive, Yugioh?
and there is a Fiendish Chain.
Fiendish Chain.
That should keep
Also
Yugioh
überlebt auf
busy.
jeden
You don't
Fall.
have a lot of resources left. You're down to a big draw here.
Down to 1,100 life points. Can he pull this one out, or is this gonna be already over for game
3
one?
Sets, 3 Monster am Feld, das ist wahrscheinlich vorbei. Aber wir werden sehen.
Maybe the field spell would work. But there's still back row you're trying to fight through. Okay, Tracer's actually huge.
That's you.
Tracer
You can
geht schlecht
destroy your
erkannt.
own Fiendish Chain now to try and access potentially, you know, we've seen Scarlight, we've seen a lot of different options, but tough one.
Fällt sich zurück dann, ne?
Maybe look to link climb here as well. There's a few options for Yugioh. Let's see where the player decides to go.
This is still doable, but a Canada of his own from
Lol.
Takagi.
That will hit the tuner most likely. I imagine this Rocket Tracer, there it is. That means no more plays and an expendable die. I think Takagi's got it.
My trap activates.
Double expendable dies, hits the back row, another Fiendish Chain.
Ist ein Duel Links scheint das echt eine
And
gute
that
Karte zu
means
sein, ne?
that there's not a lot protecting Yugioh here.
Takagi seemed to have been in control of the entire game.
Absolutely, and now all he needs to do is attack over any of his monsters, and this is it.
We're gonna go for Decider onto the board.
I like how the same Destiny heroes have been good since the beginning of Duel Links, and they're still being used today. These came out in Duel Links from the first couple of years.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's incredible.
also 1-0 für Takagi.
Stuck around. We got the attack, nothing stopping it. Takagi takes game one. Congratulations to the qualifier through Casey Cup in points.
Revolver is dead.
The first victory. It is a best of 5. There's a chance for Yugioh to come back, but a strong start from Takagi.
Aber richtig clever gemacht mit hier Maßregelung auf den Void Ogre.
He said that he mostly played Destiny Heroes
War schon
in the
ziemlich gut.
KC Cup, and he starts once again with it, not letting him down.
So this is also how we started yesterday.
Yep.
Presumably, if we follow the same game plan, it will be Speedroids
Yes.
coming up next. Surprisingly enough, he didn't win that one in the semifinals, but we do know that Takagi, and what we learned about him was that he's a very patient duelist.
Yeah.
I didn't notice a lot of nerves in the semifinals. Obviously, we don't see the live reactions, so maybe there was when we were watching the replay, but it felt like there were decisions being made that I would have just flipped the card and said, no, you're not going to do that. And he's like, no, I'm going to let them do it, and I'm going to flip at the right time. So I'm very impressed with Takagi as a duelist overall.
Yeah, that time responses are really huge. Not just having a card that you can
Maßregelung
activate
war gut, ja.
doesn't mean you should always click yes. You got to wait for that opportune moment to jump in and really disrupt the opponent.
I like to remind people there's a reason I'm here and they're there. No shade on, I guess, the two actual players.
Whoa.
Yeah, how come you're not up on the stage?
I don't know. I tried, but it wasn't quite good enough.
Yeah, I did try as well through the
Next year.
Always next year.
But we are getting into game 2. Takagi leads 1-0 versus Yugioh. Game 2 underway. And now it's swapping the characters. Yugioh will play Aster Phoenix, presumably that Destiny Hero deck, and Takagi is onto the Speedroids.
Yes, as you mentioned, keeping the same order as yesterday, and now up against his own signature deck. Let's see if Yugioh can give it justice.
It's my turn.
And did Yugioh open as well as Takagi? I believe it's still at 30.
Win is eine gute Karte.
Starting with the win, getting that terror top. So
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, no, Speedroid is so consistent in Duel Links. I think that is the most powerful part about this deck and why we see it so represented. Marcello, I don't think we ever saw a Speedroid deck in day one have a bad opening. Like, they always got to the Synchro Climb, especially because of the skill helping them get there.
Yes, up until the semifinals, when he just opened double Forbidden Lands against Takagi, and his opponent unfortunately lost out, but it's very rare that it happens, and this is an amazing opening. All you need really is that Wind Charmer, and you can go all in with it.
Yeah, there's a lot of openers in this deck, and it is a smaller deck. A reminder, Duel Links, it is 20 card minimum. This is one of those decks that you might as well just go for that. We do Synchro Climb up into an eventual 8-star Synchro monster. Generally, it will also have a 7-star on the field as well, maybe a few back rows.
Card where it gives you that free card, always nice.
And your Yugioh's going to have to fight into a pretty intimidating board.
Able to special summon attack and combo since he has the wind on the field. Classic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Those are some of my favorite cards. I know you know
Ich
about
bin spannend, wie viele Karten du mittlerweile schon drin sind.
Yeah, back in 2017, obviously.
I missed out on that.
Oh,
I
Yugioh
get to
Terror
relive
Top
it
is
now.
quite the terror.
I get to relive it.
Kommen wir jetzt Chris Ring?
Red Eye Dice pretty awesome too. Really opens up your synchro summon options, being able to modulate the levels.
Yeah. You can get it back easily from the graveyard as well, which allows you to Synchro Climb.
Ah, Clear Wing.
Into
Okay.
the Crystal
Auch
Wing
gut.
later on. And now we see the animation, I think, right?
Yes. This is my favorite animation. Watch this, Bill. You're in
I
for a
haven't
treat.
seen this one yet. Oh wow.
Ja, sieht schon nice aus.
Yeah, this is almost as cool as the blue. Oh wow. Yeah,
Look at it. It's not that.
It's not that.
Yeah, there it is.
Moin.
Clear Wing Synchro Dragon's letting you know it's on the field now. And now we can use the skill to get another dice on the board, another 1-star tuner, and boom, now we can go into that 8-star Synchro.
Yeah, the dice hits the field, and now we can upgrade into that Crystal Wing.
Wie spät ist es eigentlich gerade in Japan? Ist es gerade in Japan abends oder wie spät ist das gerade? Wahrscheinlich abends, ne?
Going for the
5-star tuner with a 3-star
Yeah.
non-tuner.
And
1-star
this is
tuner
a
with
big
7-star non-tuner.
excavate.
Oh, Forbidden Chalice.
Yes.
So we're going to have a quick effect negate. We will have
Moin,
a
moin.
8-star Synchro and a 7-star Synchro most likely
Yeah.
on the board, but actually no.
Now we go for the puzzle maybe first.
Okay.
Let's see, or what he does he wants to go for. Yes, that's
Okay.
the puzzle. Yeah.
4 high Speedroid puzzle.
Takagi very
Ich glaube plus 7
confident
Stunden.
in his ability to perform these climbs.
Forged by Rock.
And now it's high speed droid puzzle on the field. We're going to Synchro Summon again.
And there is where we are gonna see that other ace monster of the deck.
Ja, kann sein. 7 Stunden,
In the
das fühlt sich
Crystal
wenig an.
This one doesn't have a summoning animation.
No way.
I know. My
Crystal hat keine
favorite
Summon
already
Animation.
made.
Schade.
I am going to request it. But for now, we have the Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon along with the Clear Wing Synchro Dragon.
Clear
on the
Wing
field.
und Glas
And
Spiel
that
Sache
Forbidden
ist.
This is a
that we
really
have.
good
What an
opening.
opening.
Hört sich jetzt nicht schlecht an.
But again, we've seen this opening anytime. Speedroid is very consistent, and this is almost the expectation. Honestly, it should just be the expectation. So now the question, and where things get exciting, is how does Yugioh play into this? Because Destiny Hero can crack this board, I'm telling you right now.
Reinforcing the army seems like a good start.
Into
Celestial,
Celestial,
gell?
interesting one. Okay. We are gonna activate this skill right away, I believe. Yeah, Destiny effect, getting that malicious plus polymerization really strong.
That seems like a pretty good skill.
Yeah.
It's very good, and that's what I'm saying. You know, when you look at the skills, they are often what determine what decks are actually viable.
Ooh.
Makes a lot of sense.
But the Crystal Wing negates the malicious. So.
Yeah, that is actually very impactful.
This is also just being able to force out.
Ja, Sunrise dann wieder,
Yeah, he
ne?
has other plans
Ne,
for it.
Dystopia.
Nice.
Destiny Hero
I love me some Dystopia gaming.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Usually we have seen it pair up later on with the Swordsman to get that effect going.
We don't have the material yet, but
Yeah.
maybe Yugioh has a way to get there.
But now we are actually gonna use the Crystal Wing at its target. So that's huge. Maybe
that's actually
yeah.
really good. Yugioh will have no monsters
Das fühlte sich jetzt nicht so gut an.
3 back row set. But thinking about the Destiny Hero decks, those might be a couple of bluffs. We'll see. Can Takagi end it here? Would go up 2-0 in this best of 5 in the grand finals if you can win here.
I like being able to utilize the other effect of Speedroid Tag and Conforg as opposed to just being material, and pure Speedroid's actually even better. Be able to summon that Speedroid from the deck.
Yeah, it's actually a Speedroid card.
It's awesome.
If you weren't aware.
Yeah, I wasn't. I kind of missed that part. I thought it was a Terratop card.
Book of Moon.
Oh, but we see this Book of Moon right here.
So Yugioh does not have 3 back row bluffs set. There are actually cards. We are playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, but now he needs more to stay in this game.
Yeah.
Because he needs at least to deal with the Crystal Wing to stay
What are the odds? Mirror Force, the one of track.
Maßregelung.
That's a big one.
Maßregelung ist richtig gut gerade.
Probably best case scenario.
Clouding Crystal Ring.
Yeah.
Oh mein Gott.
And the Chalice. I believe we had the Chalice that was found earlier.
Yeah.
So that means we know that there's still a Chalice down. Lance will protect them. That should be it.
That could be over unless there is another face down.
Really
Yeah, what's the final back row for Yugioh?
Noch eine
Is it
Maßregelung?
anything? Is it nothing? Spin Storm, Sky Strike for the game.
Oh mein
Takagi,
Gott.
2-0.
Er hat ihn einfach hops genommen.
Speedy match.
Er hat ihn einfach richtig hops genommen.
Takagi show, and again, he's so comfortable in these decks.
Er hat ihn einfach richtig hops genommen. Da machst du nichts.
But this time around, Marcello, he got it.
Absolutely, what a show off, and I don't want to jinx it, but this might be the first time ever all weekend that we see that 3-0's whip, and if it happens in the finals, that will be insane.
I mean, so why he's here in the finals, ready to be able to 3-0 the finals.
That's a good point. The third deck, though, is one of my favorites. If it's the same that was played yesterday, if we're playing in the same order for Takagi, Crusadia should be up next.
I've heard y'all nonstop talking about this match from yesterday, so I'm excited to see the deck that
one of my favorite decks to play on the ladder. And with the way I play it is very different than the way Takagi plays it, especially the way that I built it. Maybe part of that has to do with the limitations and the rule set for how you build your decks. But either way, it seemed like Takagi was very comfortable and very confident in how to pull off the Crusadia combos. And again, that was the instance where I felt like he played it so patiently.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, he had some very unique choices in his decks, and not only in the way that he picked even the characters, you know, in the way he interacted with them, but that Crusadia deck must be it. It was an amazing show, and now let's see if he's gonna play it.
Game 3, Takagi,
Let's
win
go.
away from being world
Letztes
champion.
Game.
Yugioh has to reverse sweep from here.
Nee, der Countdown ist abgelaufen, ist auch angekündigt und das kam schon. Ist ein Turnier in Tokio.
Anything can happen at the World Championship.
And I can tell you that much, Playmaker and AI means Crusadia.
So Takagi did not have any back row outside of Crusadia Crawler in that last duel. Went first, set up the Crusadia with Crawler combo, the Aquamax Crawler.
Jetzt sind wir quasi Speedroid auf Gegnerseite, das ist natürlich auch witzig. Aber wenn er wirklich Crusader spielt, ist natürlich ganz geil, wenn er OTK-Deck spielt. Aber rein kann.
You're not going to be interacting as much with all the Crusadia climbing. It could get tough.
You're right about the consistency of this deck.
Yeah, no, we're going to see the exact same combo, I almost guarantee you.
Yeah, he's going for a different opening instead of searching for the normal summon. Maybe he already has it.
Yeah, I mean, that's generally what that means.
There it is.
Okay, maybe we have 2 of it now. Let's see.
Yeah, going for a different line.
I guess. Again. Let's go.
This is a cool one.
Yep, this
I'm
is
a big
why I
fan
don't mind
now.
that everyone's playing Speedroids, because we get treated to this every single time.
Clearing Synchro Dragon. Let's go. Animation. Mach's hübsch.
Synchro Summon.
There it is.
Yeah, that's really sweet. Just that background right there at the very end really makes it so nice.
All right, so the clear when Synchro Dragon hits the field, which means the skill will continue on into the further combo.
You know what I just realized? That Yugioh is picking the deck that he just lost to twice in a row now.
He is.
He just picked up the deck that he lost to, but that's not working up until now.
And that is a big factor in this. When you have 5 decks to bring, which matchup are you going to get, and how are you going to play it out? Maybe Yugioh's just 1 deck behind what he should be doing.
Like he is at the moment, but this will be an amazing opening nonetheless.
And we'll continue to climb from here. This is the way that we've seen it been most of the time, but now we have the double yo-yo summon after the fact. Get back in tuner. We're going to go into that 7-star. Important to note, typically we want to get into one of our forbidden cards. We've seen most of the speedruns playing the Forbidden Chalice and the Forbidden Lance and excavating into those. We didn't see that earlier because there's the double yo-yo pick up. So a back row set would actually be pretty pivotal in this matchup. Otherwise, if Takagi has 3 Crusadia monsters in hand, it's going to be kind of tough to survive here. I mean, Crusadia, I like Crusadia going second more than first.
Really? Just because they can put out so much damage with like Echo Max and stuff?
The double damage, battle damage over with Echo Max is huge.
And especially, as you mentioned, we have
Also selbes Endboard.
those are amazing going
Selbes
second.
Endboard 2 Sektor.
Guide you over the Crystal Wing and then just go into Crusadia combo, and this duel could be over quick. But there's 2 back row. Oh, that is very impactful. Yugioh might still be in this now.
Let's see, okay.
Arboria.
Not a Kaiju yet.
I would imagine the Kaiju would come down first
Links für
if you
Magios.
had it just to get through the Crystal Wing. So maybe this is a sign that there is no Kaiju in hand for Takagi.
I guess you could do it now.
Great at making Hulk 5 rack.
Yeah.
Sorry, I gotta splash in my TCG stuff here a little bit.
We can't talk about that card anymore.
Oh, sorry, he's forbidden.
Oh, Reclusia.
Okay, this is a nice one. You
Das ist ein guter Chain
could
Block.
make a chain link to prevent the Crystal Wing from negating whatever you want, but he's actually, okay, interestingly enough, deciding to keep the other one around.
Du kannst
I guess it
protecten.
makes sense still.
Ruthlisia can actually get through some of these monsters, so I think it makes sense. You have to stop that one. I do like that from Takagi.
Yeah, because now
forces it out.
the negation is gone. Ooh, and he has the Draco.
Wow, so we have Draco.
Draco's
we have
pretty
Maximus
good.
in hand. This is the ideal Crusadia opening. I think we still need a Kaiju in order to OTK. But we haven't seen, I believe, 2 cards in the hand of Takagi. There is a chance.
And he can still special summon that
Könnte
Arboria.
jetzt
He can just
passieren,
add
ja.
it back to his hand since he started with the normal summon.
Aber ich schätze, eine von den Karten ist entweder
So
Lanze
satisfying.
oder
I
eine
love
andere Karte, die
this
was
deck.
blicken
Another one
kann.
that I missed out on when it was first coming out.
Oh, it's
in
great
the
at link
CCG,
climbing, yeah.
But very fun to revisit it. One of the big reasons Duel Links is such a fun game. You can experience a different format.
Here comes that Arboria that he added back.
And he gets the power, which is a nice one to protect from those face downs.
That's actually huge. Yeah, now these back row are way less threatening. This is part of why Crusadia is so good at going second. The OTK is not difficult to set up. Takagi had to play this correctly, and he did. But now this is the reward. Equimax, Maximus in hand, power as well. This duel could end right here.
Yes, could this be already it for that 3-0?
Let's add up the damage.
Calculating the formula for victory.
Yeah, I mean,
Das
we
geht.
haven't even used the skill here.
No.
Gaining all that life points back. Currently doing double damage. Oh, we're going to go for the power early.
That's
Yeah,
interesting.
interesting. Do we have a second power then?
Ooh,
Power
but we
was
see
with
the
the-
Lance chain.
Yeah. Well, I mean, does lose the attack. Now it's unaffected by the effects of other spell and traps.
Ja, aber
This
jetzt
other
kann das
back
negiert
row
werden.
still won't do anything.
But still
World Chalice
more
Succession.
legacy succession to bring it
Okay.
back.
Wow.
Das ist natürlich gut.
Takagi is very creative.
Aua.
We're just hitting into the big synchro.
Aua.
It's not the OTK. Yugioh is still in this, but it's looking rough.
Absolutely. Let's see this draw, because usually the speed right deck ends with, you know, the card back in his hand, added in the end phase through the graveyard, thanks to the puzzle.
Yeah.
But he didn't open up with that combo, and now he's left top decking, I guess.
That's a good point. Typically, Speed Ride, the power of it is not only the consistent setup, but also the follow-up on the next turn if your opponent doesn't
Dann gucken wir mal,
OTK
was
you
jetzt
right
passiert.
there.
But now we get to use once again that skill.
We still have this.
I banished Den Den Daiko Duke from the graveyard.
The skills have so many effects. The layers to them add so much depth to these matches.
They really seem to. They really have a huge impact on the gameplay.
Yeah,
More so than how you draw, it
And
seems
let's
like.
see this
Much
excavate.
more. Oh, that's nice. Chalice.
Chalice is insane.
So we're going to just clear through the Maximus. I'm trying to remember, do we know what's in hand for Takagi? Was that the Arborea, or is that a
Man kann
mysterious
Equimax nicht
card?
einfach.
No, he summoned the Arborea.
Yeah,
Okay.
we do not know. We do not know.
Also Arborea ist
I
im
could
Grave, die
assume
kann
it's
einfach protecten.
probably one of the others Crusader you already special summoned
Ja,
throughout the
okay,
turn.
der wäre nicht.
The Arborea in the graveyard will protect Maximus.
Aber er hat halt jetzt
on
einen
field.
Chalice, ne? Das halt, darf man auch nicht
And
vergessen.
That's it.
That's it.
Two back row for Yuko. These will have to do a lot of heavy lifting here, as we know that
Also eines
Takagi has a
Chalice.
deep Crusadia extra deck package. There is another full line of Crusadia cards that were shown in yesterday's semifinals, and we're just dropping the Equimax.
Für Magistus, echt?
Huh. Well, let's see where
Magus.
Takagi goes with this one.
Yeah, just gonna. We know that he's playing the second copy, you know, so
Yeah.
he feels like he can just combo through and then makes a second one later on. Because the thing
And
is,
this gets another Arborea into rotation.
yeah, he now knows that there is the Forbidden Chalice face down.
Ach, der
and
will
so
die
he
Chalice
could just
weghauen.
attack
Okay,
with
das ist gar nicht so,
Equimax,
gar nicht so
then,
dumm.
he could, you know,
Yeah.
Ja, das ist
So
gar
he
nicht so
grabbed
dumm.
replace. He maybe already has Draco. I feel like Draco's pretty useful in your follow-up
yeah.
turns.
Yeah. There's a reason Takagi is here. He has a plan. He has a strategy of where this field is going. We're going for the
that's
Reclusia.
huge.
This will force out the Forbidden Chalice most likely.
I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the regular.
I guess maybe if he knows, yeah, he's gonna go for the Chalice.
There
That's
it is.
nice.
Yeah, because the Reclusia otherwise can just pop itself in something else.
I guess you could just chain it on the link, right? So
Yeah, I
you'll
think you go
prevent-
after the regular.
Yeah.
Arborea protected.
Well played here by Yuko, and let's see this last card in end. If he is able to come up with the field here, yeah.
Die Frage ist ja, was die letzte Setkarte ist, ne?
Is it the Draco? That would be so cool.
That would be incredible. We still don't know what Yuko's other back row card is right now.
Yeah, it's been down for quite some time. In
Holding
terms
on
of
to
Duel Links
that.
time.
In terms of dueling, true. It's a good distinction to make. Now, we know there's another Equimax in Takagi's extra deck. I'm not sure what the other two cards are, if there's other options to go into in this instance. And if so, what those might be, and if they can actually get through what Takagi is staring down.
Das fühlt sich auf jeden Fall alles ziemlich gut
Why
an.
I was surprised to see Crusadia. It's not one of the highest powered decks around, and it can be tough to play through a lot of the top threats.
I think we are just going maybe for the second Equimax and attack. That's it.
I guess.
Let's see, or maybe not. Maybe you could go for something else. Let's
They're the
see.
right arrows.
Yeah.
There is the Equimax. We can just try and clear the clear wing. And then hopefully that back row does not do much to stop you. And we have another Maximus.
That's nice though, yeah.
Ooh, do we just switch everything? Oh, we're keeping one
Nee,
Maximus.
und der zerstört das
No
Ding einfach.
response from
Wow.
the face down. Also important to notice that Takagi is basically at a TCG like life points count now.
Yeah,
It's like-
7,600 life points. Not only does Yuko need to combo through this field, an intimidating field, Equimax can negate something here, but you also need to do 7,600 damage at
Yeah.
some point throughout this duel to Takagi.
If there was a top deck, that was one of the better ones with the win. Now there is at least a hope of coming back into this. Let's see if
Yeah.
you can find the line though.
There's no back row for Takagi, so it's really just this Equimax that Yuko needs to play through. But Takagi, this is what I said, he's a patient player. He's waiting for the right moment. Frame Lord
Siehst du.
Zeta. Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah, but the issue is there is still another. Now in Memphis 2, you can punish both, and he's gonna be left with no field.
Okay, this should be it.
Yeah.
Takagi, we have the headphones coming
This
off.
might be it.
And that's the Kaiju.
Ja.
He has it. Takagi.
3-0
with a
einfach
3-0
im
sweep.
Finale geklappt,
It's
ey.
your Duel
Wow,
Links
mein.
2023
Gott, ey.
Champion!
World Chalice,
what an
Speedroids
incredible
und Destiny Heroes.
3-0.
Wow!
Kann man mal machen.
Deserved, and what a match. We mentioned it. No 3-0 all weekend, and now he does it in the finals. Amazing, amazing Takagi.
Crazy. Jetzt wirst du dich gar nicht freuen. Was ist das denn? Du bist gerade Weltmeister geworden in Duel Links.
さあ優勝しました高木選手、今のお気持ちをお願いいたします。
问你，
获得冠军非常开心。
優勝できて非常に嬉しいです。
一直以来做了这么多的努力，终于在今天获得了成果。
今までの努力が報われましたので。
Übersetzt doch wenigstens Englisch. Mann, was ist denn los mit euch?
素晴らしい試合をしてくれた選手に盛大な拍手をお願いいたします。
Glückwunsch. Crazy Typ.
Well earned from Takagi, a 3-0 Marcello. This was not a 5-game series. This is the first sweep that we have seen all weekend on stream.
What a match it was, and what surprised me, or maybe not, was that Takagi just stick with what he did all weekend, bringing the same decks in the same exact order. It just worked out.
Billy, you got to see a Crusadia deck. How are you feeling right now? I know you're watching TCG OCG yesterday. This is the treat of dueling.
I mean, this almost felt more like TCG OCG than I remember from Duel Links back when I was playing in my day. But it was incredible. It looked like both players really know what they were doing. Came in with the strategy, as you said, the same way he played yesterday. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that strategy led him to becoming the Duel Links World Champion, the first one in 4 years.
And we did see there was back row in Takagi.
Yeah, there was. There was indeed. That crackdown was a really important one in this finals, but nonetheless, you got to give credit to his opponent all the way here, and an amazing year of Duel Links. Managed to go all the way to the finals. Unfortunately, lost out, but yeah, Takagi is just the star of the show for now. What a year for him.
Yeah, in every competition, there must be winners, there must be losers. But you're still on the final stage. So respect to all the players that participated over the weekend. Congratulations to Takagi for taking.
Aber mein Englisch ist ja nicht so gebrochen. Ein bisschen Englisch spreche ich ja.
In 4 years, it's not just the fact that he gets to now say he's the best in the world of Duel Links, but it's the best that has not been decided for a long stretch of time.
Yeah. It has been a while for sure, and what a better way to do it. Even sneaking in with that qualification, because he got the 4th place at the KC Cup. Maybe a lot of players underestimated him, and now he is the world champion. He's the best player in the world.
I mean, that's one thing that I love about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is you don't have to be ranked the highest, you just have to get into the tournament. And once you're there, everyone has that equal opportunity, the same chance to walk away with the championship.
Yeah, you can have these deep runs from players. So with that said, that is it for Duel Links.
Oh, das war's zu Duel Links. Jetzt haben wir wieder den Stream hier. Oh, Duel Links. Gibt es Werbung zu Duel Links? Habt ihr gerade den Weltmeister gesehen? Jetzt gibt es Werbung zu Duel Links. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 2023. Was kommt denn jetzt? 7? Okay. Rush-Tool. Aber how?
皆さんこんにちは。コナミデジタルエンターテインメント遊戯王デジタルゲーム制作チームプロデューサーの寺島です。2016年にサービス開始となりました遊戯王デュエルリンクスですが、遊戯王デュエルモンスターズから始まり、昨年アニメ6作品目の遊戯王ブレインズを追加し、さまざまなワールドで楽しんでいただいているかと思います。現在9月28日の新ワールド開放に向けて準備を進めておりますが、今回は7作品目となる遊戯王セブンスワールドが追加される予定です。
Aber wie machen die das ins Spiel rein?
これは日本で2020年よりサービス開始となりました遊戯王ラッシュデュエルがデュエルリンクスでも遊べるということです。大量ドローや連続召喚などラッシュデュエルならではのダイナミックで
heißt, du kannst dann Rush-Duel
新しいデュエルを
Dueling
体験
spielen?
いただけます。一から始めることができる遊戯王の新たな入り口として全ての皆様にデュエルリンクスを楽しんでいただければと考えております。現在デュエルリンクスではオフィシャルカードゲームを元にしたスピードデュエルを遊んでいただいておりますが、新ワールド追加後は
Ah, du kannst Speed-Duel und Rush-Duel in... Okay, das macht sogar Sinn. Das ist aber
展開
wild.
させていただきます。引き続きスピードデュエル、ラッシュデュエル、それぞれのワールドを盛り上げてまいりますので、これからのデュエルリンクスにご期待ください。
Crazy.
Can you believe it? We got sevens coming, Billy.
I'm so excited. One of my favorite characters from all the animated series is actually from Sevens, and I've been watching it since the beginning, and that's Luke. I can't wait to play as Luke in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Sevens world. I'm so excited for
The
this.
funny thing is, I even asked you this ahead of the show. Who's your favorite character? And you're like, yeah, you can't play him in Duel Links. But hey, look at that.
I'm so pumped.
You manifested.
I really did. I believed in
Thank
it.
you, Billy. Everyone actually say thank you to Billy. Thank you for bringing us in.
Aber es scheint, dass die Announcements zu den jeweiligen Produkten auch hinter die World Championship packen. Das ist halt clever.
We already just went through the Duel Links World Championship, but we really look into the future, and that's amazing news.
Exactly. And speaking of the future, coming up next, we have the Master Duel Worlds Finals. So make sure to stick around because North America versus Europe is coming up right after this.
After was? Aber ich meine, Rush-Duel in Duel Links ist eigentlich ziemlich cool, oder? Weiß nicht, ich finde das, glaube ich, gar nicht so eine schlechte Idee. Oder meint ihr, das ist halt dumm? Ich würde trotzdem gerne wissen, wann hier was kommt. Gehen wir wieder zu Muri rüber und gucken, was bei Muri abgeht. Muri ist einfach nur, dein Stuhl ist da, der Rest ist weg. Passiert nichts. Dann werde ich auch einmal ganz kurz auf die Toilette springen. Denn jetzt gerade geht ja nichts ab. Deswegen gucken wir mal, was gleich passiert. Oh mein Gott, Master, du erst in einer halben Stunde. Holy shit, was machen wir denn für die halbe Stunde? Ich habe das Gefühl, dass die Rush-Duel ins TCG bringen werden. Ich weiß nicht, könnte sein, könnte nicht sein. Gibt es denn irgendwas Spannendes, was wir uns angucken können in der Zwischenzeit? Wir haben jetzt eine halbe Stunde Zeit. Gibt es irgendwas Spannendes, was sich lohnt anzugucken? In den 6 Minuten, die wir haben. Wir können uns eigentlich das Video angucken von...
So you might have been told that shorts are like cheat codes for growing your channel. And if you take...
Team RPS. Team RPS schon der MST. Denn die haben ja so einen Labern-Vlog gemacht. Geht 5 Minuten, können wir ja mal reingucken. Was MST da gemacht hat an Day Zero.
Hey guys, this is Tom Bucks, and this is day 1 of WCS. You know what? Since Nishi never got back to me, I'm gonna find the next person that I see, and I'm gonna invite them behind the scenes with me on this adventure.
Hey Tom.
Hey guys, it's Tom Bucks.
And Nishi, what's up guys?
We are here in Dragon Star, which is one of the OCG card shops.
Really cool store. The layout of the store is really different. They have cards in all of these like glass displays. It's really different from how things are back at home.
Yeah, definitely. But here, we're gonna be splitting up.
Yes.
The channel's not splitting up, but we're splitting up. We're gonna go buy some stuff. We're gonna compare our haul at the end.
Yes, and we're
This is
gonna...
exciting, because I can barely read Japanese.
I can't either, but
you're Japanese.
I know. I know. But there's some cool like exclusive products that we can only get over here.
So
I'm looking forward to grabbing some stuff.
We're gonna compare which of us get the better haul.
You guys tell us down in the comments.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, guck mal, Paul ist auch da. Native Overlord. Oh, die sieht schon cool aus, die Karte. Ich mag die. Das ist die komische Kartoffel, ne? Ich möchte übrigens immer noch das Lost Art Mystic hier die mystische Mate haben. Gibt es die mittlerweile eigentlich?
We are back. So that was a pretty fun day. I think I really enjoyed seeing all of the card shops here. In Tokyo, they're so different from the way that card shops look in, back home.
North America.
Yeah, they have all of these like display cases. All of the cards are on display. You can see all of them. They're not in binders or anything, right? And back home, we might have like a small showcase. But here you have entire stores that are dedicated to just cards. And it looks really awesome. Like you walk in, you see all the product.
I like the ordering system. Some of the stores,
yes.
It's almost like ordering fast food.
Yeah, kind of.
You get your order number, and then once you're ready,
once they prep it, they call you up, and you're good to go. So
you just pick it up from there. So okay, anyway, haul video. We did say that we're gonna
video.
So this is what I picked up. I'm holding the camera right now.
Okay.
But a utility box, a secret utility box. I heard these are pretty cool. So
yeah.
I'm gonna wonder what's in here. But I also picked up the latest set in the OCG Age of Overlord.
That's a crazy set.
There's a lot of things that I'm really excited about.
There's a lot of.
I can't wait for it to arrive in TCG.
Yes.
Well, what did you pick up?
I think it's a game-changing set. So I'll show you guys. believe it or not, I did pick up 2 of the same things. So great minds think alike. Apparently I'm copying Tom, but I also got the secret utility box. That was crazy. And I also got a box of Age of Overlord. I'm so excited. I really want to pull the...
Was mich wirklich interessiert, weil die jetzt ja mittlerweile auch englische OCG-Karten releasen.
But I did also get some other things.
Dass man halt günstige Karten als Box auch besorgen kann.
Afterwards, but I got some. And then the other thing that I was able to get was a pack of these Tearlament Perlegia sleeves.
Very nice.
They're really, really nice. I really like the way that these look. They were so difficult to find. I was really glad that I was able to find them eventually. But yeah, I'm going to bring these back home. Yeah.
So, since we did pick up 2 of the same boxes.
Oh, I guess that means that we're...
Pack battle?
Pack battle. Worlds 2023 edition. So, that'll be fun. I think it'll be different because... we don't usually do pack battles with OCG sets, and
you know what? It's gonna be a different one.
It's gonna be cool. So,
maybe, although we get to run it back once we get to it.
True, true. And Tom and I are tied 5-5. So this is actually gonna be a very, very big pack battle. So make sure that you guys stay tuned for that one.
Oh,
yeah, absolutely.
All right, it is getting pretty late.
Yes,
it was a very interesting day. We got some player interviews coming up, so. Man, we were trying to get them to spill their secret sauce. What made them so good? How did they start?
Yeah.
And you know what? Every journey has a beginning. So, anyways.
Yeah, we'll be sure to bring more of that to you guys like within the next couple days. And if you guys want to see more coverage from MST.TV about the World Championships 2023, make sure that you guys stay tuned for more.
Ah, das war's schon. Okay, cool. Da ist ja nicht viel passiert dann. Ja, cooler Vlog auf jeden Fall. So, was haben wir denn als nächstes? Ich würde sagen, wir gucken uns einmal an, warum Super Poli die Mode. Aber guck mal, er hat 2 Super Polis, der kann einfach die Monster wegfusionieren, also 3 von denen. Er für Türmen die Biro, so das ist auch funny jetzt, ey. Er hätte also alles bewenden können, hätte einfach den Biro gezogen. Ja, cool. Wäre es irgendwie besser gewesen, das andersrum zu machen? Weil so hast du kein Monster, was über den Siegen drüber rennen kann. Achso, weil er jetzt noch mit Brand Combo gehen kann. Ja, okay. Also so broken war Super Bowl jetzt auch nicht, muss ich dazu fairerweise sagen. So, weil er damit gewonnen hat. Ja, cool. Wow. Ganz normal Super Poli-Ding. Ja. Was sagt der Stream? 16 Minuten zum Master Duel. Okay. Dann gucken wir uns an. I build a Meta Deck for 100 Euros. Alter, die Fresse ankommen.
Okay, Callie, you can cook, but can you actually make a complete budget deck with only $100?
Also 100 Euro ist auch viel zu viel.
Are you challenging me? I can cook.
100 Euro kannst du locker halt ein Competitive Deck mit bauen. Also 100 Euro ist ja wirklich super viel Geld.
Welcome, big dog. and you are now cooking with the king, a series where I serve you the best la best. And today on the menu, we have money. Krusty Krab may be onto something. I think in his Bible it says something, something, money, something, something amazing. Today I have been challenged to make a $100 budget deck, but I'm gonna make it a little bit more interesting since I've done it so many times and it's way too easy. 1, I am gonna make main extra inside.
Die Audio ist vor dem verschoben, ganz komisch irgendwie.
2, I will not be using any structure decks. That's cornball. Yeah, so them structure deck and structure decks, we gonna be winning. Of course, guys, I'm always down to do another amazing, wacky challenge. Let me know down below in the comment section, what should I cook with next? Until then, let's see what we cooking with today. So you're probably wondering what Callie cooked today. My guy, this ain't no miso soup. This is real complicated. My big brain wanted to prepare everybody that could be on a budget. Whether you're new and trying to learn the game, you just want to try something different with low money. Or maybe you want to clap up your friends and get tired of playing Dark World and Altergeist. I think this particular deck fits all three, and that's why I picked
Unchained.
Altergeist. Hold it! You want to clap up your friends and get tired of playing Dark World and Altergeist. Objection! Ironically, this deck is stupid cheap. Like, seriously, my guy, I got all of this, and I know they look really shiny and expensive, but all of the Altergeist cards together, they were like $10. And I mean more than just what you see. I mean extra deck cards included. It was kind of crazy how cheap this deck is. I personally think that that's really important for a budget player because it allows us to play budget cards that aren't specific to Altergeist, meaning that they can be transferable to some of your other budget decks. Especially if you already had these, my boy, you literally just spend $10 and you got a whole new deck. So after the Altergeist cards, there is 3 copies of
Pot of Extravagance. Ich glaube, Spulen kostet mittlerweile sogar 3 Euro.
Pot of Extravagance is an amazing alternative to Pot of Prosperity here, but of course, if you can't afford Prosperities, then you may want to consider playing those as well. And this is also one of very few decks that can benefit from a big blowout card like Solemn Strike because you'll still be able to get the effect of Altergeist Multi. Now, I ain't even gonna hold you. My common Pot of Extravagances did not come in, but so far the deck is maybe like $15. The bulk of my deck actually came from these Yu-Gi-Oh cards, which you can play in any given Yu-Gi-Oh deck this format. The interruption cards that I think are really important are 3 Droll, 3 Ash, 3 Imperm, and 3 Even. My rare Troll and Library is not came in just yet, so I'm factoring in the rares that I bought. This was actually the most expensive part of the deck. It cost me about $60 for all of these cards, but the best thing about them is that you can play them in just about any deck going forward. I like this way of building budget decks because even if this specific deck doesn't...
Die Sache ist halt die, ich baue ja ganz gerne diese ganz low Budget Decks und guck mal quasi mit wie viel Euros und mit wenig Euros ich quasi was machen kann, ne? Nee, die Altergeist kostet mehr als 10 Euro. Im Spoofing kostet mittlerweile 3 Euro. Also ich habe geguckt. Weil ich baue ja gerade ein 10 Euro Deck. Kleiner Spoiler für die Leute, die jetzt gerade den Stream gucken. Ich baue ein 10 Euro Deck. Für ein Video, was dann kommt, wenn ich es produziert habe. Das Deck funktioniert. Kostet, glaube ich, aktuell 11 Euro. Also heißt, ich muss ein bisschen mit dem rumtickern, dass ich wirklich bei 11 Euro bleibe, aber es schwanken halt die Preise ein bisschen. Je nachdem, was bei der Weltmeisterschaft passiert, könnte dieses Deck auch daran scheitern. Denn ich zeige eine Karte, die drin ist. Das ist die hier. Und dieses Deck wird gerade in Worlds gespielt. Heißt, wenn ich Pech habe, könnten die Karten, die darin gespielt werden, ein bisschen steigen. Und das macht natürlich das kaputt. Ich wollte mich übrigens als Altergeist bauen für diesen Euro-Challenge. Und dann ist halt der Support angekündigt worden. Und dann kamen die Karten, die keinen Print bekommen haben oder die schon länger nicht keinen Print mehr bekommen haben, sind halt teurer geworden. Aber ja, 100 Euro ist auch viel zu viel.
On top of that, these are also some of the best cards that are being played in the game right now. And now that we done with that big dog at an even 40, I'm just gonna blaze through the extra. 3 Adaminia, 3 Hextia, 2 Prime Banshee, 2 Linkribo, 1 Anima, one Heat Soul, one Masquerena, one Arc Knight, one Keyblade. I played 3 copies of some of the most important cards just in case they get banished with Pot of Extravagance. That's pretty much all there is to say about this. But I did promise you more. I also built a side deck. Now, side decks seem to be a little bit more specific for your particular deck, but don't worry, this entire side deck was maybe $5. The reason why Altergeist can be so powerful is because some of the most...
Das als Beispiel, ne? Ich baue jetzt ein Budget-Deck für 100 Euro. Ein Budget-Deck für 100 Euro. So, ich drehe mich jetzt um. Und habe jetzt hier, nicht das Deck. Okay, ich jetzt hier, Budget Deck, 100 Euro. Das hier ist mein Sprite Deck. Die Karte kostet ein 5er. 7. 3, weil die gibt es ja als Kamen. 1 Euro. Das ganze Deck hier. Weil die teuerste Karte im ganzen Deck ist die hier. Der Blue. Die kostet 20. Das ganze Deck hier, was ich hier habe, das kannst du für 100 Euro bauen. Confirmed. 100 Euro Budget Deck. Einfach mein reguläres Deck, was ich hier liegen habe. Challenge Deck 6 mit. Und das extra Deck selber, die einzige, ich glaube die teuerste Karte hier drin ist, glaube ich, die hier. Die kostet 20. Wow. Und der Zeus, der, glaube ich, 15 geht. Ne? Ich bin nicht ganz bei 100. Okay, ich nehme den Zeus raus, habe ich halt 100. So, das ist ja, also 100 Euro finde ich, ist halt keine Herausforderung. Wenn das sagt 50, okay. Keine Ahnung. Also du kannst für 100 Euro kannst du halt fast jedes Deck Competitive bauen. Also das ist jetzt ein Beispiel. Das kostet halt 100 Euro. Mittlerweile. Das ist halt, muss man ein bisschen warten, aber dann werden halt die Decks auch günstiger. Ne? Ich finde das ganze Konzept halt nicht ganz so geil, weil 100 Euro ist halt wirklich ein bisschen wenig. Also ein bisschen viel, manchmal.
Expensive cards in the game are spells, and you can play Secret Village of Spellcasters. There's 3 Cosmic Cyclones, 3 Anti-Spell Fragrance for more spell hate, 3 Metaverse, and 3 Rivalry of the Warlords. This is an extremely solid side deck for your Altergeist deck, and I don't think you'll be disappointed with some of the fun you'll be having. Yeah, that's right. Fun, that's what we'll call it.
Mit dem Side-Deck wahrscheinlich den Gegner nicht.
Well, I mean, you're gonna have fun winning and get that serotonin. I'm not sure if they'll have fun. But now that we got the deck out of the way, you're probably wondering, where are the
Ich finde aber auch geil, dass er sagt, ein Meta-Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck für 100 Euro und dann baut der Altergeist.
combos. A big reason why I pick Altergeist is because it is a fairly linear deck, and it doesn't require a huge brain to learn. So if you are a beginning Yu-Gi-Oh! Player, it's going to be
Altergeist ist super linear, das stimmt. Aber wenn du halt das Deck nicht spielen kannst, dann verlierst du damit halt, weil du nicht weißt, was du interrupten musst. Also für einen Beginner ist es halt eigentlich kein gutes Deck.
really easy to master. One of the best combos that you can do with Altergeist requires Altergeist Marionator and Euch, and this is probably one of the top of the line combos that this deck can do. What you do is you'll normal summon Marionator using its effect to be able to set Haunted Rock, and then use Haunted Rock's ability, activating it on the turn you set it by sending the Euch. You'll then use Marionator to send a Haunted Rock to the graveyard to summon Euch, and then link with both of these monsters. You're going to make Hextia, and then trigger the effect of Euch to be able to get the new Altergeist Malwis. Now, since Malwis was added to the hand, you can special summon it, and then special summon another Altergeist monster to your side of the build. You'll use both the Hextia and the Malwis for whatever Altergeist monster if you're choosing, for a link summon into Prime Banshee. As long as a monster is pointed to Prime Banshee, you're okay right here. Trigger the effect of your Hextia to be able to get Altergeist Protocol, and then use your Prime Banshee to tribute off your Altergeist Marionetter to special summon your Multifaker, and your Multifaker to special summon Pookery. From here, you can use Multifaker and Pookery for a link summon into Altergeist Hextia. Trigger the effect of Pookery to add itself to the hand, and now Prime Banshee plus Pookery will be used for a link summon into Adaminia. Adaminia will be Chain Link 2, Prime Banshee will be Chain Link 1. You are going to add the Multifaker back to your hand, and Adaminia is going to set the manifestation. This is actually really, really, really good. And the reason why this is so good...
Es wäre besser gewesen, jetzt das Ding dahin beschworen, weil jetzt zumindest für Impim dort schon dabei. Ja. Ja, cool. Ja. Das ist eine Combo, die funktioniert.
Because you have a ton of lines of interruption. Altergeist Manifestation can activate alongside your protocol to be able to special summon Malwis, but Malwis can also special summon your Altergeist Marionetter. Since you did use it,
aber Manifestation ist ein Attack. Also wenn dann
you can special summon your Multifaker and then special summon Silquitos from the deck. Hexia can tribute off the Malwisp to be able to get your opponent's phone trap card. Adaminya can send the manifestation to the graveyard to be able to take control of an opponent's monster. Silquitos can bounce the multi-faker to be able to disrupt an opponent's card. And if Silquitos itself is sent to the graveyard, you can get back your manifestation. You still do have protocol to tribute off the Hexia and then negate the activation, trigger the effect of Hexia to be able to add any Altergeist card you want from your deck to your hand. Card like Euch. And Malwis effect only lasts for the rest of the turn, so if you do have Marionette on your side of the field on the next turn, you can send it to the graveyard to special summon any Altergeist monster you want back to your side of the field. It's
ja, ist ein cooles Deck.
actually crazy how good Altergeist is for about a $10 budget deck. Okay, big dog, it's really time to put this deck to the test.
Aber das kostet halt keine 10 Euro. So. Aber vielleicht war es das jetzt auch nochmal 10 Euro. Guck mal, 2 tierbasiert. 5 Minuten noch, let's go. Teststand. Whoa!
Us with the hard time struggles here. Fortunately, this is still decently playable. What I would do here is I would 1-for-1 the Ash since we already have an Ash in hand. We go straight into the Euch. And since we don't have another monster to summon, we can just morph the Euch into the Link Karibo and trigger the effect of Euch. It's unfortunate. No, it's still pretty good. We'll get the Marionette here. And then I would summon the Marionette and trigger its effect. We'd set the protocol, and this is actually a lot stronger than what people would want to give it credit. And the reason why is because on our opponent's turn, we can spoofing the Marionette into a multi-faker, which will allow us to get a Silquitos. And our opponent's not going to be able to protect themselves from roll because we have protocol. The monster effect will just be met with protocol tributing to be able to negate preventing them from search. We also have an Ash Blossom and a way to prevent our opponent from attacking. So really decent for a budget $100 deck. Let's go ahead and get into test hand number 2 and hope that we can show you some crazy combos.
Ich finde es halt geil, was immer Leute als Budget-Deck behandeln. Ich weiß nicht, ich finde so 50 Euro sollte so die Grenze sein, was Budget angeht.
Pretty much the same 2 cards, which was really weird, but hey, we're going to go ahead and start off with, this one's tough. I think I'd steal, do I 1-for-1 the Silquitos though? Because this guy is, if this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, that's so interesting. I think I will 1-for-1 the Silquitos because it's a card that you don't necessarily want to draw, but you can manage with it if it's in the graveyard. So I will 1-for-1 off my Euch, and then I'll normal summon the Marionette. I do not need my...
Ich will jetzt die ganze Zeit testen, oder was? Also es wäre halt cool gewesen, wenn er gegen ihn gespielt hätte. Also, keine Ahnung, spielt weiß ich 3 Duelle gegen einen Kollegen oder so und macht irgendwas in der Richtung. Aber so macht es halt irgendwie keinen Sinn, weil testen, ja, cool. Ja. Ja, 100 Euro für ein Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck ist, wie man sieht, ziemlich viel. Sorry, ich hätte es vielleicht mehr als Herausforderung gesehen. So, wir haben noch 3 Minuten und 36 Sekunden. Was können wir in der Zeit noch gucken? Ist noch irgendein kurzes Video? Ich habe hier ein MET-Video. Das geht aber 8 Minuten, das heißt, wir müssen es auf 2-fache Geschwindigkeit gucken. Das heißt, das wird jetzt richtig witzig. Also würde ich sagen, let's go.
Hey everybody, Joseph Rothschild here, aka...
Die Intros sind immer
And it is
richtig
time
geil.
for another X thread. That just doesn't feel right to say. Last week we looked at decks from the OCG that never made it to the TCG, and now we are going to do the opposite and examine some decks that were innovated in the TCG despite never gaining attention overseas. Now before we start, I really do want to drive home, saying overseas and stateside to refer to the TCG and OCG does not mean I think the only TCG area is America and the only OCG area is Japan.
Einfach nur weil Joshua darauf reagiert hat und so, ja, weil ihr nur in Amerika TCG spielt und nicht hier in Europa. Das war schon gut.
I got a lot of shit on the last one from Europeans who wanted me to pretend that their backwater Eastern Europe post-Soviet country deserved as much respect for innovating a deck like Auroradon Turbo as America did. Well, I'll give it to you, if only so you'll stop commenting under my video. But like a great bandit once said, every nation in the world belongs to America. So mine is Casino Tier. Casino Tier is a variant of Tier that was popular before the release of Magnificent Mavens and the Ishizu monsters. In the OCG, prior to this period, Sprite was far and away the best deck. Tier Limit occupied something like 6% of the metagame at that period. But in the TCG, it's arguable that at events like the YCS in Canada, this was the better deck. That Sprite took second fiddle to this very consistent, despite seeming very random strategy. There's a couple of things that maybe explain why this wasn't popular in the OCG. Garua didn't exist and it's fantastic, not only super poly target against. Sprite is also a mechanism by which you can get a 6 onto your side of the field in a Tier Limit, but that doesn't account for like a 40% metagame percentage difference. Anyway, let's see what else happened. Right on time, here's a European pro, folks. I think I speak for everyone when I say USA, USA, USA. Have we forgotten? For whatever reason, the OCG has been resistant to using Runix as the versatile generic engine we use it as over here. I think the Fur-Hire variant is a great example of this. Yes, in the OCG, Mist Rune, as it was known, was used almost exclusively as a mill condition. Here we use it as 20 instant fusions, and it's enabled a bunch of really fun decks, including decks like this one, Runic Fur-Hire, which to my understanding, functionally don't exist in the OCG. Spence says in the TCG we were Buster locking with Union Carrier in decks like Dragon Link in 2020. OCG didn't figure out the Buster lock until 2 full years later when they started doing it in Splice. This is an interesting one. Dragon Buster Destruction Sword isn't an obvious pick for a floodgate, and it did take some time for people to figure out that like Union Carrier into Destruction Sword was a good way to beat cards like a Dark Ruler no more. But the release of cards like that was
Schon
prolonged
spannend, dass
in
nie
the OCG,
gespielt
which is
haben,
probably why they weren't examining it. Though some individuals in the comments have actually offered a couple of alternative explanations. When it first released, it was the same set as Gumblar, and the mindset was, why would you lock them from the extra when you could just hand loot them for 3 to 5? Maybe this is a good time to talk about Europe, because yes, Hope is right. Rika has seen next to no experimentation in the OCG, but it's pretty much seen no experimentation in America either. It's only Europe. It's only Europe where they know how to play the deck.
Ja.
Meshi says Conclave Control. Meshi, it's not that the OCG didn't catch on to this. It's that you are the only one who ever played it. This deck was exclusively a Western flash in the pan, one of my favorite decks ever, playing a bunch of bulk like Power Giants and Refusion. Never seen again after 2016 and never at all in the OCG. So during one of the many 2016 formats, this was an exceptionally popular pick online. It only ever got a couple of tops at the premier level, but it's really strong. The concept is your opponent maxes you and you deck them out. This deck was, unironically, just like a 2025 combo strategy. Like, it's a type of combo deck that we will not have for another couple of years. He's been doing this combo for 10 minutes. That opener looped 4 cards. This one seems like one of the biggest success stories going from the OCG to the TCG. Emancipator. This was a deck that was left to rot by the OCG and became the best deck of the summer of 2020 over the TCG became the boogeyman of the quarantine era. There are a number of reasons why this happened. Would you believe that one of the reasons why this deck was so popular in the TCG and not in the OCG is because of the lopsided COVID response by those two nations? For the first couple of months of quarantine in the United States, Yu-Gi-Oh players basically just did solo combo theory under the assumption that there would not be another event nor a list. And so a lot of old retro formats and the current format got labbed out to a degree that they have not been since. The amount of interest in breaking Yu-Gi-Oh formats was just there in a way it hasn't been ever. Like, the everybody sitting at home period of COVID in the United States is responsible for some of the biggest innovations in GOAT thought, Edison thought, and TCG thought. And one of those innovations was this, a deck that people thought they would be able to hit the ground running with once COVID was over. However, this deck's entire lifespan took place during quarantine. Team NA fielded 4 Infinity decks in Worlds 2014 and 3 of the 4 main top 8, including both first and third. This is NA's only Worlds victory to this day. Infinity was getting to be considered the best deck by the end of half format in NA, but barely any other region even considered it. This is strange because it's a Worlds format, which means that, like, we were all labbing the format at the same time and could have easily come to different conclusions because there's just not a lot of time to practice. But this deck was so good. Oh my god, look at this. Triple Soul Charge illegal in this format and you didn't want to play a combo deck? Come on! When the OCG got Dishki cards, a hand loop featuring Gust Kraken quickly took over. However, when the cards came to the TCG, Gust was preemptively hit, which led to TCG players innovating the Mind August FTK. That's right, there is an additional video to explain how the loops work. So let's do the library one. So he goes on to explain how you can do loops that are resistant to effect failure, how you can do loops that be pretty much any hand trap. But the short of it is, you get to a position where you've drawn your entire deck really quickly and very easily. This was like an 80 or 90% FTK. And the way you win the game, and I'm not fucking with you, is by looping Dark World Dealings, which allows you and your opponent to draw a card and discard a card. You will deck them 1 card at a time. If you've never experienced the Mind August FTK, it's one of the most frustrating FTKs in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! The history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Episode that features it is maybe one of our worst, just because it is a literal 40-minute combo. All right, we got to stand up for our friends over in Latin America. The USA and Europe have given Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot, but they could never have dreamed of the Koalo top. Dustin says, oh my god, we have an OCG player rather than a bunch of Americans just sort of speculating about what the OCG looks like. During Tier 0, the only way to play Runic was to blanket prevent monster effects, since Yoshizu's basically countered Fountain, plus stopped tiers from activating. So seeing Materia being started to brew overseas, especially after Dabble, I was admittedly very skeptical. While the OCG is pretty famous for not touching Runic, even to this day they don't really consider it to the degree that we do in deck building in the United States and associated TCG territories. This one makes sense, right? If you're only familiar with the period when Mudora and Tello actively counter the strategy, so you have to be playing like negate all monster effects type floodgates in order to even have any sort of success with the strategy. I could see being averse to testing with it after those cards are removed from the format. Ooh, let's see Joshua Schmidt react to this part of the video. Yes, early on the OCG really focused on how that graphic screener interacted with the Infernoids, but never really conceptualized the card as a mechanism to get some advantage in a deck that was already independently popular and just had 60 playables. Joshua Schmidt's 60-card Paleozoic Frog list is to this day one of my favorite decks I've ever had the pleasure of playing on History of Yu-Gi-Oh! It's called the Sacred 60 for a reason. This thing is tight. I think over the past 2 weeks we've realized that both TCG players and OCG players are completely capable of missing extremely powerful decks. Which is why, of course, we should, as I've said a million times before, have a unified ban list once again. See you next week.
Bin ich auch für. Unified Banlist. Besser. Warum? Ich will doch einfach nur Joshua gewinnen sehen. Ein Deutschen auf dem Weltmeisterthron. Zwar nicht im TCG, aber halt dann halt im Master Duel. Ich will einfach das Match, das Game sehen von Joshua vs. Jesse. Ich glaube, das ist alles, was ich sehen will. Oder sagt ihr nicht auch, wäre cool, wenn wir Jesse und Joshua, wenn wir das quasi als Match sehen würden? Denn das würde ich mir gerne angucken, weil das hier 3 vs 3 spielen, kannst du immer nur ein Match gucken. Kannst du ja Werbung machen, Muri. Können wir vorbeigucken, wenn die Werbung hier vorbei ist. 5 Sekunden, jo genau. Die Musik ist immer noch Killer. Also die fühle ich immer noch richtig. Die streamen aber wahrscheinlich in 80p, ne? Ja, streamen die. Okay. Ja, geht aber davon aus, das Lied. Ist ja nix. Ach, der stoppt die Pause gar nicht. Ja, cool. Dann gucken wir mal jetzt, was Muri zu sagen hat. Einfach mal interessieren.
Das hatte ich mir angeguckt. Aber alles andere nicht. Warte mal. Tatsächlich, Plans, oh mein Gott, das habe ich gar nicht gesehen. Das habe ich gar nicht gesehen. Dass Jessica auch Top 8 war. Ich habe die Plans komplett ignoriert. Wild, 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 wild. Den Breakdown hast du erstellt. Oh, warte jetzt.
Strong.
Das ist ein Joke, oder? Mann, okay. Hier, der Bruder spielt Bistel Dragon Link, Tenny Sword Soul, dann Vanquish Soul auf 3, Bistel Dragon Link auf 4, Sun Avalon, Marthmeg. Wild, Junge, krank. Was haben wir? Haben wir irgendwas Wildes außer Labyrinth? Ishizu Tierlement, ey, schau doch geht raus an diesen Ehrenmann.
Ja, guck mal, Dinka.
Ich habe, also ich wollte tatsächlich das Tierlement, das reißt, einfach nur weil es viel witziger wäre, dass selbst so ein gecrippeltes Deck dann die Worlds gewinnt. Also Junge, das wäre so cool. Super Heavy Samurai Runic, okay. Hier in ABC, sympathisch. Ja. Und was die Fragezeichen sind?
Er checkt's nicht mal. Ich hab es erst gehört, dachte mir so, wieso spielst du Runic in Super Heavy Samurai? Das macht irgendwie gar keinen Sinn, aber es ist schon crazy.
Das ist echt krass. Das ist echt krass. Das ist echt krass.
Also D kommt noch nur K.
Sehen wir seine Liste irgendwo? Marthmeg juckt.
Aber die Liste würde mich auch mal interessieren von Dinka, aber ich glaube nicht, dass die aktuell
schon
da ist.
Ey, warte mal, oh mein Gott, wir sind ja voll weit zurück. Warum? Warum war das gerade so?
Aktuell passiert noch nichts.
Dass jemand Pioli auf die Worlds mitgenommen hat, verstehe ich nicht wirklich. Das Deck ist mit der Banlist. Das Ding ist, wir haben das erste Feature war Pioli gegen Vanquish Soul und Pioli hat gewonnen. Also, die haben schon, also die können schon was machen. Neben Sus. Spaß, eigentlich, weiß nicht. Drawn, bouncen oder aufs Deck packen, das Deck packen.
10 vor 8, ich muss mal kurz gucken, was zu essen können gleich.
Was die gut drauf haben.
Weil ich glaube, ich habe.
Moin, Miso.
Noch Leberwurst oder so ein Scheiß. Mal gucken. Aber
nein, nein. Ich sehe gerade das, was Sophie reinschreibt. Die Tierspieler haben nicht getoppt, weil beide gedrawt haben gegeneinander. So ein Troll, sonst wäre einer safe drin. Nein. Oh Mann, das gibt's doch nicht. Das gibt's doch nicht. Oh, das
war aber nicht im Stream. Das war nicht im Stream.
Wo ist der Junge? Also wo sind die Tier-Matchups? Dragon Sword Soul, Marthmeg, Vanquish Soul. Hat er nur die beiden? Oh Mann, hat er nicht mehr? Videos. Oh doch. Tier Limit vs Vanquish. ABC. Tier Limit vs Dragon Link. Tri Brigade. Sprite vs Sword Soul. Dragon Link. Mann. Oh, ich hätte das so gern gesehen. Obwohl, ganz ehrlich, ich will Tier Limit gegen Tier Limit gegen Vanquish Soul sehen. Denn ich feiere also wirklich.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the 2023
oh mein Gott, es geht weiter.
Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. So we're getting ready for Master Duel category. This
Master
one
Duel.
I've been very excited about. Not only because of the matchup North America versus Europe, but Marcello because of some of the players that are on the teams, fan favorites, big pillars of the community.
Absolutely. Not only is it the first ever Master Duel World Championship, but it's the first ever 3v3 World Championship. We're all excited for it.
I was so excited. I forced my way onto this stage. I told people, you got to get me in there. I got to get in with Kangas and Marcello, and I want to make sure I'm here to cast this first ever Master Duel World Championship.
Yeah, you're doing TCG OCG, right? What are you doing here right now?
Well, if I remember, we're going to meet the players soon, but there's some TCG OCG players that are competing for the World Championship here in Master Duel. And I'm a big Master Duel fan. I've been playing since the day it came out. I haven't stopped, and I'm so excited to see who's going to be
Billy Break is aber so excited about Master Duel.
Very fun format to have, and the deck building adds a deeper layer, similar to Duel Links that we just crowned the champions for. The deck building for this is incredible, and also a reminder, this will be the first ever Master Duel World Champion that we are crowning. Marcel, this is a momentous occasion in Yu-Gi-Oh history.
Absolutely, epic nonetheless, and what Billy just mentioned is important because they have a lot of finalists here with a TCG background. I believe we have across 10 tournaments win, and most of them are just across 2 of the players representing them, because we are obviously going to see a team representing Europe in the European region and a team representing the North American one, but we have amazing players across them.
We'll meet the players soon up on stage, but Billy, just to remind everybody, yes, we are being honest, that is North America versus Europe in a World Championships. This would be huge for both of these regions to pick this up.
Oh yeah, certainly, and I don't. Both incredible, as you mentioned. I really don't know who's going to walk away with it. It could be North America, it could be Europe. I've played a variety of players on both sides.
Also wir haben gesehen, dass Joshua spielt Runic Naturia und er hat ein Striker-Deck
Is there a favorite, Marcello? Do you think that one of these teams is favored over the other?
I do not think so. At the same time, we gotta say we haven't seen one of them on stream yet.
True.
So I'm in for it because we have seen the other team a lot of times already.
I know a lot of people have been talking about that, so let's just talk about it. Team 7 made it through all of day 1.
Ja, Joshua hat das gestern echt richtig gut gespielt. Also ich habe das ja gesehen.
Richtig gut strategies they are bringing today to this finals live here with the audience.
Yeah, but we have had a lot of highlights from yesterday as this team had to go through 2 separate groups.
Aber er hat natürlich auch immer den Negator fahren, das darf man auch nicht vergessen.
At least 2 out of the 3 matches to advance to the semifinals, which were also played yesterday. So it was a long journey.
Yeah, and technically it came in as a second seed, if you want to call it, from the group that they qualified through. So maybe, do we call it an underdog story?
I don't think so. I think with the caliber player you have on these teams, hard to call either side an underdog. Almost you'd expect both these teams to be here. But yeah, for Team 7 not to have a feature match, it's probably because you knew they were going to make it here to the final. I would say they're one of the favorites to win it all, looking at the breakdown of the tournament going into this match.
Was that your prediction, even before you saw any of the duels or the results?
I think if I was looking at all the teams, the 2 teams that made it to the finals were the 2 I would have picked. Knowing that they were in 2 different pods, I think it was the tournament for them to lose, and they didn't. They made it all the way here, and I can't wait to see which one of them is going to walk away world champions.
Unfortunately, it's too late for you to say that you had made a public statement beforehand. So
True. I'm just saying, I would have. I knew all along.
But something more important to mention is that most, but at least a bunch of these duelists are also previous World Championship appearances, not only for the TCG, as we will be able to go into. We have a former World Champion among them for the Dragon Duel category. So we could see a 2-time World Champion in different categories. That would be mind-blowing.
Yeah, all of Team 7 has played at the World Championship. All
von Team
3
7,
of them are
der hat
not strangers to the World
Dragon Duels
Championship
gewonnen, glaube
stage. I can't wait to actually introduce the players and meet them. But yeah, to count them down, not up. But the other team coming from EU has one of the greatest players I've ever had the pleasure of playing, and I can't wait to see if they're going to be able to take him on.
You do have some background with him, right?
Ja, stimmt. Ja, die war schon
a few finals of a couple YCS.
Das war geil. Die haben Finale gespielt bei YCS und dann danach die YCS nochmal Finale gespielt. Das war funny as hell.
Plays and seeing what the greatest minds of the game can bring to the World Championship.
And when we talk about, we'll highlight more of the deck building, the rules as well later, but it's fun to tease that too, because that was the most exciting thing about this event. I know some people were like, maybe if you check the general discourse online, what the community felt about, it's shared cards, you can't have 3 of cards in one deck and then also in another deck, but it allowed for such a different format here in the World's Finals, and a lot of different decks being represented.
And it's similar, although different, to what we have seen at the Duel Links. Their players obviously were on their own, but they had to bring 5 different decks. This time around, we have 6 different decks across.
Okay,
there are only 3 shared cards, which means that at least in terms of archetypes, in terms of decks, those are 6 different decks, and that's amazing.
Die Max-Serie,
we had a conversation about this yesterday. That a lot of duelists like to say, I'm really good at building decks, but then the performance, what's the best top cut you've had, right? But you have to do both. To win this event, you have to be able to perform on stage and be very creative in how you approach the building of the deck itself.
Yeah, I think the Master Duel format they have with the World Championship really brought a different dynamic. Something maybe these players, even though they've played in previous World Championships, had to prepare for and tackle in a completely different way, and they were still able to rise to the challenge and meet it here and make it all the way to the final. finals.
So, Marcello, while we're waiting for the introductions of the players on stage to actually talk about the teams themselves, let's talk a little bit about the information we learned from yesterday. Some of the highlight decks, maybe even highlight moments to catch everybody up at home.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly enough, as Billy mentioned, although they were both favorites walking into the event, Team Snipe Hunters, which is the team representing Europe, we also didn't catch them until the semifinals.
That was so close.
Yeah. And that was an exciting match. But here, first of all, let's bring up for you guys the rules for the finals.
Yeah, we're talking about it a little bit already, so let's just get right into it. Each round consists of 3 sets of 3 simultaneous duels. You heard that right. There will be 3 duels happening on your screen, and we have the privilege of interpreting everything happening in those duels. This will happen 3 times. The first team overall to in total
Aber komm, du kannst quasi nach dem zweiten Duell schon fertig sein. Das ist wild.
They can
Ja, weil du kannst ja 3 Duelle gewinnen. Wenn du dann 6-0 stehst, hast du gewonnen, weil es geht, ich glaube, 8 oder so. Das habe ich
But there are also the deck building rules, which makes it so that these players, as mentioned, need to pick those free shared cards, and sometimes I can see them arguing whether, especially they all agree on which that should
Copies
be,
of free shared cards, weil das einfach Max C ist hier. Max C ist das ist die Max-Serie.
We've seen that across pretty much every other team. But the third card, you're just going to say it. That's the one that, you know, we do see some variance. So if you're wondering what we're talking about, you're given a max of 3 copies of cards across everyone's deck except for the shared cards. You can select 3 of those. So what were some of the options? We talked about this yesterday, Marcello. But what were some of the options that we were thinking teams might gravitate towards?
We have had a few, so obviously to pair it up and, you know, have a trinity, we have seen Infinite Impermanence as one popular trap card.
That seems like a good pick.
Yeah, but we have also seen it towards countering those Maxi and Ash Blossom there. So the main strategies are obviously Call by the Grave or Triple Tactics Talent. And spoiler alert, our finalists have chosen different shared cards with their third pick.
Different philosophies. That's the correct way to play in this format. Each duelist will get 2 decks to play with. So they have options throughout the series, and they can choose which deck they want to go for in each duel. We are
Bitte Joshua, pick einfach nicht Striker, das ist einfach nicht dein Deck.
If you go into
Haben wir gestern gesehen, das war nicht so
boot it
gut.
up and start playing, you're playing and the same rules that these duelists are on the stage. So yeah, I mean, it's so fun that it's so fresh, it's so live right now. We are literally playing in the same game as everyone at home.
Yeah, that's really fantastic. So when you see these decks that the players are using here, you can just go into your own Master Duel game and build them yourselves. Take them for a spin, see if you can play just as well as they do.
That's what I did after the Invitational, and it didn't work out for me. Hopefully it works out for you at home. But it's so exciting to see the best of the best play a deck and then try it out yourself.
Yeah, and also just as a final reminder, as we've seen yesterday, they go through 3 sets of 3 duels each, but they switch around. So at the end of the day, they will get to play against every single one of the players on the opposite team.
That's a good point to make, that they do rotate around, and we saw that a lot of the teams that won yesterday had the better read as to what their opponents were going to have. So it's time to introduce the players that are going to be up on stage.
Zeig die Spieler.
We've been dancing around it, but it should be any moment now that we actually get to introduce them properly. So final thoughts here, Billy, before we get into that?
I really just don't know who's going to win. I'm just excited to see some really good games. I normally going into it, I have a kind of a choice between the two, and I really have an inkling who's going to win. But this one, it really could be either team. NA, EU, could be either one. Gotta wait and find out.
Yugioh's gonna win regardless.
We're all winners. We're all winners just because we get to watch this great stuff.
Yeah, I think this desk is the not the true winners. There will be a true winner, but I feel like we're winners as well.
Four-time winners.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going there.
Marcello, you got it there.
I got a few.
Now we're flying second place in locals.
Nice. OTSs are so good.
Nice one.
Yeah, I don't know why they put me with such a seemed duelist at this point.
Oh, you're an amazing caster, and you're a Yu-Gi-Oh fan down to the core.
I did win a best of 3.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
I did win a best of 3.
So you are a winner.
Yes, there we go. So I get your titles now.
That's how it works.
Sure.
I think you did let me take back that Cyber Dragon play. So you were a gracious opponent.
That's fair enough.
But and again, we are waiting for the player introductions themselves. Those should be coming up anytime now. While we're waiting for that, another part of that format that I want to highlight is the fact that we didn't see this yesterday, but there is a chance that we finish in the second game, because it's just first team to get 5 wins total, 5 dual wins total. And Marcello, even though we didn't see it, if a team sweeps one of those and then the team wins 2 out of the 3 for the other, that it could be over that fast.
I'm just saying, we did jinx the Duel Links one. We might just jinx the
That's a good point.
Ja, das mit Duel Links war schon gerade ein bisschen crazy.
All right, counter jinx it, Billy.
Yeah, go for it.
We're going to see it go all the way. 9 games down to the wire. It's going to be an epic drag-out match. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I don't
see Ash Blossom every single game.
I don't expect
it
to be done by that second game. No. I think it is important to highlight that. The skill of the players represented. So, with that said,
my name is Yugioh Schmidt and I'm from Germany.
Ich spreche alle ihre Sprachen.
I'm from Germany too.
I'm Jack Roystenkamer, I'm from Netherlands.
I think the strongest part of our lineup is that all of our 2 decks make a lot of sense together. All of the second deck always covers the weaknesses of the first deck really well, and I think that's why we were able to do as well as we did today. We're gonna win. That's it. We're winning.
Confidence.
Raymond Dye, and I'm from the United States.
Jesse Cotton, I'm from Toronto, Canada.
Ryan Yu, I'm also from Toronto, Canada.
Hier, Ryan Yu ist Dragon Ball Champion.
Performed extremely well. He's a very strong duelist, and I think today he overperformed immensely. We're gonna try our best to become Master Duel World Champions.
Ich bin ganz, dass Jesse Cotton da seine Raider hat. Let's go! Master Duel! Hype! Ich will coole Duelle sehen. Ich hab da richtig Bock drauf. Ich meine, ich bin nicht der größte Fan von Master Duel, aber optisch ist Master Duel ein super cooles Game.
Team Chmampionship, please welcome Josh, Ebre, and Pontelbing.
Wie groß Quantel einfach ist. Quantel ist einfach ein Riese, Mann. Ich find's geil, wie die auf dem Foto einfach runtergezogen haben, aber er ist einfach 3 Meter groß.
And now from the red side, from Team 7, please welcome Ray, Jesse Cotton, and Carmano.
Ja, das ist schon geil. Die boxen gleich, ja, let's go. Dann gewinnt aber Quante, weil er so dünn ist, trifft man nicht. Ich hab so Bock. Einmal die Hände schütteln.
All right, we have them.
Jetzt
the
geht's
players
los.
are introduced. Marcello, Team 7 versus Snipe Hunters, NA versus EU.
We did go through a brief introduction, but these are some amazing players with an insane background in the TCG especially.
And I want to start talking about that. Billy, you've competed against some of these players. You're friends with some of these players. Talk to me about some of the players you want to highlight, especially going into this World Final match.
I mean, looking at discount Jesse Cotton or Joshua Schmidt. I believe Jesse Cotton's played Worlds maybe 4 times now. This might be his 4th appearance here. Josh right there, maybe at 3 or 4 as well. Maybe 4, exactly the same. I've played Joshua Schmidt personally in the finals of 2 YCSs. One of the hardest competitors I've ever played against.
Einmal gewonnen, einmal verloren.
You also have Raymond
Und das war
Dye,
Back-to-Back
who competed in our
2016, das war richtig wild.
4 years ago. And then Ryan Yu, you mentioned it, a Dragon Duel World Champion. He's already been on this biggest stage and won. So the pressure, I've never seen, he's always really stoic, focused on his game. He doesn't let the nerves really get to him, but you can't count out Quanto Thinker, Emery either. It's going to be amazing. I really don't know who's going to win.
So if Ryan wins, he gets the title now of the 2-title 2-time.
Which is just phenomenal.
Yeah, there you go.
That's unbelievable, honestly.
In 2 different games, that's very impressive.
To even think that that's possible, it's out of this world. But
it's been building up to this. This is the match I'm super excited for. The first ever Master Duel World Champions. And it will be champions because of the team format
das
here.
Setup
Again,
ist schon,
a
das ist
very
schon
fun,
geil.
exciting
Ne?
and
Auch wenn das
refreshing
andere
way to
dahin zu kommen
watch
nicht so geil war,
Yu-Gi-Oh!
ist
I
das
was
schon
so
geil.
happy. Marcello, when we first saw the matches yesterday, the 3 duels at once, the energy is going to be electric, especially knowing that these players are also talking to each other during their matches.
indeed. And what you just mentioned, yeah, it is true that you get nervous, but you're not alone there. Let's remember, you have 2 friends alongside you, so I think that plays a huge role. They can help you out, they can keep your composure, you know?
Yep.
And especially because unless you get swiped 3-0, at least one of them maybe has won, he can help you out, feeling better. So I think that's a great thing to do. And as you mentioned, we have amazing players. Jesse, 4-time YCS winner, won even more events.
And
Joshua, 3-time YCS winner, and they have a lot of titles on their end, a lot of experience, so I'm down.
But if I'm looking at anybody, based on the performances yesterday, reminder, we didn't see Team 7 on stream.
Yeah.
It's our first time witnessing them. Emre showing up with the Labyrinth deck and getting 2 wins with it in the semifinals. Kind of carrying the team a little bit. Like, those were stressful moments where they were falling behind.
Absolutely, and something I want to mention is also that yesterday we seen completely different strategies when it came to switching decks.
Yes.
In the semifinals, the Japanese team never switched their decks, and in the end that's what probably costed them the game, while the European team kept switching them around strategically.
Yeah.
I really want to see what Team 7 is going to do.
I want to get Billy's thoughts on this, because when we saw the performance of Snipe Hunters, they were trying to read what their opponent was going to play and then counter with it. We even heard the players themselves talking about how important that is. Have you put any thought into what you would go for? Because if you have a deck that you know you want to play as your primary, what kind of decks are you then thinking of for that secondary to counter the weaknesses that your primary might have?
Yeah, I think you're going to want to have a deck that maybe is resilient against like those combo kind of decks. You're going to have one of your 2 decks. You want to make sure you're going to have a lot of those monster effects or cards from your hand that you're going to be able to activate to disrupt maybe those combo decks. Maybe your other strategy a little more control-based, a little more focused on setting trap cards, being better at going first. But you definitely want to be able to counter both of those kind of strategies, because that's really the 2 main dynamics of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game and in Master Duel.
Well, you passed the test, because that's kind of what happened, right?
Yeah.
Like, it was Labyrinth as the second deck. It was the Exo-Sisters as the second deck. More of these anti, if you're trying to beat Dragon Links, if you're trying to beat the tier decks, you're going to be playing that Exo-Sister, right? So, like, it felt like they were always looking for the right matchup.
And that's what you should try to do, but remember, don't take it too far, because we have seen yesterday Quantum Think playing a Sky Striker deck, and actually, you know, that wasn't that successful. So maybe when you take it a step too forward, trying to outplay your opponent, that could happen as well.
It was fun.
Okay, das war Quantel, der
Maybe we'll see it again.
Striker
They did say that they were here to have
Dann weiß ich gar nicht, ob wir
also,
schon
I
anders
think at
gespielt
this
hat.
point, everyone's looking for that.
Because if one of them, like Sky Striker, isn't working out for you, you can kind of just leave it behind and really focus on maybe your other deck. It's really dynamic, cool dynamic that it brings to the game, having those deck options.
Yeah, I'm actually blanking right now. Marcello, do you remember what the other deck was outside of the Sky Strikers?
It was Tier Element for
It was Tier Element,
So,
okay.
you know, you can see it's arguably...
Not a bad one to pivot back to, I suppose.
I would say no. I mean, it did work out for him because he won when it switched back to Tier Element.
So let's catch everybody up then on what the popular decks are right now. Based on the information we got yesterday, based on what we're expecting today, there's a few decks that are kind of standing as the clear favorites. In
surprisingly.
That gotta be Tournaments on top, still with the Kir Kalos there. Although it suffered some strong hits in the latest Forbidden Limited updates, it still is there. But as you mentioned it at the beginning of the day, Dragon Link is a deck that is in the finals for all 3 categories.
That's so funny.
I mean, just good dragons. That's Yu-Gi-Oh! Since day one. Started with the Blue Eyes White
Exactly.
Dragon. The dragons have kept coming since then, and as we get more
Yeah.
dragons, the ways you can play with it and the strategies that you combine it with, they all seem to work together and really create this Dragon League strategy that, has dominated the World Championship here in 2023.
Specifically Dark Attribute Dragons. Something about them, you know, we just keep printing them. Good. They just never get old.
Let's keep them going.
So, Dragon Link, Tier Elements, Sprite. Sprite's another one that's been all over the place.
Absolutely. It's in there. We have seen players building it quite differently, though.
Yeah, we've seen the Melfi engine in the Sprite. Yep. We've seen the Frog engine still in the Sprite, oftentimes to get into that Melfi engine.
Yeah, Ronin Totem being still around is huge for Sprite.
Yeah.
Able to still use that slot prog. Not having the totally awesome hurts, but being able to use Ronin Totem to still get plenty of
bekannt machen. Ja, das war ganz am Anfang um sie heute Morgen um 6. Es wird ein Turnier, wie ich es verstanden habe, im Tokyo Dome geben, 2024. Ich habe es nicht ganz verstanden, das war auf Japanisch. Aber wir haben eine Announcement bekommen für Duel Links, dass wir Rush bekommen in Duel Links. Ich meine, ich spiele Duel Links nicht, aber das ist natürlich schon cool. Und ich denke mal, die werden auch nach dem Master Duel Finale auch eine Bekanntmachung für Master Duel machen. Deswegen werden sie es wahrscheinlich genauso machen, wie sie es gemacht haben. Und dann nach dem TCG Finale eine Announcement fürs TCG machen.
Some of the rogue decks, though, we've had a couple of fun ones.
You mentioned Emre and his Labyrinth deck. We expected Labyrinth to be represented.
I thought it was going to be everywhere.
We only saw it from Emre.
Same for TCG.
Yeah.
Yes,
Nobody's playing Labyrinth. What's going on?
What's happening? But I mean, Emre proved us right, we could say, because he never lost a single game while playing Labyrinth. And I would be shocked if we didn't see at least a game of Labyrinth here in the finals.
I got to chat with him a little bit ahead of the event as well, and he was saying the reason why he likes that is because it's a good going like blind. It's just it can cover a lot of bases. He didn't feel like there was a clear.
Also ich finde Rushroom in Dueling ziemlich cool. Und das mit dem Turnier im Tokyo Dome ist deshalb so cool, weil die hatten damals so ein Ding im Tokyo Dome gemacht, haben da aber extra Karten ausgegeben. Und das war so krass, dass sie das abbrechen mussten. Weil das zu viele Leute waren. Und die haben nicht nur Karten gehabt. Let's go.
For the first ever World Championship 2023 for Master Duel.
Quantel vs. Yossi. Das heißt, wir werden erst die beiden Teamleader sehen. Wie sie alle den in der Mitte klatschen, weil du spielst gegen Yoshi. Let's go. Jetzt geht's los. Jetzt wird's wichtig. Und jetzt wollen wir auf jeden Fall einige sehen hier.
And as always, on table A for the first game, we are gonna see a battle of the leaders between Josh and Ray in this case.
Reminder that the winners qualified were able to pick their teams. Both of these teams were picked well. They're, of course, the representatives of the finals. So Ray, going first, seems to be playing that Sprite package.
Nimble Beaver, a great start, going to open up access to Sprite Sprint.
Okay, also ist das dann Sprite versus Runic Naturia. Geht schlechter. Ja, Joshua ist auf jeden Fall Endboss. Aber Jesse konnten genauso. Aber wir sehen Exorcister von Emre.
Absolutely, and here, I mean, we can expect two different decks. We have seen Josh multiple times already, and the two decks that he was using yesterday were Naturia, Runic, which was also the only Runic deck we have seen in action, and Dragon Link.
So we see why he went for that gigantic Sprite instead of the Sprint first. He actually had that second copy of Angler in the hand, so he's able to get the Swap Frog and discard as a cost to be able to trigger that Nimble Angler to summon the two Beavers from the deck.
Ray showing a deep understanding of the combos.
Und Quantel spielt Tier. Und Jesse spielt Dragon Link. Das ist auch interessant.
Those arrows are pointing the right way. You're right there.
Ich habe keine Ahnung, wie ich da angezeigt werden kann.
This is a very heads-up play, as he has gone through the anglers, so that's what you usually send with the sprint. Instead, thanks to the elf, he can send the blue and get it back.
Oh, that, again, very creative from Ray.
Yeah.
Be able to go into Sprite Jet and add a Sprite Spell or Trap card from the deck to the hand. Got a couple of options. He's going to go for Sprite Starter. It means he's trying to get access to a Sprite Red or a Sprite Carrot.
Also ich mag das Sprite, aber ich bin Team Joshua.
It is rough that Josh opened no interruptions in hand. You want an Maxi, you want an Ash, even an Infinite Impermanence would feel
Aber wir sehen
the
Toad.
consistency of Sprite is really what shines for this deck. Just being able to open up with a copy of Nimble Beaver can really just send you on your way with one card.
And as you can see, Josh is actually speaking to his teammates right now.
Da sehen wir Melfi plus Toad.
Focus on their games and trying to help him out at the same time.
That's a good part to highlight.
Ist Toad verbannt, glaube ich, ne?
Have interaction in your hand, might as well watch. Also, it gives you information of what your opponents are opening with, which dual decks they're choosing to play for that first duel.
And that Melfi the Forest added that Melfi Caddy.
Yep.
Such an awesome card. You're able to special summon during during your opponent's turn. It'll be able to return to the hand and add a beast, including Melfi Penny, which will be
also ist Toad-Band, okay.
Generally, that is where they end up with.
Yeah, I really like it if you draw the penny, you're able to add something like Nimble Beaver or different beasts from the deck as well.
But seems like that's about it, and this is an impressive field with 3 face downs.
And he sets the Sprite Starter, right? So you have to be careful. If you want to go into the level 4 Synchro, you're going to be...
Das ist ein krankes Endboard. Holy.
could have another Sprite starter.
There could be. Could be a Smashers, could be a Gamma Burst, could be a lot of things. Infinite Impermanence is a very popular one, called by the Grave. Josh does not know. That is the important part. Josh will have to play through a fearsome field and 3 unknown back rows.
Dark Rune and more notoriously really good against Sprite.
Yeah.
But if you're having it in your deck here, might not be the case.
So what do you think, Billy, would be better if Josh was on the Naturia deck or on the Dragon deck? Okay, I guess not.
Hopefully it is the Runic deck.
It is.
Für 11.
Has to target Sprite Elf, has that targeting protection, just an extra bonus to Sprite Elf.
Yeah, so now he's gonna think about either going for that carrot. He cannot use Masquerena because we are in the draw phase.
Yeah. Important to note, these quick play spells can dodge out on Masquerena. So what does... I'm expecting one of them to be...
Chain, das ist keine Monsterzone frei. Aber das am meisten macht eigentlich Sinn, das mit Carry zu annullieren. Und dann... Das große Problem ist halt, wenn er den Negate in der Hand hat und er macht genau das, dann kann er den negieren. Und das könnte jetzt passieren. Ja, okay, er hat da nicht.
I guess the sprint, so I guess you want that Xyz material for sprint.
Sprint or yeah, double cross.
Because you can just use the rat to get it back also.
Good point. Yeah.
Okay, aber kein Katzi. Vielleicht ist er noch?
Dispelling great at summoning a monster.
Yeah, and he's probably gonna chain it here on the caddy, as mentioned. Makes sense.
The way Ray plays this deck is so satisfying to watch.
Richtig gut gemacht. 11 ist halt so eine gute Karte, ne?
Fever and an Angler. Well, I mean, everything worked out. Like, this is still a full-powered sprite and field.
But at the same time, table C is over, and the win goes to Snipe Hunters. Emre with that Exo Sister deck taking the win.
Emre carried das Team auf jeden Fall schon mal gut.
Yeah, that was lightning fast.
So since the monster was summoned, it's going to trigger the Melfi Caddy, so you'll be able to return that to hand and add a beast.
Generally, it will be that penny, like you had mentioned. The 2-star tuner lets you synchro summon with something in your hand, the Melfi in hand. That will be a 4-star. And we do have Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah, the name of the game, stopping Runic Fountain from connecting.
Au, richtig
that
aua.
Seems like it's a very rough start from Josh.
Yeah, the best part about Melfi Penny, as long as the beast returned to your hand, it has that quick effect to special summon any time during the turn. So you can wait till the exact moment you want to do it.
Sacred Tree ist aber trotzdem mal ein guter Mill.
As mentioned, he had that Sacred Tree, so he can go grab either Mold Cricket, which is usually one of the greatest options.
Mold Cricket macht ja Sinn.
Okay, now we're going for the penny. If you can get Herald of the Arclight out on the field now, it feels incredible. You have the negate. You're really messing with the graveyard setup of the Runic deck, and it's just so hard to get through because it's not just that. It will also be the sprint.
Und er hat noch einen Starter für einen Red, das haben wir auch nicht vergessen, ne?
The Herald of the Arclight, yeah, definitely looking to just more ways to make sure Runic Fountain doesn't connect, or being able to stop something like Naturia Mold Cricket, like I said, very huge.
Let's catch up on table B while Josh continues on with the
Yeah,
turn.
it seems like Quanto got a pretty good start here with the Tier Limit deck against a Dragon Link deck from Carmano.
Yeah, it looks like in pretty controlling positions, that Kaleido Heart and Scream on the field.
We've also the Pierre Feller Rhino.
You're right.
There we go. Look at that.
Called by the Grave.
We're both set. And we're going to chain Naturia Blessing.
Ja, aber er macht einfach den
Herald monster out of the graveyard. The Call by the Grave won't resolve, and the Mold Crew will be on the field. This might prompt a response here.
Herald of the Arclight, you could just choose to negate now.
Exactly. I think you might have to.
I would. But again, I've been wrong before. Let's see what Ray is reading right now. You still do have the IP Masquerena and the Sprint.
I see a Hovness being triggered down there on game number 2 versus Striker Dragon. Going to be sending a lot of cards from the deck to the graveyard.
It looks, if table goes in favor of blue team, even if Josh is behind here, even if Josh is struggling, as the Herald of the Arclight will negate.
Aber das Board von hier
It's a good start for Snipe Hunters.
Sprite war auch insane.
The first duel.
Und er hat immer noch den Bounce, den Starter und Masquerena mit 2 Karten. Da spielst du nicht durch.
And a Magnamur on table B at the same time, while on table A it seems like Josh is struggling with 2 cards in hand, and his face sets one. Wow.
Sets another.
This might be it for Josh. next turn.
Yeah, this game not looking great.
Oh, that is...
Smashers. Oh my god.
What did I say? The back row for Sprite is a little predictable, and it was the usual suspects. Goodbye to that one back row, and it looks like goodbye to Josh in this first duel. They got one card in hand, one monster on field, and Ray has many options.
Raven Dye, YCS champion in his own right. No reason to believe he can't take down a high caliber player like Joshua Schmidt.
Yeah, good start.
Yeah, and this is,
Aber ich meine, Joshua hat es perfekt gespielt. Was soll er gegen das Brot machen? Ne? Und die Impfung, Alter. Oh mein Gott.
Yeah. I love this card. It is the one that says this duel is over.
Gamma Burst.
Knows the writing's on the wall.
Yeah,
Gigantic.
Focus on Quantum Fin game instead. Makes sense. Wanna prioritize making sure that the table B at least locks that win.
Table B could be the big decider here. It looks like table C and A are going to be 1-1 for the teams. It is first to 5 victories across all 3 potential games. Here's the attacks from Ray.
Damage
step has the Sprite Gamma Burst. Ray with these attacks, Josh will have in hand. They can stop this against the Sprite Carrot and a red. So Ray is victorious in his first duel, which means table B will determine who is ahead after game 1.
1-1.
Aber
There we are. As mentioned, Quantum Fin, really good spot at the moment. But some bestials on the Dragon Link deck from Carmano.
Ja, das Matchup ist halt nicht so geil, ne? Weil die Bestials halt gemanagt werden, ne?
Yeah. So Carmano set up a field. It was cracked by...
Und Striker ist noch ein beschisseneres Matchup. Das heißt, er wird bei Tier bleiben.
I was looking at it and I'm pretty sure he just got it with that Maxi and he decided to completely pass. So that's what happened, and now he's trying, you know, to fight back from this threatening field from Quantal.
Bishop Baldrake, fantastic card, and we have the Lubellion in the graveyard.
Lubellion, let's see if he has a branded spell or trap he's going to be able to activate from his deck. It looks like he is going to place one to the spell and trap card zone.
And a Saliak. Wow.
Saliak with Kleidoheart, incredible combination.
Saliak. Und er kann nur noch wegballern mit Kleidoheart. Ein Hafnis, okay. Ist natürlich safer. Und dann kann er beides machen.
Let's see if there is another bestial in the end to stop this Hafnis.
Yep, and the Kleidoheart effect triggers since an Aqua monster was sent to the graveyard, it can return a card on the opponent's side of the field back into the deck.
Yeah. That doesn't seem to be the case, so this makes it very hard for Carmano to fight back with only 3100 life.
I missed this card.
Ach, Kid-Kalos ist ja noch legal. Ah, stimmt. Kid-Kalos ist ja legal im Master, ich hab's so vergessen.
Very powerful card.
Oh mein Gott, stimmt ja.
3 of this in my first box opening.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's
ja,
elements, Rhino Heart follow-up.
Okay.
This is one of the powerful aspects of the Dragon Link deck, is that you still have many plays. The playbook goes very deep.
I think he's shaking his head. He doesn't seem happy, and he passed back. That's it.
End phase. That should be game.
Quantum Link
only needs to do 3100, has more than enough just on the field presently.
Advantage looks like it's going to Team Snipe Hunters.
Yeah,
ich würde es trotzdem
even though
versuchen,
their leader lost, they are still on the edge of just winning this sets of game 1.
And we are gonna...
Weil er gucken muss, ob da ein bisschen ist.
Isn't just accepting Carmano's pass as a signal that this game's over. Still wants to go into more cards.
Yeah, the Kikalos is going to send 5. The Scream is going to send 3. The Rhino's going to be able to send any Pyramid's card. This game is all but over.
Yeah, we're just going through the motions. All's done but the crying, as it looks like Snipe Hunters will be up 2-1 after pivotal that Team 7 still picked up 1 win though. A reminder that it can end in two games worth of duels.
Yeah,
Snipe Hunters will need to sweep the next one,
next round, next game.
That's still a possibility. Quantal is just making sure, because he knew that there was a Magnamut in the end from Carmano.
Bisschen Protection und dann kannst du für Game reinrennen.
Yeah, now the Rukalis is down. It's all but over. He just needs to move the battle phase. After he finishes resolving his chain links, the kicks also summoned on Ryan's turn. Now he's summoning on his turn to be able to add, using both effects. Or he's just going to go ahead and use his Effusion material right away. If you go into something like Pyroplan, Drago's Stapelia,
Ja.
Okay. We're just trying to insulate against any other cards that Carmano could have in hand, and there we go.
Jo, hatte nichts mehr. Okay, cool.
Advantage to Snipe Hunters and
also Joshua hat gechoked, aber ich meine, gegen das Board konntest du auch nicht viel machen, muss man auch fairerweise mal sagen. Da machst du nichts. Also, ich habe schon viele Spreadboards gesehen, aber das war disgusting.
Yeah, the opponents switch, and this is where it also gets interesting. Let's catch Billy up, because this is where the decks can change.
Little game of musical chairs.
Yeah. It's a 50-50 to know. All right, either way, like what your opponent's going to be playing, so you still have to guess in a way of like, okay, we can't assume they'll play the last one. Yeah. And oftentimes, who wins this next round is the one that makes the correct read, Marcello, of actually knowing.
Also gerade den Master als Kid-Class ist halt eine Karte.
I gotta say, it's also interesting the way they are paired up against. For example, we saw Jesse Cotton losing round 1 because he was up against Emre, and arguably that's his worst matchup because he's gonna be facing against either Exosister or Labyrinth, and he's the one with the tier deck, you know. So maybe that's what happened. But now I feel like you could just keep playing a tier element, and worst case he is very experienced with
it. I wonder if Jesse does switch to his other deck, because I mean, he's really well known for playing tier elements. During that format, during the TCG, he dominated the game. Multiple YCS finals, wins, everything. So maybe they're going to have something lined up for him, knowing to switch into the tier elements. Maybe Jesse can catch him off guard, switching into his other strategy. But I think Jesse's favorite card, Fairy Tale Snow. Hard for me to believe on the World Championship stage, he's not going to believe in Fairy Tale Snow.
That's a good point. The fun part, though, is the layers of mind games, because if you thought about it, maybe the opponents on stage thought about it and thought, oh, Jesse's not going to play the tier elements again, because he always plays tier elements. He's probably going to try something different now, and then you try and counter that. The layers just keep going, and at some point the decision has to be made. The players are on stage deciding right now, and this could be pivotal, because as we had said, there is a chance that it ends here if Europe's able to 3-0 in this game. Not expected, but if they can, they could be champions already.
Yeah, so close they can taste it. Knowing that they have that opportunity, they might try even harder just to really focus, because this is the closest they've been all tournament to becoming the world champions. First ever Master Duel world champion.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned, now still a chance, but the opponents changed, and what I want to see is some switches now, because sometimes it depends on what you're playing against, and this adds another layer to what we mentioned. So now I'm thinking that also the first time that we have seen Josh losing in game 1, usually it was always the players carrying. No, not ever, I guess. Ever is maybe too much.
Career.
But yeah, we've seen him really helping out his team yesterday, and now he's on the opposite direction. So yeah, I mean, he's obviously experienced, but let's see if he can keep his composure and
Die gehen wahrscheinlich auch noch einen weiter, das heißt,
I think for Ryan also losing that game 1. Losing game 1, it's all about keeping your composure. A good way of putting it. You just have to stay focused and realize you can come back. There is a chance, even though you're down, you're not out.
Yeah, I gotta say, I am surprised that we're seeing Exosister played in the first duel so often.
Yeah,
it's been very prevalent. I thought it was going to be more of a secondary deck that comes out after the fact, once you know who your opponents are going to be. But no, we're just seeing it thrown out immediately.
I mean, maybe, as you mentioned, we went through a lot of different duels yesterday, word spread, and there is a chance that he knows, as you mentioned, Jesse Cotton is known for being a tier element master. So that's what he did. Emre got rewarded, and as you mentioned, might be the underdog on the team, but for now he has won his first game.
Quickly, too. He was one of the first ones finished.
That was very
I barely got to see what even happened in that match. I was seeing some Exosister Xyz monsters pop up. I think I saw a Magnifica, maybe. It was pretty crazy.
So it's good to have Marcello on, because I swear, there's a third eye somewhere, and all are looking at a different screen. So all the information's processing. You could probably take us through everything that happened in that duel.
Absolutely, I can try. Not even
live in front of the audience.
I can. I did. I was watching that. Yeah, I did.
No, catch us up during the next duel.
I mean, what happened though, which I did catch, was that he won the coin flip. So that was an important one in that matchup, I gotta say, because the tier element deck obviously I'm favorite in general, but when it goes first, sometimes that Fairy Tale Snow, can help out, especially against the Exosister. But I mean, that's part of the game. That's what happens, and it's also part of how you're picking your deck, I guess.
I mean, Raymond Dye, I expected him going this thing. I thought he was going to be the one that was going to be bringing Exosisters as his main deck. That is the deck he won a YCS with this past year. So I know I think he also used it a lot in the qualifiers to get here. I know that was one of the decks that I saw a lot of people encountering on their way, because a lot of tier limit, a lot of Exosisters to counter it. Same kind of thing playing out here at the World Championship.
We still have a little bit of time before the players will be ready on stage, so I want to dive a little bit more into some of the players and the history of them. Because Ray, like you said, a legend in his own right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, the first time I met him, it was at the last World Championship, and we got to talk a lot, and he's just a well-rounded player, and he's stayed consistent with it throughout these 4 years, even just winning that YCS this year. And then, you know, just being able to qualify for the World Championship Master Duel is extremely hard.
Tough.
Now, not taking has to mean something.
Absolutely, it does, and he is the leader of the team. But I think he picked some pretty decent players, right?
The former world champion, one of the best in the game of all time.
I will say, I think that
Kann man sich schon mal geben, ne?
to the prestige of this being the
Ich hoffe, du hast die Möglichkeit, jemanden einzuladen, holst einfach einen der besten Spieler der Welt und halt den letzten Dragon Duel Champion. Duel Weltmeister, ne? Geht schlechter auf jeden Fall.
You do the hard work, we'll tag along, then we'll come from here up on the stage.
Come on.
We believe in you, Kane.
I have a really good Dogmatica deck. Nadir's Servant, one of my favorite cards, so do you think it's good enough?
It could be by then, we'll never know next year.
You everybody from Konami's listening, just print some more Dogmatica support. You know?
Exactly.
We're starving out here. Sounds like a
They
plan.
do have a lot of support, but there could be more always.
There could be more.
I think you might be the only one that wants that to continue.
You know what, now that I think about it. But we are getting ready to hop into the second game. Will Europe sweep here and end it now? Team 7 taking on Snipe Hunters now.
Gucken wir uns an. Let's go.
The opponents have swapped up. The decks maybe have swapped up.
Okay.
Yet to know currently.
As we can see though, that are the matchups. So Josh is gonna be
Ich finde
playing
es halt schön, wie geil die halt gerankt sind von der Höhe, ne? Emerald, Josh und dann Quante. Und schön hoch.
Let's see. We most likely will jump into table 2. So table B. Let's see.
I love this intro for the World Championship. This is sweet.
I love to let the tension build because you know these players are feeling that tension as well. You see their faces, you see the concentration and the focus that all of them have to exhibit. Team 7 communicating a little bit, probably saying who's going
Maxi.
just a blind Maxi.
Oh my
in the draw phase.
God.
Wow.
Yeah, probably trying to play around something like Triple Tactic Talent. You want to use that before they'll be able to also have access to that, since Triple Tactic Talent's only main phase.
Mirror match.
That's a good point.
Safe.
Follows it up with that Rhino Heart's normal summon to Sin Hovness. This is where you could be weak to something like Infinite Impermanence, but nothing there to respond to it.
Yep.
And he's going to be able to go straight into Tear Limit, kick hollows.
So if Jesse sticks with his deck, we might be in for a Tear Limit mirror match in this one.
And we do see in table C the classic Ash blocking a Maxi here.
Yeah.
And it looks maybe. We see Ecclesia the Virtuous, a Sword Soul coming out at table C.
Raymond dies switching over to Sword Soul,
I really like the start from Quantal thing. So
Sword
Tear Limit can kind of play into Maxi just a little bit. Because you
Das
can't
Sword immer wieder play
just
sieht.
grab Tear Limit Soliac, and you're going to be able to use that
Und
Soliac to
ist
sink
halt
your
nur
colors
auf
to your
Kit-Kalos
opponent
geendet.
And that gives you the opportunity to send 5 cards from your deck to the graveyard.
Yeah.
Bettenkrieger.
We see, it's gonna be a mirror match for this one. Let's see if Jesse is the Tear Limit master.
Das Problem ist halt, dass
We knocked him up, and this is the opportunity to prove it.
Jesse ist wirklich einer der besten Tischspiele, die ich je gesehen habe.
To stop this Rhino Heart like Tear Limit Soliac, which I can only imagine will be happening. You're still going to be able to send those 3 cards, hopefully hit a Tear Limit monster, or maybe a Mudora or a Keldo, which will be really advantageous.
Wir werden sehen, was passiert. Ich gönn's auf jeden Fall, Joshua.
Yeah, for now it will resolve. Obviously, this is a matchup that we have seen plenty of time, even in the TCG, as
im
you
Team ins
mentioned,
Mirror
Jesse
Match
having great
das Wasser
success
reichen
with
kann.
it.
Das ist ja das Spannende.
Multiple YCS finals during that format.
There was a whole format in TCG where this was the deck to play.
Oh wow, and he goes for the Kelbeck in the mirror match.
I think you just have to do it sometimes, especially if you don't have any plays to really keep going. And I see Nagito also milled.
Yeah, I was gonna say this Kikalos for Quantal thing could be pivotal, but getting an additional 5 cards sent
could be huge.
Also could be huge. Let's see what was sent from either player.
Yeah, when you're sending those 5 cards from the graveyard in the mirror match, you really want to hit that Keldo or Medora to be able to respond to that your opponent's chain links. Just shuffle back those Tear Limit monsters. But he's going to go into Kitalos, Trigger, Scream.
Und jetzt kommt halt eine
Well,
Gate.
Jesse Cotton showing that only one of them has the special rarity.
Der triggert auch noch Agito.
Yeah, that Royal Rare is beautiful. And he also has that Royal Rare
Bild.
Agito, the Ancient Sentinel.
Beautiful.
So he's going to send another 5 from both players' decks.
Yeah.
I have to imagine he hit a Keldo or a Medora potentially on that first 3. Because usually I don't want to send the additional 5 unless I have a way to shuffle back my opponent's cards.
Or maybe it's possible that also Quantal eat any of those cards and then he just doesn't feel like he has enough to push here.
True.
A lot of unknown information, but the players are making their decisions. We have the Rhino Heart and then the Scream coming in from Quantal Think.
Okay, let's resolve.
Nothing's being shuffled back. The cards are resolving. The Scream's going to have meta noise. Rhino Heart will come to the field. Yep, going to be able to discard that meta. That'll let him add back a Tier Elements monster from the graveyard. Scream's going to let him add a Tier Elements trap from the deck to the hand.
Yeah, and we didn't mention that Chain Link 6 was impressive on Duel Links, but this is a matchup where you can get to that Chain Link 12 even.
Yeah,
so
6 is nothing.
Yeah.
We're probably going to see
I don't think he added anything from the Scream. He might have sent all of his traps from the deck to graveyard from those 2
that was
effects.
unlucky. And as you can see here, that is confirmed by the activation of the Salyak. Which, by the way, is limited to 1.
Oder er triggert seinen eigenen Agido.
5 more cards. Mirror match, Yu-Gi-Oh!
Even with all the cards limited to 1, they're still going to end up hitting the graveyard.
No one's taking any damage. We expect this to be a long and grindy duel. We'll try and catch up on a little bit of what's happening on Table A and Table C while these combos go through.
Yeah,
see a Sword Soul board established with that Chi-Chao and Baron on Table C.
Which is gonna be up against the Labyrinth
Das
deck
Mirror-Match ist einfach so cancer,
so
ne?
that's a very
Also
good
zum
opening.
Zugucken, das passiert ja wahrscheinlich irgendwelche Trigger
On the
immer
other
grün.
side, it seems like they
Aber du kannst zumindest nicht den Deckbefall auf dem Deck
Joshua's mid over to the Naturia Runic deck,
das ist schon mal ganz gut.
he had an opening with just a
wie
lot of
TCG.
Runic cards. He's 7 cards in his hand at the moment.
Runic can draw through all of that. Maybe it was a maxi. We'll have to wait and see, as Table C has also had some interactions. Not catching back up on Table B here. Look at that. We finally resolved the Chain Links.
And then it's just a Merrily and a Hovness, 1 from each side. Both players going to fusion summon here. Quantal think when it's your opponent's turn, you're using your fusion summon, you're looking to go into Predaplan Drago Sepelia, Tier Elements Kaleido Heart. Looks like he does have the proper materials.
Kann der wegfahren und jetzt kann der Kitros wieder ins Deck zurückmischen.
Yeah. That's pretty intimidating for Jesse Cotton to keep track of what those could possibly be. A reminder that Quantal Think is assembling all of this off of Get Close Set 3 Pass under the Maxi.
Ooh, but we see RP Feather Duster from Raymond. Sorry to interrupt there. Wow.
Good news for Ray. Against the Labyrinth deck, that's one of the best cards he can get.
Jesse also fusion summoning for his own Tier Elements Kaleido Heart.
Yeah, this is considered by many one of the most technical matchups probably of all time in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Some people loved it, some people hated it when it was in the TCG.
Sieht auf jeden Fall für TCG-Club nicht ganz so gut aus, denn ich sehe, dass hier Jesse auf jeden Fall Edge hat.
It's a lot of fun, it's a lot of words, but it's really rewarding when you feel like it all comes together.
Yeah, I think that's why we see, even if Jesse Cotton, maybe the read is, oh yeah, he's going to play this deck. That's why you put him on the deck. Because you need.
Haben die einfach beide gegen zurückgeschafft, das ist schon funny.
We see the Kaleido Hearts trade effects with one another, both targeting each other, sending them both back into the extra deck.
Very funny interaction.
I mean, this is a pure mirror match, right? We saw 2 Kaleido Hearts, 2 Rhino Hearts, and 2 Kick Hollows, both on either side. And there's an actual mirror in between these 2 fields.
Stimmt, lol.
Literally, you're on to something.
Doesn't get more than that.
Now, Teal and Sharon, that he added off that Soliak. Usually you go for Hovness or Sharon, and Sharon's going to be able to discard the special summon and send the top 3 cards from the deck to the graveyard.
Interesting, though. We see a Pot of Desires getting sent from the deck. Not a popular choice, I gotta say, for this deck. So an interesting build here.
Yeah, I think he might have used in the TCG as well.
Yeah.
Oh, but Kelbeck in the hand.
Yeah.
The cards are sent from your opponent's deck to the graveyard. You can special summon it. Then you're going to be able to target a special summon monster on your opponent's side of the field, return to the extra deck. Really good at getting rid of Kicked Hollow so they can't use that effect to summon a tier element and send the top 5.
Das ist nicht
Kelbeck
bad, ja.
is huge. It's one of the best things you can have in the mirror match.
And having it in hand means that Quantal Think not only had the Kick Close Set 3 pass, but also further insulation against the mirror match against Jesse Cotton.
Quantal Think making Cotton think.
Hey!
Oh mein Gott.
Oh,
Taktik.
About good cards in the mirror match. Triple tactic.
Monster Clown, Kid Colors Clown.
Usually best cards in the mirror match because you're almost guaranteed that they're going to be activating effects during the main phase. He's going to take his opponent's kick collar.
Yeah, oh yeah, you like getting rid of my kick collar, so I'll just take yours instead. How about that?
Yeah, he's going to probably try and use it to fusion summon.
Super Poli! Junge!
I mean, when you think about the back roll that this deck will play, you have to keep Super Poly. And Quantal thinks says, no, that in fact is my kick color.
The best part about the Super Poly, it is his kick collar, so that means it's going to his graveyard.
Oh,
he's going to get to summon, and he's going to get to send the 5 cards from the deck to the graveyard. This is one of the best cards you can have in the mirror.
Verlust, stark.
Kelbex and the Super Polymerization.
Reinhardt ist erstmal Bums.
Jesse could be in trouble.
Table C is over and Raymond is the winner. So
all right, Team 7 sticking in it. They pick up their second win, 2-2 now.
I see a Medora going to the graveyard. This is looking bad for Jesse actually now.
But this is great news because this means we are going to the third set of games no matter what.
I mean, from the team leader's sheer grit and making sure he's at least winning his games, he's going to push it to another match.
Now table A looks like not a great board state.
So the cool part about
the North American representative.
The cool part about Keldo and Medora in the mirror match, you usually want to use yours if your opponent has one of the 2 in the graveyard to target their Keldo and Medora to force them to either use it or choose them to go back into the deck before you have to activate another effect, and that's what we see happening here.
Tough spot here for Jesse, but still able to continue. As you mentioned, it's also interesting with the shared pool. Where is the Zeus? Do you think it could be in this deck? Because then, you know,
it's tough,
you do have 2 4s. You could just go into a rank 4 and then try and go into a Zeus.
Yeah, a lot of times in the mirror match, you go into like a Dweller so you can use the effect. So you can go into Zeus, and then when you Zeus everything to the graveyard, it won't trigger any of the effects on the field.
That's a good point.
But he might be trying to find a way to clear the field and then still have a Abyss Dweller on the field. But with no cards in hand, maybe that Dweller into Zeus will be Jesse's one way of winning the game. And Snow being in the graveyard is going to change a lot of things.
Yeah. We've seen the targets in the graveyard. You can just banish those now and have this in hand too.
Aber hat er nicht schon 3 Fusion Summons gemacht?
His favorite card is Fairy Tale Snow, and he's showing us why right here, right now in the World Championship.
Not once per turn, gonna change
Not
the
once per
same.
chain.
No. Yeah.
Even.
Yeah. We're up to Chain Link 7. Between everything on the board, everything in the graveyards, and it will resolve. Jesse Cotton showing why he is so feared in this deck on this matchup.
At the same time, Table A, a Trishula just hit the field for Josh in what looks like a dominant position.
This would be big for Jesse. If you can win this, it's now even 3-3 going into that final game. If you lose, Team 7 needs to sweep. They have to win.
Yeah, this game is huge. Jesse really needs to win this game because you can almost, I mean, Table A, it is, that's a lot of cards in hand. I don't think Josh is going to lose this one.
It's looking unlikely that Team 7 will pick up the win, so that means Jesse Cotton's got to focus up here. We are overlaying into that Abyss Dweller.
And we go to the battle phase.
Die Frage ist,
for now, gonna try and clear everything except for that Rule Kalos, it seems like.
Hat er den Zulu-Kreis noch?
What are those 2 face downs?
Now, he hasn't used them. I imagine they have to be infinite impermanence he might be holding on to for quite some time if that is in his deck list.
I suppose. Maybe a second.
He knows that when you're going second, or when Tier Limit's trying to have the backlash, you want to save an infinite impermanence for something like Zeus.
Interesting. I mean, he's forced to use it now, so Jesse very well played here, can just chain the Dweller, and that will do nothing.
Puts the Snow back in the graveyard to be resummoned again. I think this is what he was trying to go for, too, because he'd be able to have an access to another rank 4. He has that Baguska backup if he absolutely needs it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here Quanto gonna keep his Reinhardt by sending the Kelbeck instead.
So the Abyss Dweller didn't battle.
No, so I'm guessing there is no Zeus in this deck. That is the shared pool.
But maybe that was a little bit of mind games, because does Quantal know that?
Does Quantal think that?
Does Quantal think that? We do have the Dark Charmer coming out here. Link climbing slightly. We'll take the Madness. And now go into Sprite Elf.
Yeah, Dark really good at giving you access to Sprite Elf as long as your opponent has a Dark when you don't have those on board. You can go into that Link too.
But the Diviner.
I love Diviner in Tier Limits. It gives you access to Baron to floor. As you're able to send a level 4, you can put that Medora in the graveyard to use in the mirror match.
Snow gibt's aber auch nur im Master und ich verstehe mich auch nicht warum.
We
could be Chang Ying. It's either Chang Ying or Baron here. It might be Chang Ying.
We have confirmation table A. Blue team has won. Snipe Hunters is now up 3-2, but Jesse Cotton is keeping Team 7 in this, keeping North America in this. Baron and Sprite Elf on the field. They've already used the battle pace.
This
so
is
it's back over to Quantal Think's turn.
The beauty of the tournament mirror match. So many things going on. So many effects to keep track of. But in the end, this is the result that Jesse was looking for.
Yeah, and this was beautifully executed
by both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This draw is an important one, I feel like.
Yeah,
it's all on this one top deck.
And what's that other set card? Because there is still a card that Quantal Think did not use throughout that entire turn.
Moin Moin.
Could be another super poly, maybe.
Oh, that's a terrifying thought.
And now we're gonna see the elf. He could. Okay, interesting. Goes for the dark.
Mir geht's wunderbar. Ich gucke gerade hier Master Duel Worlds. Ja, das Finale.
Oh,
Hafnis! Oh mein Gott, was ein Draw.
That's a good top deck, for sure.
Now, these next 3 cards sent to the graveyard will be crucial for Quantal Think. This could be a huge push if you get the right one.
Reinhardt bringt gar nichts.
Reinhardt.
Yeah, cannot use the Reinhardt right now. Let's see if there is any activation
Holt Dark
afterwards.
zurück.
Yeah, Dark kind of cool in the mirror match. Also, it has that effect if it's destroyed, you can add a Dark monster with 1850 or less.
Yeah.
So it can get you some tier limit monsters. Not too bad having on the field to bring back with Sprite Elf.
Yeah, the only problem, is that it needs to be linked summoned. So right now he cannot use the effect to search.
Quantal Think we don't have confirmation if this is waiting to trigger something that was sent to the graveyard. No, it wasn't. We're just in the battle phase.
What is Jesse's set card?
Aber muss die Baron töten.
Let's see. Hold down to that.
Having beats. Let's go.
Worst case scenario, he could keep that dark, just in terms of being there, being larger than his monsters.
But if Quantal Think is able to clear that, trade the 3,000 attackers, is in a good spot, could still go into a...
It's a close one. I mean, he might
crash.
A dark
of their own.
I think he might crash here. I mean, it's a difficult decision,
Yeah, I mean, really all you have is
ich würde nicht crashen.
go into a dark.
Ja, wobei, wenn er nicht crasht.
Yeah, because if you crash, you just go for your own dark, I guess.
Yeah.
But your opponent has the Mudora. We don't know if... I mean, I guess he has Mudora plus the snow as
yeah, the snow's huge, yeah.
Oh, that's very important to track. That means the dark play is not really
Droplets.
Droplet.
So he's gonna be able to send this scream as a cost. Have that recall.
That is huge. Damage step, no interactions.
That's a big one to win this game for his team.
That's huge.
Yeah. Jesse Cotton showing up big in the second game.
I love the Forbidden Drop on the tier limit deck. One of the only ways you can crack a tier limit board too, being able to discard like a trap to play around stuff like tier limits Prime, Vanish 7. This is going to prevent him from going into that dark even, but there is a Keldo in the graveyard here.
Ja, aber muss es nicht gehen mit Baroness.
Does he have 7 more he can banish for the snow? Or just let it go back? He's already banished 14, right?
Yeah.
How many cards are even left in deck at this point? No, Chain will resolve.
Yep, he had 7 more. Snow, the gift that keeps on giving.
Wow. Already the 4th time he has activated that effect. Punished
it's his favorite card.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like at this point you're just out of resources. I imagine for Jesse Cotton, this should be the game-ending push then. If you're not able to close it out here, it's
setzen.
going to be rough. I guess the same could be said for Quantal Think. It's not the ideal field state.
Just one face down, that's all he has left in this duel.
Aber das wird eine super gute Seite. Das Problem bringt ihm nichts. Hat halt keine Handkarte.
We could even see that Baron's Witch, but I think he doesn't. He hasn't negated anything with it.
No,
so
he has not.
You just keep it. It's a great
Target
card.
destruction, yeah.
So Shreddy back row.
Has to be Prime,
Super
right? Tier limit's Prime. Oh, Super.
It was Super Poly.
So he had it, but had nothing to really use the fusion effect for it. Wow.
2 Super Polys set in that turn 1. And now Jesse Cotton has essentially an open field to play through.
Bright Spring can send merrily and get you started to fusion summon.
Oh, this is not looking good for Quantal Think.
This is looking loud. It will be all down to the game 3 with a 3-3 score.
This duel required an extreme level of mastery in these decks. Jesse Cotton and what he has accomplished right here is nothing but impressive. Playing through everything Quantal Think had. Playing through the Super Poly. playing through the kick close ping pong.
Absolutely. I mean, we did mention these are among the best players in the world, but even among the best, you know, some players are just up there, and Jesse is just one of the best the game has ever seen. So.
And honestly,
one of the greatest I've ever seen.
Props to Quantal Think as well for even having Maxi in the first turn, still being able to make this competitive. This duel delivered everything you could have asked for.
Ja, das war ein gutes Match. Also das war wirklich ein gutes Duell.
Tier Limits mirror match. Seems gonna be Drago Stapelia or Rukalos. It's Rukalos.
Ja, das Game.
And that's it. So
Brandon takes down
Hobbs. The field. We're gonna hit some damage. It'll be down to the draw for Quantal Think.
6,000 damage for this turn. Gonna leave just a few left to his opponent, and that's it. One more card, but
was soll denn ziehen?
Snow again. Just to
big time. He has to use every card he has left to clear the card in
Fairy Snow for the game. We thought Quantal Think would add another
Und
turn,
das ist der Grund, warum Fairy nur gebannt ist.
2-1 for North America, and we got a tied series.
It's all tied up. I couldn't ask for a better match.
Man sieht halt, warum Jesse einer der besten Spieler ist. Er hat klar durch die Maxi gezogen, klar, aber er hat es wirklich gut manövriert.
You have to really be calculating everything, knowing when to
Also das war strong, das war richtig strong.
Your opponent's effects. I mean, going back to when it was in the TCG, I talked to
Das
Jesse.
Mirror Match ist halt wirklich skill-based und Jesse ist halt einer der besten Spieler der Welt. Und das hat man jetzt hier gesehen.
Even in the mirror match, especially when it's your own turn, because it's always quite advantageous. You just have to be very, very careful.
Yeah, not everyone would do it, but there's a reason that the one who did it is here at the finals, right?
Absolutely. I mean, and we have seen 50 cards that turn, and I mean, I remember back in the day, Jesse was doing the same for the TCG. It was like, I know I'm better than most duelists, so when you use the effect and you send those cards, that means there are more options. The game gets more complicated. So that makes sense.
And now it's a tied series.
Crazy.
This next game will determine who is world champion. After a duel like that, I got what's Quantal Think processing right now? Like, how are the nerves? You just had to go against
wollte ja sagen, was ist Quantal Think thinking? Ja,
Maxied right away, still trying your best to play through it. You have to reset. You have to somehow refresh yourself for another duel.
Take a breath.
But now, out of just elimination process, we do know the final matchup. So maybe we can speculate about
also das letzte Duell ist Jesse versus Josh. Das ist geil. Das würde ich sehen, aber wir werden es nicht sehen. Wir werden das Spiel von Emre sehen. Das ist schade.
For the third time, or does he want to switch over? And he's gonna be up against Raymond Dai to decide.
Who is undefeated. Ray's been going incredibly well so far. Had the Sword Soul in that last duel. What do we think about Sword Soul versus Tier Elements?
I don't think it's a good matchup for that one. I think I'd much rather stick with the Sprite.
Okay.
So that could be, I would definitely stick with the Tier Element if I was Quantal Think. But on the other end, I think we are going to have that Josh against Jesse matchup, right?
No, it ain't so. It's coming down to Josh versus Jesse in the finals.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yes.
Das ist geil.
That, you could not write it better.
Oh, we did it, Konami.
Ja, das ist schon, aber wir werden es nicht sehen wahrscheinlich.
If you know anybody who is not watching live right now, shoot them a message, give them a call. You have to watch this next duel. This next game will determine everything in a momentous occasion. North America versus Europe in the World Finals.
Absolutely. But the last match is also a decided one. The one between Ryan Yu and obviously Emre.
Yep.
We could have that Labyrinth mirror match as well. That's an option. We haven't seen much of Labyrinth yet in this finals. I'm down for that. So
can you imagine?
And Ryan Yu, notoriously known for being a really good Labyrinth player from the TCG.
Yep.
He did really well with the deck. He just picked it up the night before. He's assuming he's played with it a lot since then.
Yeah.
It's just really incredible. I mean, coming down to the last 2 wins. Like, it was first to 5, now it's a first to 2. Yeah. I mean, it's, I predicted it was going the distance, if you recall.
And at the same time, at the moment, he is the one who is at least feeling like he's letting his team down with the Zouchu start, while Raymond, the leader, is really carrying him. So I would expect Ryan now to push, and get that win for the final round. He really needs it. Otherwise, I think he would be quite disappointed.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
So we just got the Tier Element mirror to be the decider of that last round.
Yeah.
The other 2 matches are going to split 1-1, the other 2 duels.
Yeah.
And then it's Labyrinth mirror. And that's going to determine Worlds. Nobody else is playing Labyrinth. It wasn't on other players' radars, other teams' radars, but the two teams that made finals chose to play that deck. I feel like there'd be some poetry.
I'm down.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that
poetry.
we might get to see that one on stream. I think it's stable C, which is Emre stable, and I'm pretty sure we get to see Emre against Ryan. So
Yeah,
that would be a good one.
I mean, just speaking to it, if Ryan did lose the first 2 games as he did, I wouldn't count him to lose 3 in a row. So
Exactly.
this is it's all in his favor.
We know he's a good duelist. We know he's got it in
incredible
him.
world champion.
I imagine that the audience will be voting for one particular duel, though. Maybe the Jesse versus Josh. We'll see if we're treated with that one or what it will be at the end.
Wenn die das nicht zeigen, es wäre so traurig.
But either, I mean, we'll see it
Aber
on the screen. I can't
Weltmeisterschaft, letztes Duell, Jesse versus Josh. Gib mir das Duell, ich will das sehen. Ich will das einfach sehen, bitte.
There is a chance that the third game doesn't even matter, because if the first 2 are over,
good point.
This is over. The third duel will not even continue. Like, they need to just win 2 out of the 3 to become world champions. So we gotta keep an eye on that. We gotta keep an eye on the speed as well, you know.
If I'm them on stage, I'm saying, look, even if we do lose in the first 2, let us play out the third one. Come on, we made it to the world stage. Let's have some fun with it. But it does determine the winner already.
Yeah.
I really hope it comes down to that last game.
I hope it does too.
Just kind of like this round. It was 1-1, and it was a really impactful game to even out the series, or just to be down to only need the other team to win 1 game. Like, Jesse had to win that game to really give his team a chance.
NA is so happy that Jesse is the pilot for that tier limit matchup, that mirror match, because if they were down, that means that they would have to win 3 in a row. They have to take all of them and sweep, which is very hard to do. We haven't seen many teams do it. I don't think we've seen any team do it on stream.
No, at all. Not at all. I mean, the level is up there. I mean, it doesn't get much higher than this, so it makes sense that that's what just happened. But yeah, one more.
While the players are getting ready on the stage.
Noch eins.
What could be their biggest duel, definitely the biggest duel of the year, maybe biggest duel in their careers so far. Being the first ever Master Duel World Champion. Let's take some time to go over some of the other matchups that we could expect to see. Starting with some duels that you want to highlight, some of the players, and talk about the 2 decks that they have as options.
Let's quickly talk about Jesse against Joshua. So
let's do it.
Joshua switched around his decks, and he has, as we have seen, the option to stick in and win it with the Naturia. Let's see if that's gonna be the case.
We're in to the
Natura Runic versus
North America versus Europe to determine the first ever Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship.
Bitte zeig Jesse versus Josh. Ich will das sehen.
As confirmed, it is Josh against Jesse,
Yes!
against Ray, and Emre against Carmano.
Zeig
you
das
can see
bitte.
they're smiling, probably thinking about which decks to pick. One last time, one last decision.
It all comes down to this, a long year of competition.
And see, look at Ryan crossing his fingers for that coin flip, I think.
He did that before game 1 too, and that didn't work out so well. I wouldn't do it if it didn't work out the first time.
Either the coin flip or maybe that, hey, I read the right deck to choose into what they are picking. We'll have all the information here shortly.
Let's take a look at these coin flips. Could be a good one. And as expected, we are seeing Emre. Oh, Maxi on Martha.
Maxi versus Martha.
Being played by Emre.
Hier unten ist übrigens...
Go for the Labyrinth deck.
Yeah.
Table B, I see a Primeval Planet Pelarino getting stopped by Ash and Joyous Springs as well.
So Josh, actually, I think completely whiffed. Josh activated just his branded spell and passed. Wow.
Oh, table A not going well for Snipe Hunters. We'll keep our eyes on it.
A complete brick, maybe some Bestials, and that's about it, I guess.
We'll have to wait and see. Not ideal.
Gonna add Vadis off of the packs. So the thing about Exorcist is even if you get max seed, leaving up your monster states on the field, not too bad.
Yeah.
If a card leaves the graveyard, moves them somewhere else, you're going to be able to use them as the 1-card materials to exceed some of those Exorcist monsters as a quick effect.
And some of their back row is able to set that up for them as well.
Very
true.
See
what Carmano wants to do here on the
Das sieht aber nicht gut aus.
In this matchup.
Oof. But I see that normal summon Mudora as well, which is going to be huge. But now, back to it.
Sophia lets him draw a card there.
Yeah. So the question is Carmano on Labyrinth or is he on Dragon Link? And we see the Maxi. And if that's Labyrinth, that's not going to be helpful at all.
Let's see what Carmano decided to go for.
So he just went for the straight up read that that's Dragon Link. Because otherwise it makes no sense to use this Maxi here.
Aber ich glaube, dass er Labyrinth gepickt hat.
We do see the tier elements at the other tables.
Weil er weiß, dass sein Gegner Exorcister und Labyrinth hat. Er wird Labyrinth gepickt haben.
Just activate them, Maxi. You play around the talent, but if you're up against Labyrinth, you really want to keep that.
Yeah, to chain to like a welcome Labyrinth or a big welcome Labyrinth.
That's a huge risk here.
And we have a call by answer.
So it is Dragon Link indeed for Ryan. No Labyrinth at all in this finals.
Now we're going to resolve the chain here. Exo-Sister deck starting to come online still.
I just
have these cards.
I love how it points at the graveyard.
It does. It's great. It's just a big old finger. That one. Get it out of here.
But now he can use his Exo-Sisters.
I believe so.
That's the amazing feature.
Because the opponent moved a card from the graveyard.
I think that's why Carmano was taking so long to decide, is this called by Worth It? Which tells me this is Dragon Link.
And here comes Martha. It's going to exceed someone maybe from Mikalis or Ophil.
Another,
Der muss Mikalis gehen.
You could lock out the graveyard also with Capstone.
All the Exo-Sister fans are ecstatic right now.
I mean, yeah, being able to trigger all 3 Exo-Sister monsters, having 3
Sieht auf jeden Fall
different
nicht gut aus für Josh, wenn ich
to access all the different Exo-Sister extra deck monsters.
Von Jesse.
I know we're talking about Magnifica being an Exo-Sisters.
Yep.
Because there's 2 of them on there.
Look at that.
Oh,
even in the artwork, even in the lore.
So cool. And the effect, it can attack twice. I love it how it all comes together.
Josh is Table A.
These paranormal investigators going to the extra deck.
Michaelis coming out.
Sie ist zu klein, sie ist von hier.
Let's see what the other 2 decisions are. How do we feel about Dragon Link's ability to get through a field like this?
It's tough. He's going to need some sort of card to deal with the board. The Mikalis has that quick effect graveyard, but if there's a deck that can do it, Dragon Link might be able to have enough ways to push through it.
Maybe this would come down to table B then. Because table A, it still looks like Jesse Cotton's in a dominant position based on the setup from Josh. Table B, Sprite versus Element.
But we are seeing an amazing opening by Quantum Think. So it's looking like I think Team Blue has the advantage for now. But
sieht aktuell noch ziemlich ausgeglichen aus.
Yeah, Sophie's going to
right here from Carmano. Let's see it.
He's still not going to be able to use that graveyard since the Sophie's summoned.
So honestly, that cold buy was not an easy decision.
Yeah.
Ooh, Gibbering, okay.
No card effects in the graveyard. Top.
Yep. It is going to be difficult for Carmano to try and climb out of this one. Dark Ruler, no more!
That's what I'm talking about!
That changes everything.
I think the timing of him thinking on the call by really want to use it might have been a bait, making him think that he was having a tough decision, but he really wanted to force out all those effects just so he could Dark Ruler no more. Either way, it wouldn't matter too much, but he follow up.
Yeah, at the same time, no card effects in graveyard. That effect already resolved.
Er hat noch 3 Karten, er kann noch was banishen.
And we see a Rocket Tracer to start things off.
Normal Summon. Den würde ich
now, there is
banishen.
still a lot of back row
that
I can play with. It does not end here for Carmano. Ryan has a lot more to play to and more decisions to make.
And at the same time, on table A, when you drew a lot of Bestials, although you break, those are amazing against tier element, and it seems like Josh is still in a good position now.
Yeah, facing down just the Time Thief Redoer and the tier element Scream. Not too much in opposition there. But we see Chaos Space being activated here from Ryan. He's going to chain that quick effect of Rocket Tracer to destroy the Chaos Space. He's going to be locked into Dark Monsters from the extra deck, but he's going to be able to special summon a level 4 Rocket from the deck like Rocket Recharger.
And still get the effect of Chaos Space. One of the powerful parts of this Dragon Link here that's picked up.
Great breaking board.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, everything is committed for Emre to the field, so if you get that Legionnaire to just destroy 2 cards, that's great.
We're going to use the Returnia now.
The Returnia.
Yeah, that was unknown, and that's a great one.
So this is going to let him go into Magnifica.
Yeah, that's tough.
And I believe, that's normal summon.
Going to banish the Tracer out. They're going to get rid of the Tuner.
We haven't used Tracers. Oh, no, we have used Tracer's effect. So, wonder what other options now.
This is quite tough because now obviously the Magnifica is not.
Has that quick effect to banish as well, along with.
Und der kann auch austecken.
Put another Exceed Monster on top of it when your opponent activates a card or effect.
Das heißt, der banisht den auch.
So he's going to try and get the Dragons off the field before they can go into something like Strike.
Ja, aber er hat ja auch keine Friedhofseffekte. Er hätte ja auch mit Chaos Best starten können, aber er wollte halt das Monster am Feld haben.
He still has to deal with the Vadis as well.
The last
wow, what a opening hand from Ryan.
But now we see the Vadis, and the thing is, those Exorcister will be able to use their effects. Obviously, those who have not yet.
Very true, very true. The layers to the interactions you can have where you don't have to commit all your monster effects and have these 2 trap cards that let you play through something like Dark Hüllen or more. Fantastic.
I think Ryan realizing it, crossing your fingers sometimes just curses you, didn't I?
I don't cross my fingers. I cross my toes.
Impa?
Oh, that's the secret.
It's all about
the information.
Okay.
Comes out.
And as you can see here, Stella, the only Exorcister case, we have seen 3 already activating that effect this turn.
Das ist nächste XC-Monster.
Use its effect, and we got another Michaelis on the field.
And Michaelis will be able to use that effect to banish now.
Yeah.
We're just battle phase, trying to hit in.
I think Ryan is in tough spot.
Yeah,
Yep.
I don't imagine this duel lasting much longer.
It's over.
Yeah.
I think Ryan's letting his teammates know I lost.
Unfortunately, just told his teammates about this. If there is nothing in the graveyard, this is about it.
And I'm seeing right now, table A, super polymerization coming down. Oh, that's really good for Josh. Oh no, it's actually Jesse's,
Yeah, but here, as you mentioned, it seems like Carmano will go with that 0-3 performance in the finals. Unfortunately, heartbreaking for him.
That is
schon heftig, man.
hoping that the rest of the team's able to get them across the finish line. This would be Snipe Hunters 4 out of 5 duels won necessary to be champions.
Yeah, I mean, this might be one of the strongest starts I've ever seen from Exorcisters, even into a Max C.
Absolutely. I've never seen that many XYZ summoned, Yeah,
it doesn't get much better than that. And having both traps is tough.
Yeah. Through the
Martha's still in hand. We're still going deeper into this one.
Denkt dran, dass Nibiru eine Karte ist.
We got enough damage on the field. Do we just hit in now? Battle phase. Emre looking to end it. Looking to put his team 1 duel away from being the first ever Master Duel World Champions.
And that's it. Once again, Emre winning.
Alter, und jetzt, der hat das ganze Team gecarried.
Team win or lose, and an individual
Oh, zeig doch das andere Game. Oh mein Gott. Junge.
He has to win this game for his team, otherwise it will be all over.
Seems like a very tough spot. Probably we have seen a Gamma Burst.
Junge, du hattest die Möglichkeit, eins der geilsten Duelle aller Zeiten zu zeigen.
This is a big one.
That can put Gigantic Sprite face down, no response.
This could be over already.
And it sends Hovness.
You mentioned if a team wins 2 duels, that third doesn't even matter.
And that third, the hyped up match we talked about, Jesse against Joshua, might not even matter for the World Championship title.
And that one looks close too. That's not decided either. Quantal think in a very powerful field state right now.
You can see Raimund shaking his head. I think he knows.
No.
Oh my God.
He's not feeling it. Table C already went to Snipe Hunters. They just need 1 more victory.
And this might be it.
And this is still Anre's turn in main phase 2. So Quantal think we'll have an entire other turn to go deeper into the engine.
Here comes Dragos.
Get out more cards. Dragos Stapelia on the field.
And that too, Quantal, who is just moments away from possibly becoming a world champion and carrying his teammates alongside.
6,600 life points is all that stands between Quantal think
Schickt
and
auf
a world
Friedhof,
championship title.
Merli, Höhle rein und schießt das Ding Game.
As well, if we want to get into the technical.
Special monster. Then you have to send a monster inside the field to the graveyard.
Ja, aber was war vielleicht das Match, was das Duell entscheidet? Was das die Welt entscheidet?
Not imagining anything in Ray's hands that could be the difference maker here. Quantal think.
Avoid misclicks at all costs.
Yeah, this is a high pressure moment. Lost the mirror match in Tier Elements, but a couple of attacks directly will win the duel, will win championships, and there you have it. Quantal think has done it for the team. Snipe Hunters, the European representatives, are the first ever Master World Champions.
Amazing.
Joshua Schmidt ist Weltmeister. Das ist für sein Stream, Mann.
Joshua Schmidt, Imri, and Quantal think
Oh mein Gott.
Wow.
Auch wenn es halt nur, also wenn es nur Master ist, bist du trotzdem Weltmeister.
What an ending, and as mentioned, in the end, that one match did not even matter between Joshua and Jesse, but what a performance by everyone involved in this final.
Also,
great matches.
Joshua, gutes Team ausgesucht auf jeden Fall.
Wow. Everyone carrying their weight from Snipe Hunters,
Guck mal,
Joshua Schmidt,
kann's gar nicht
Jack
glauben.
Rory, Steamkamer, and Emre Isilates. An incredible performance for the ages. And there they are.
Das ist ein schöner Moment, das ist ein schöner Moment. Überleg mal, ich glaube, der war schon 4 oder 5 Mal da.
One of the greatest. You see the emotion on his face. You can imagine how much this feels.
And as mentioned,
freut sich.
Ever Master Duel World Championship and first ever 3v3. We are 3 new World Champions.
Ja, ich glaube, Joshua kann es gar nicht glauben.
First ever Team World Champions, the first ever Master Duel World Champions. Let's hear from them.
I have no words. Thank you so much for rooting. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you. Thank you. We have no words. Right now we are. I never thought we would get this far, but here we are, and yeah, it's amazing. Thank you so much.
Joshua ist einfach so wholesome und einfach ein Boy. Einfach absolute Legende. Ja, Respekt. Kann es einfach nicht fassen, dass es geschafft hat. Quantel, bester Spieler. Quantel, Emre haben's gekillt.
Round of applause for the champions. A long weekend of Yu-Gi-Oh! And they get to go home saying, we are the best in the world at Master Duel.
Ja,
absolutely,
Joshua.
We didn't mention it. We had a great time doing commentary for this specific World Champion. So much new things on the line. The first time ever we got to enjoy that amazing graphics. 3 matches at the same time on the screen.
Ja.
It was a treat, but I think it's deserving. They were the only
Die haben es übrigens gecallt, das ist ein Match von Yoshi und Jesse nicht mit hat.
Matches yesterday, guaranteeing that top cut spot without even needing to play the third round, and now they are world champions.
They've made it, they've qualified in. It was a fantastic weekend. Billy, thank you for being on the desk with us here. Your final thoughts on Master Duel.
I'm just so happy I could join you guys to watch this awesome epic final. I've stood on that stage 6 years ago with Josh as someone else was being crowned the World Championship. I looked to him and I said, I know it's not us, but at least we're here. But today, Joshua Schmidt can say it is him. He is one of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel World Championships. Couldn't happen to someone I consider the greatest player of all time, almost, for the TCG.
So for one final time, congratulations to the Snipe Hunters. Congratulations to Josh. Congratulations to Europe, as you will be very proud of your champions. With that said, we're going to send it to a short break before we are back with the TCG and the OCG that will be coming up next, and we will crown champions there.
Ich bin gespannt. Ich bin mal gespannt, wie lange es dauert, bis sie das zeigen. Also, wann die das zeigen. Aber ich werde erstmal ganz kurz auf Toilette gehen. Das ist erstmal ganz wichtig. Weil das war jetzt gerade Hype und das muss ich erstmal kurz pullern. Das war schon geil. Okay, wir wissen noch nicht, wann es hier weitergeht. Okay, cool. Dann gucken wir mal, ob es irgendeinen anderen Content gibt, den wir uns angucken können. Bei Muri ist wieder Werbung im Stream, Legende.
Halt, dass das gedingst wird. Oh. Sein Hero-Dings. Das. Wild.
Alex
Wild. Armin Lampi macht auch so ein bisschen Regiogant, da würde ihr euch häufiger mal sehen. Ja, das stimmt, das würde mich freuen, Aber ihr seid ja, also ich müsste halt alles versuchen im Norden abzugrasen. Und er halt so mittig. Und ja, ich weiß nicht. So, warte. Ja, Chat. Oh, nur 33 Minuten. Eigentlich wollte ich mir jetzt das Telements-Match angucken, aber ich weiß noch nicht.
Also wir haben jetzt also 33 Minuten. In der Zeit können wir uns irgendwas angucken. Irgendwas Yu-Gi-Oh! Related. Wir können ja mal ein paar Banlist Prediction reinspringen. Oder wir können ja mal ein bisschen über die Banlist sprechen, oder?
Setup like this.
Also ich habe da ein Video von Julian und ich habe ein Video von Alpha Trading Card Games. Ich würde sagen, das machen wir doch, oder? Gucken wir uns ein paar Banlist Predictions an. Banlist Predictions machen immer Bock. Dann würde ich sagen, gucken wir uns zuerst die von Alpha an. Wir erwarten wahrscheinlich eine Banlist jetzt nach den Worlds irgendwann. Wir werden es sehen. Gucken wir, was die Banlist Discussion hier bereitet. Das ist ganz schön laut. Oh.
Hey, what's up guys, and welcome to this Banlist prediction. Today we have a discussion about the current format and we will try it in the upcoming Banlist. Without further ado, let's get straight into it. Now, the most likely date for the next list is probably after the Megatin reprints, which come out on August 9th. So probably we will get a new Banlist in late August or in September. So with this date in mind, let's jump into the banned section. So for our first ban, we have Kashtira Arise Heart. On the last Forbidden and Limited update in June, Kashtira has been just given a slap on the
Ist ein guter Call.
Considering that Kashtira most of the national championships, as well as winning the North American WCQ,
ich glaube, das ziehe ich mit. Meine Banlist Prediction muss ich noch aufnehmen. Ich werde also jetzt mich schon spoilern lassen, was die anderen sagen, bevor ich meine aufnehme. Wir gucken mal. Aber der redet sehr langsam und liest das Script.
One turn, you will win. If a card has a reason to end up on the chopping block, it is most likely this one. So Arise Heart, it is time to go. Our next card to be banned is Eradicator Epidemic Virus. Now for the longest time this card hasn't really been a problem, but it has recently been making waves in the meta game and in feature matches, being mainly played in labyrinths and looping 4 to 5 spells out of the opponent's hand, leading to some calls for this card to being hit. It is a high risk, high reward kind of card which gives you hand knowledge on top of having the potential to devastate your opponent's hand and even removing board breakers like Dark Ruler and Lightning Storm before they can hit the board. It needs a bit of setup, but the decks that utilize it usually don't have a problem to make it live. Considering Konami really doesn't like hand-rip cards, unhand-rip cards, which is evident by them banning a pointer of the Red Lotus recently, this card could be a likely candidate to be eradicated on the next list. So our next and final ban for this prediction will be Dimensional Barrier. Because many decks today are focused on just one summoning mechanic like Kashtira, Branded, Purely, Sword Soul, Manali.
Und die Barrier-Band sehe ich aber gar nicht. Das kommt ja richtig aufs Left Field. Die spielt ja aktuell auch kaum jemand. Da sehe ich eher Anti-Spell als die.
And so on. D-Bearer is a very flexible and also a lingering chainable floodgate, which can skip the entire turn of mini decks. This card can restrict design space in the future, and it is getting more and more accessible with cards like Trap Trick and Triple Tactics Thrust. So it could be problematic in the future. Due to these reasons, they might decide to get this card out of the game. So the limited section. Our first limit is Kashtira Unicorn. On the last Banlist, this card went to 2, and now it is going to 1. Would make sense. Limiting the best one-card combo enabler for Kashtira would lower its efficiency by a decent margin. It is more organic than limiting Fenrir, which could be a bit of an overkill. So for our next limit, we have Sprite starter. This card went to 2 on the last Banlist together with Castura Unicorn and will be most likely to going to 1 on this one. It's the best starter for sprites, no pun intended, and it also has been limited in the OCG for a while now. Summoning from the deck for almost no cost whatsoever,
wenn ich es halt irgendwie unnötig finde, aber
is pretty broken. Now hand in hand with Sprite often goes Runic, and on the last Forbidden Unlimited list, Runic just got a minor consistency hit with like Runic Fountain to 2, which is arguably not even a hit at all, because often people just play 2 Fountain anyway, and that's why we will limit Runic Fountain on the next Forbidden Unlimited list, because it's one of the most efficient hits you can hit the deck with. What makes Runic so powerful is drawing 3 cards every single turn, and it also means with only 1 Fountain, it will be less likely you hard roll the card in your opening hand and start to drawing cards on the first turn. If you lose the Fountain also, it means you cannot resort to a second one just continue your grind game. So it makes the Runic deck a bit more vulnerable and fair overall, giving the opponent a higher chance of breaking the milling cycle. Fountain together with Tip is in the Mega Tins as well, so if they want to hit Runic, that would be a fitting opportunity after the reprint. Then we have Bestial Lubellion Limited. Bestial Lubellion is one of the big reasons what makes Dragon Link and the Bestial engine so powerful. He's basically a 1-card starter, which leads to a free search and even more.
Ja, aber ich glaube, den auf einzusetzen bringt nicht so viel, weil die können ihn ja einfach senden mit Dragon Ream, wie wir es ja gesehen haben, den adden, das heißt auf 1 ändert das halt eigentlich gar nichts. Also nicht viel auf jeden Fall.
Advantage with branded regain and spot removal with branded beast plus a level 8 body.
Also Lubellion sehe ich gar nicht.
Which is still one of the top decks of the format. Lubellion will also be reprinted in the Mega Tins in August, so Konami can sell the Lubellions and then limit the card. Our last and final limit is Skill Drain. The only deck that makes consistent use of this card is Labyrinth right now. Together with the Eradicated hit, it could be a good indirect hit to Labyrinth. Also many people and it's even used in some side decks in the meta. Even though it is not super prevalent in the meta game, Konami already released an ultimate reprint of this card in OTS 19. They are free to hit this card just to please the player base. Moving on to the semi-limits, we have Blaster, Dragon Ruler of Infernos. In the last Banlist it went to 2, now it can come to 3 to promote the new fire set, Burning Volcano. So yeah, the reign of Dragon Rulers has long been over and this card can safely come back to 3. No further questions. Our next card is also a fire card, Salamander Red Gazelle. So because we have the new support coming for Salamander Red as well, this could be get semi-limit to promote it. And yeah, Salamander Red
sogar, dass Gazelle auf 3 zurückkommt. Ich glaube nicht, dass sie auf 2 geht und geht direkt auf 3 zurück.
Then Gazelle can come to 2 as well. So Spellbook of Judgment is currently limited. Being able to search in the end phase often is too slow nowadays, and all the spells you could add you have to wait 1 more turn to use them because you just can't
fire them on your opponent's turn
like the runic spell. So it's not really an issue anymore, the searching, and Jaugen is also, I mean, it's a reason that the card is pretty good, but usually Jaugen is much easier to out than a lot of other floodgates since he doesn't have high attack and he needs protection. So there are much more ways to deal with him, and if Judgment gets asked, you're kind of screwed. And the last list in the OCG, this card was even released from the list entirely. In the OCG, it is at 3. So let's put it to 2 and see what people can do with it. The next semi-limits is our duo Water Enchantress and Rite of our Messiah. Adventure people will continue to fall back on this engine if there is the opportunity or if the power level of the existing decks in the format gets lowered. Now, that engine has received a reprint in
glaube ich irgendwie aber auch nicht, dass das passiert.
Maybe, like the OCG did a while ago.
Weil die aktuell auch kaum hier im Spiel, klar, das Synchron-Deck spielt sie halt, aber das war's halt auch.
Maybe don't like people to splash it in every deck. So these are the reasons Water Enchantress and Rite of our Messiah could go to 2. Moving on to cards that can come off the list. Herald of Orange Light. This card will likely go to 3 as indicated on the last Forbidden Unlimited list. It's basically a Madortia support card now, and it's very strong in these decks, but limited to these decks only. So it was only a problem when the Ishizo decks could abuse it because it had an insane synergy combined with the Ishizo cards. So yeah, now it can come safely off the list. Ancient Fairy Dragon. It's a hard one per turn. You need 1 only, and it hasn't even seen play since it's errata really. So yeah, it can safely be removed. Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage. Now this card could stay at 2, but it's more likely than not that they will unlimit it. It would be weird if it stays at 2, and in the OCG it is at 3. Sky Striker hasn't been popping events anyway. Call of Desires doesn't have a reason to be on the ban list whatsoever. Limit would have made sense when it was limited, but like putting it at 2 and just leaving it at 2 doesn't serve a purpose except just bloating the ban list. The pot of choice for most decks is rather Pot of Prosperity.
Also ich sehe Gazelle sogar auf 3. Ich glaube nicht, dass die
This was quite a nonsensical semi-limit on the last ban list. It didn't really make much sense to semi-limit it because there are many other better board breakers available or back row removal for that sake, like even the Mast or Harpy's Feather Duster. So this card should be unlimited, like there's no reason for it being at 2. Alright guys, this was our prediction for the
Es wäre eine solide Banlist, die das auf jeden Fall ein bisschen verändern würde. Hallo. Ja, wäre eine okay Liste. Dann gucken wir doch mal, was Julian sozusagen hat zur Banlist. Und ich weiß, dass Julians Video relativ lang ist, deswegen fast 20 Minuten. Deswegen werden wir das ein bisschen schneller machen. 1,75. Wir haben noch 24 Minuten, aber ich möchte jetzt nicht nur das Video gucken, vielleicht gucken wir danach noch eins. Deswegen gucken wir mal, was wir hier so tun können. Und irgendwie ist meine Kamera wieder hier ein bisschen. Kameraeinstellung, jetzt. Wird immer heller draußen, deswegen muss ich mich immer dunkler machen. Dann gucken wir mal, was Jürgen gesagt hat zur Banlist.
Servus und herzlich willkommen zu einem weiteren Video auf meinem Kanal, und zwar zu meiner Banlist Prediction für die nächste TCG Banlist. Und ich weiß, der eine oder andere würde jetzt denken, diese Prediction ist doch viel zu früh. Und ja, vielleicht habt ihr damit auch nicht ganz unrecht. Allerdings glaube ich auch nicht, dass sich das
aber letztens so gesprochen
wird. Und ich glaube, dass die Probleme im Format die gleichen bleiben werden. Und generell die amerikanischen Kollegen fangen auch gerade schon an, die Banlist-Season so ein bisschen einzuläuten. Deswegen dachte ich mir, ich mache das auch mal. Allerdings habe ich mir zu dieser Banlist schon nochmal ein paar Gedanken gemacht, denn ich habe versucht, diese Liste so realistisch wie möglich irgendwie hinzubekommen und da auch verschiedene Punkte nochmal mit einzubeziehen. Und die verschiedenen Punkte heißen für mich auf jeden Fall das Organized Play, was ja aktuell nicht stattfindet, was dann allerdings in den nächsten Monaten, beziehungsweise im nächsten Monat wieder starten wird. Das heißt, wir werden dort auf jeden Fall verschiedene YCSen haben. Deswegen zu dem Punkt kommen wir dann gleich nochmal zurück. Das ist dann nämlich so der Punkt, wann es realistisch ist, dass eine Banlist droppt. Da könnt ihr mir auch gerne eure Meinung in die Kommentare schreiben. Also der eine Punkt ist sicherlich das Erscheinen der Megatin am 7. September. Das habe ich auf jeden Fall auch versucht, alles noch mit einzubeziehen. Das heißt, realistische Hits für die Megatin und so weiter zu berücksichtigen. Das ist auf jeden Fall nochmal ein Punkt. Das heißt, 7. September. Es kann durchaus sein, dass diese Banlist eventuell sogar schon nach der Weltmeisterschaft droppt. Hatte ich aber eine Umfrage mit euch gemacht. Habt ihr geschrieben, ist für die einigen oder für den Großteil von euch deutlich zu früh. Kann ich verstehen, deswegen ich rechne eigentlich auch Mitte September damit. Beziehungsweise vielleicht sogar noch einen Tick später. Also nach der Megatin könnte man theoretisch vermuten. Allerdings gibt es dann auch noch die YCS Cancun in Mexiko und die findet am 16. und 17. September statt. Und da kann ich mir dann durchaus vorstellen, dass die das Wochenende, beziehungsweise das Wochenende nicht, den Wochentag danach oder die Woche danach dann droppen könnte, weil wir da dann eine kleine Pause haben und keine großen Turniere stattfinden. Das heißt, wir haben einen Zeitraum von...
Also meine Vermutung ist, die droppt nach der Megatin und ist live nach der YCS. Das ist meine Prediction.
2 Wochen, wo nichts stattfindet, und das riecht für mich persönlich nach Banlist. Ist natürlich alles nur reine Spekulation. Theoretisch kommt die wann sie Bock hat. Allerdings habe ich, wie gesagt, versucht, da bestimmte Aspekte mit
zu berücksichtigen. Ja, wahrscheinlich vor oder halt ein Breaking League ist, das stimmt.
Und ja, wer kennt das Spiel, Däumchen nach oben, sowieso gerne noch ein Abo da lassen, würde ich mich wirklich sehr, sehr freuen. Auf dem Weg zu den 16.000 Abos. Und ja, ich glaube, mehr bleibt für den nicht zu sagen, und ich würde sagen, starten wir mit meiner Banlist Prediction. Starten wir mit meiner Liste der verbotenen Karten, und ich denke, da werden wir bei der ganzen Diskussion um diese Karte hier nicht drum herum kommen, und zwar Kashtira Ricehard. Und ich weiß, es gibt unfassbar viele Kashtira-Fans da draußen, die sagen, es reicht doch, dass diese Karte auf 1 ist, aber da muss ich euch deutlich widersprechen, denn das ist eine Karte, die das Deckbuilding in den letzten Monaten mitunter maßgeblich beeinflusst hat und das auch weiter tun wird, wenn diese Karte nicht verboten wird. Denn das große Problem, das wir hier haben, ist generell, dass in den letzten Monaten sich das Kartendesign und das Metaplay so entwickelt hat, dass die Decks hauptsächlich über den Friedhof spielen. Und wenn du dann ein Monster im Format hast, was ein wandelnder Makrokosmos ist, den du konstant stellen kannst in einem Deck, der quasi auch keine negativen Restrictions mit sich bringt, dann ist das in meinen Augen ein sehr, sehr großes Problem. Und deswegen denke ich, werden wir nicht drum herum kommen, über einen
das ist einfach zu einfach zu beschwören.
Zu sprechen. Schreibt eure Meinung unbedingt dazu in die Kommentare, denn man kann im Endeffekt so viele Outs wie möglich spielen auf diese Karte. Dann fehlt es wieder für andere Dinge, wie zum Beispiel den Calamity Lock, wo ich leider nicht glaube, dass der von dieser Banlist gehittet wird in irgendeiner Form, denn der gute Calamity wäre theoretisch das einzige Target, was man da hitten könnte, und der bekommt halt in nächster Zeit noch einen Reprint. Deswegen denke ich, ist der schon mal raus, und das heißt, man muss das andere große Problem im Spiel angehen, und das ist dann nun mal der Ricehard. Die nächste Karte, die ich auf meiner Liste habe, ist der ansteckende Ausrottungsvirus, und das finde ich jetzt ist ein bisschen kontrovers, denn ich persönlich finde es nicht nötig, dass diese Karte verboten wird. Allerdings glaube ich dennoch, dass Konami das jetzt machen wird, denn die Community hat da schon ihren
Beitrag
geleistet. Ist ein bisschen zu vergleichen wie damals mit Firewall Dragon, wobei das noch deutlich extremer war, aber hier wurde schon extrem viel rumgeheult, es wurden extrem viele Videos gemacht, und vor allem war es auch auf Turnieren deutlich sichtbar, dass diese Karte doch vielleicht das ein oder andere Finale gewonnen hat. Ihr wisst, welches ich meine, oder welche ich meine, waren da ja auch 2 Stück. Ja. Und ich glaube, aufgrund dieser Tatsache wird diese Karte wahrscheinlich verboten werden. Ich meine, wenn man hier eine Parallele zieht zu Master Duel, da ist die zum Beispiel auf 1. Vielleicht orientiert man sich auch an sowas, allerdings finde ich es trotzdem nicht notwendig, dass die Karte verboten wird, weil das halt theoretisch formatbedingt immer eine etwas bessere oder schlechtere Karte wieder ist. Aber ich glaube, man kann es irgendwo auch rechtfertigen, dass man die Karte verbietet, weil sie gibt Hand-Knowledge, alles was Hand-Knowledge gibt in der Vergangenheit, wurde meistens irgendwo gehittet, und natürlich kann sie einen Out-to-Win bedeuten. Deswegen irgendwo könnte man schon verstehen. Allerdings, meine Meinung ist, vielleicht nicht unbedingt notwendig. Dennoch glaube ich, dass das Ganze passieren wird. Und dann haben wir den guten Sprite Gigantic. Und ich bin mir auch relativ sicher, dass einige von euch nicht unbedingt mit dieser Karte auf meiner Liste gerechnet haben. Aber ich habe mir dazu halt ein paar Gedanken gemacht, denn an sich, Sprite ist, seitdem das Deck existiert, ist dieses Deck ein Meta-Deck. Es war wahrscheinlich nicht immer das beste Meta-Deck, aber es war immer ein Meta-Deck. Den Punkt können wir halt hier einfach nicht wegdiskutieren und auch nicht wegreden. Und einer der Probleme des Decks ist halt schon eigentlich seit Release der gute Gigantic, denn der ermöglicht es quasi, diese Engine in anderen Decks zu splashen und bestimmte Dinge aus dem Deck zu holen, die so vielleicht nicht unbedingt vorhergesehen waren. #Ibli. Und deswegen denke ich, dass man hier wahrscheinlich Sprite am effektivsten hittet, wenn man den Gigantic rausnimmt. Dazu kommt auch noch, dass Pote Stand jetzt noch ausgenommen ist als Reprint für die Megatin. Das heißt, den kann man auch ohne Problem einfach bannen. Das gleiche gilt hier auch für alle anderen Sprite-Karten, weil die eben keinen Reprint in der Megatin bekommen, was sicherlich aus Konamis Sicht auch nochmal eine Rolle spielen wird. Weiterer Aspekt ist, das Deck war auch nie ein Problem für Nibiru, denn der Gutier hat quasi Nibiru verhindert, genauso wie Bystils. Das heißt, das Deck war überhaupt nicht anfällig Richtung Bystils und auch nicht anfällig für Nibiru, was man ändern würde, wenn man Gigantic aus dem Spiel nimmt. Und ich glaube trotzdem noch, dass Sprite immer noch ein Deckthema sein würde, was man durchaus spielen kann, auch ohne Gigantic. Nur muss man dann das Deck drumherum ein bisschen anders aufbauen, weil man darf halt eins nicht vergessen, man hat eigentlich immer noch alle Karten von den Monstern auf 3 und man hat auch noch 2-mal Starter. Das heißt, man kann vielleicht immer noch mit Nimble Package und so weiter und so fort Dinge machen, nur nimmt man
Aspekte, die extra Monster,
dass die Erklärung jetzt euch nicht zu wenig war, aber vielleicht könnt ihr so ein bisschen nachvollziehen. Und die Speciality ist halt auf jeden Fall ein bisschen rausgenommen, wenn man Gigantic rausnimmt.
Also ich verstehe den Punkt, ich bin an sich bei dem Punkt noch dabei. Ich finde aber Sprites nicht unfair. Und Sprite ist natürlich lange Zeit in Sphären der Meta aktiv. Aber ich glaube nicht, dass Sprite ein Deck ist, was man aktuell anfassen müsste. Weil das rotiert gerade so wirklich ein bisschen raus aus dem Meta.
Deswegen kann ich mir gut vorstellen, dass Sprite Gigantic auf die Banlist kommt. Also, ja, mein Take zumindest dazu. Und dann kommen wir noch zum letzten Punkt, wo ich mit euch gerne ein bisschen diskutieren würde. Denn wenn wir mal über Despair reden, wir müssen über Despair reden, denn der Gimmick Puppet Block ist auch eine tragende Säule der Probleme in den letzten Monaten. Denn das ist schon auch eine der unfairsten Mechaniken, die wir so miterlebt haben. Und das Problem davon wurde ja teils beseitigt bei der letzten Banlist, nur kam dann halt der Albion raus, der das Ganze dann quasi immer noch ermöglicht hat. Und das ist auch eine Karte, die nicht getargetet werden kann. Und das ist per se erstmal ein Problem. Und wahrscheinlich würde Konami den logischen Hit für sie machen und die Gimmick Puppet verbieten. Ja. Was würde das Ganze im Umkehrschluss ändern? Richtig, gar nichts. Denn der Albion kann zig andere Targets hier einfach noch wieder aus Spielfeld klatschen, weil es da viel zu viele broken Dinge für gibt, die die Gimmick Puppet einfach ersetzen. Und das 1:1, ohne dass ihr quasi einen großen Unterschied merkt. Sind dann ein paar weitere, weniger oder andere dumme Effekte. Könnte ich euch hier ein paar Beispiele nennen. Ich meine, hier ist nur Schüler vielleicht. Alleine das reicht schon. Gibt aber noch genug weitere Monster. Das heißt, man hat hier zwei Möglichkeiten. Entweder man sagt, man verbietet alle Targets, die da in Frage kommen, so dass der Gegner nicht mehr mitspielen kann. Und die verbietet man einfach. Oder man macht es einfach aus Konami Sicht und verbietet einfach Albion, der theoretisch für das Deck.
Es gibt drei Möglichkeiten. Du verbietest alle Targets, verbietest Albion oder du ignorierst es einfach. Und ich glaube, dass Konami es einfach ignorieren wird. Ich glaube wirklich, dass Konami es ignorieren wird.
Kein Problem ist, denn sind wir mal ehrlich, Branded ist auch immer noch ein gutes Deck, wenn man den Gimmick Puppet Block mal außen vor lässt, denn einige Decks machen das sowieso gar nicht mehr Main Deck, sondern eher ein Side Deck und deswegen frage ich euch jetzt ganz ehrlich mal, vielleicht macht es doch sogar Sinn, einfach den Albion zu verbieten und vielleicht macht es Konami auch, klar, die Karte ist erst im Cyberstorm Access erschienen, aber es würde doch trotzdem das Problem, oder ja, es würde das Problem vielleicht beseitigen, sagen wir es einfach mal so, weil man halt damit nur eine Karte bannen muss und nicht 5 oder 6, deswegen vielleicht macht Konami ja wirklich.
Ich glaube nicht, dass sie das machen. Ich finde optisch eine sehr coole Karte, dieses dort ätzend vom Effekt.
Und vor allem ist ja mittlerweile Branded Chimera auch noch so ein Ding und da wird der Albion Lock bzw. Puppet Block sowieso nicht gespielt, aber die andere Seite ist dann wahrscheinlich einfach, kann auch passieren, Konami Move, die bannen einfach Gimmick Puppet, es wird ein anderes Teil gespielt und der Spaß geht weiter wieder vor. Halte ich auch natürlich für ein mögliches Szenario. Ja. Schreibt mir euer Szenario oder was.
Das ist wahrscheinlich sogar am einfachsten. Wahrscheinlichsten.
Karten, wo ich sage, die könnten auf 1 gehen. Und das ist nämlich Shifter. Shifter ist und ein Master Duel aktuell auf 2.
Bann die Karte doch einfach. Ich will Shifter echt nicht mehr sehen. Also echt. Also Shifter ist so eine Karte, die will ich einfach nicht mehr sehen.
Das heißt, Konami hat sich auf jeden Fall schon mal ein paar Gedanken über diese Karte gemacht. Das heißt, die war da sicherlich irgendwo schon mal auf dem Tisch und es wurde über diese Karte gesprochen. Im DCG kann ich mir deswegen gut vorstellen, weil man das Ganze jetzt schon ein bisschen beobachten konnte, dass diese Karte dann vielleicht auf 1 geht. Ich meine, dass die komplett dumm ist, ich glaube, darüber brauchen wir hier auch nicht diskutieren. Allerdings ist sie tatsächlich in manchen Formaten sogar wichtig gewesen, dass sie existiert. Allerdings ist das für mich ein ähnlicher Aspekt wie mit Rise und deswegen auf 1, denke ich, eine Karte, die man ein bisschen vergleichen kann mit Gamma. Eine Handtrap auf 1 wird wahrscheinlich nicht mehr gespielt werden. Einige Decks werden es vielleicht immer noch tun, aber wird auf jeden Fall an Beliebtheit deutlich abnehmen. Deswegen ein Shifter auf 1. Dann Pot of Prosperity ist ein Master Duel auf 1, ist ein OCG auf 1, deswegen schon seit Monaten große Spekulation, dass diese Karte bei uns dann bei der nächsten Band auch auf 1 geht. Und natürlich ist es
halte ich auch für sehr wahrscheinlich.
Nicht vergessen, diese Karte ist für uns mittlerweile normal fürs Deckbuilding. Ja klar, klatscht deine Töpfe rein, machst die Consistency deines Decks höher, aber wenn man mal so ein bisschen über diese Karte nachdenkt, die ist eigentlich völlig gaga, denn was diese Karte euch an Consistency Pushes gibt in euren Decks ist völlig geisteskrank. Nur wenn es mittlerweile normal ist, sieht man das eigentlich nicht mehr so oft, denn ihr dürft euch verdammt nochmal 6 Karten ausgraben und irgendeine davon nehmen. Und wenn ihr das irgendjemand, oder wenn das mal euch vor 10 Jahren erzählt hättet, hättet ihr wahrscheinlich gesagt, what the fuck ist das broken? Und ja, genauso ist es nämlich auch. Deswegen sehe ich diese Karte realistisch auf 1 und ich glaube, da gehen viele von euch auf jeden Fall
mit. Und
dabei. Denn wir dürfen hier auch nicht vergessen, dass wir noch Control-Decks haben oder auch Trap-Decks wie Labyrinth und deswegen bin ich der Meinung, also generell von hier...
Ich will mal sogar bei Skillen sogar sagen, einfach bannen.
Auch wieder auf 1, weil das war eine absolut dumme Entscheidung, auch eine Karte, die Spiele im Alleingang gewinnt. Auf 1, hey, immer noch blöd, aber besser auf 1 als auf 3, deswegen denke ich, kann man das schon auf 1 machen, ist im OCG übrigens auch auf 1, wo ich dann auch wieder eine kleine Parallele sehe, deswegen das halte ich auf jeden Fall hier auch noch für möglich. Und dann haben wir natürlich auch noch Runic. Wir werden keine Runic-Karten verboten sehen, denn Runic bekommt seinen Reprint in der Megatin. Das heißt, über das Einzige, was wir uns enthalten können, ist, dass Runic Hits drumherum bekommt und
auf 1 ist clever.
Der einzige Hit sein wird, den diese Engine bekommt. Macht das viel Sinn? Das kann jetzt jeder für sich selber beantworten, aber das halte ich für einen realistischen Konami-Hit, wenn man Hagen hier tatsächlich auf 1 setzt. Ich meine, man kann immer noch konstant damit Account besuchen, allerdings hat man keine zweite Kopie mehr, die man dann halt in Sprite-Decks irgendwie verbasteln kann. Deswegen, ja, Hagen auf 1 ist ein bisschen mein Take, auch wenn ich sage, dass es nicht ganz so viel macht, aber man möchte Runic auf keinen Fall töten, denn Reprints. Ja. Und dann haben wir auch noch Sonnenavalon Rias. Rika ist natürlich ein Thema, hat zweimal in Folge die Europameisterschaft gewonnen.
Interesting.
Sicher, dass Konami das Ganze auch nochmal kritisch hinterfragen wird. Und da habe ich mich tatsächlich auch mit ein paar Leuten ausgetauscht und uns überlegt, was ist das Realistischste für dieses Deck, um es auf jeden Fall zu schwächen, aber nicht zu töten. Und da sind wir eigentlich relativ schnell auf Drias gekommen, denn diese Karte auf 1 lässt das Deck immer noch seine Combo-Line spielen, nur muss man dabei ein bisschen umdenken. Deswegen am realistischsten tatsächlich für mich und auch für meine Kollegen, den ich gesprochen habe, ist tatsächlich Drias. Man könnte hier auch über die Jasmin sprechen, allerdings finde ich, tut Jasmin dem Deck deutlich mehr weh und ich weiß nicht, ob man das Deck dann wirklich töten möchte. Deswegen denke ich, ist ein Drias auf 1 fein. Da muss man, wie gesagt, ein paar neue Möglichkeiten finden, vielleicht die Rika oder Sanabadon oder ja, die Rika
ist nicht falsch.
Schreiben, was ihr davon haltet. Und dann haben wir noch als letzte Karte, die ich noch auf 1 sehe, den guten Magnamut. Der ist natürlich auch ein Reprint-Kandidat für die Tin, das heißt, wir werden auch keinen Bistür verbieten. Allerdings sehe ich kein Problem darin, eine Karte, die in der Tin gereprintet wird, auf 1 zu setzen, weil es ist...
Wir haben ja auf der Webshop gesehen, dass die auf 1 trotzdem
die Ratios sich dann ein bisschen ändern, dann spielt man halt 3 Truhes, ein Magnamut für was anderes herum. Teilweise ist es jetzt natürlich auch schon so, dass die Leute Truhes spielen, aber ich glaube, ihr versteht den Punkt. Deswegen, ja, Magnamut, glaube ich, ist immer eine Fragezeit, bis diese Karte irgendwie in die Banlist kommt in irgendeinem Punkt, weil der komplett bescheuert ist. Er ist eine Disruption und gleichzeitig auch noch ein Search und das in einem schon sehr, sehr gut. Und generell, ja, mit Licht- und Finsternismonstern ist es natürlich irgendwo auch eine Karte oder Kartentyp, der da betroffen ist, der immer wieder gespielt wird. Das heißt, Crystals oder auch Magnamut wird wahrscheinlich für die nächsten 10 Jahre gespielt werden, wenn man da nicht irgendwie ein bisschen Regulation reinbringt. Deswegen sehe ich Magnamut auf jeden Fall hier auf 1 und dann kommen die Karten, die ich auf Semi limitiert sehe und zwar auf 2. Das heißt, einmal großer Gazelle, ich glaube, da brauchen wir jetzt nicht so ausführlich.
Macht ihr auch auf 3.
Ist im OCG und im Master Duel mittlerweile wieder auf 3. Allerdings hat man im OCG auch erstmal den Schritt gemacht von 1 auf 2 und dann von 2 auf 3. Vielleicht sagt man bei uns auch gleich, wir machen es direkt auf 3, weil an sich macht es keinen Unterschied, ob die auf 1, 2 oder 3 ist, weil die hat so viele Suchoptionen. Deswegen, und ja, Salamangreat wird dadurch jetzt auch nicht das neue Top-Deck, deswegen großer Amanda Gazelle auf 2. Kashtira-Fan hier. Sicherlich nochmal ein Punkt, der eine oder andere sagt,
kann ich auch nachvollziehen.
Und da gebe ich euch eigentlich auch recht. Allerdings kann ich mir trotzdem vorstellen, dass man Fenrir noch auf 2 packt, aber tatsächlich nicht wegen Kashtira, sondern für die Karte als Staple. Auf 1 macht wenig Sinn, weil die Karte sucht sich halt gerne selber. Wenn man ihn in einem anderen Deck splasht, so rum, dann sucht er sich auf jeden Fall selber. Und wenn du den halt auf 1 packst, dann macht es keinen Sinn, dann würde den keiner mehr spielen. Deswegen auf 2, dann kannst du dir noch eine Kopie suchen. Und dann ist es aber auch gut. Deswegen kann ich mir eventuell vorstellen, dass man Fenrir an dem Punkt noch auf 2 packt. Vielleicht sagt man auch, man fasst der Riser gar nicht an, macht dafür Fenrir auf 1, whatever. Sind natürlich auch alles realistische Szenarien, die ich Konami auf jeden Fall zutraue. Dann haben wir Blaster, der ist auf der letzten Banlist auf 1 gegangen, hat überhaupt keinen Play gesehen, hat nichts gemacht. Ich glaube, das bleibt auch so, deswegen kann der auch gerne auf 2 gehen. Und dann haben wir noch ewig Infernaler Erzunterweltler, ist im Master Duel schon längst auf 3, im OCG auch auf 3, bei uns immer noch auf 1. Kein Mensch weiß warum. Bitte bringt die Karte zurück auf 3, würde auf jeden Fall kein Problem darstellen. Und dann kommen wir noch zu den beiden Karten, wo ich sage, dass sie komplett runter von der Banlist kommen. Das ist einmal Engage, dieser 2, Skyscraper kommt trotzdem nichts, 3 ist gar nichts. Ist natürlich langfristig immer noch eine super gute Engine, also hat man da schon auch den Zahn der Zeit. Power Creep hat zugeschlagen, deswegen denke ich, Engage auf 3 für den Moment vollkommen fein. Und dann Antika Feendrache hat sein Erratum bekommen.
Viele Parallelen zu der anderen Liste, die wir gesehen haben.
Gar nicht mal so schlechte Karte, sieht da auf jeden Fall so ein bisschen Play, allerdings ja, ist es egal, ob die Karte auf 1 oder auf 3 ist, der hat seine Karte once verhört, ist deswegen auch im OCG auf 3 kommt oder kann dann gerne bei uns auch auf 3 kommen, deswegen sehe ich das nicht unbedingt als unrealistisch. Und ja, das ist meine Banlist-Prediction für die uns bevorstehende Banlist, wo ich glaube, dass sie irgendwann im September droppen wird. Davor, man weiß es nicht, kann natürlich auch passieren, glaube ich persönlich aber nicht, aber ich glaube, wenn wir overall diese Banlist-Prediction betrachten, blende ich euch auch nochmal ein, dann finde ich, ist das schon für mich nicht so eine unrealistische Liste, zumindest meine Meinung, aber das könnt ihr mir gerne mal schreiben, weil vor allem da diese Aspekte mit Reprints in der Megatin wirklich nicht so groß betroffen sind, weil wir haben da, wie gesagt, eine Haken, ob die jetzt auf 1 da drin ist oder auf 3, ich glaube, das ist relativ egal, das gleiche gilt auch für Magnamut und alle anderen Karten sind ja überhaupt nicht Reprint betroffen, Fenrir, vielleicht nochmal so, wenn der auf 2 ist, juckt ja auch nicht, dann kaufen wir die Tin ja trotzdem, das macht alles nicht so einen großen Unterschied und deswegen ist für mich die Megatin nicht unbedingt dieses Jahr das perfekte Totschlagargument für Banlist-Hits, aber ja, lasst mich gerne wissen, was ihr davon haltet und in diesem Sinne würde ich sagen, macht's gut, bis zum nächsten Mal, ciao, ciao.
War eine gute Banlist-Prediction, also ich finde ein paar Punkte hier genannt halt sehr interessant. Ich mache im Laufe dieser Woche wahrscheinlich vielleicht mal ein bisschen genauer darauf eingehen, wie ich manche Sachen sehe. Aber ich sehe viele Sachen sehr ähnlich wie Julian, muss ich fairerweise sagen. Ja. Wie lange haben wir noch? Elf Minuten 34. Aber hier noch für tolle Videos. Bubis. Zu kompliziert? Geht eigentlich. Ja, Market Watch. Countdown to the Future. Also der hat auch über den Countdown gesprochen. Wir haben auch kein Announcement zum Master Duel bekommen. Das fand ich spannend, das war nur zu Duel Links. Video Subscription. Können wir kurz mal reingucken. Was die Leute da in der Video bekommen haben.
Hola a todos, bienvenidos a mi nuevo canal Yami OCG Enrasho. Muy bien, si eres nuevo y recién descubriste este canal, te invito a que te suscribas ya que siempre hago opening de Yu-Gi-Oh! OCG y Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush en español desde Japón. Muy bien, en esta ocasión les tengo las cartas promocionales de la Jump Subscription.
Das heißt, ihr macht eine Subscription zu Jump und dann kriegt ihr die Dinger halt als Promo. Heute erscheint wohl im OCG.
De un año del B-Jam, así es que tenemos los packs especiales de suscripción del B-Jam, como siempre les he mostrado ya anteriormente, el anterior año pasado. Este es el de este mes, no, de este año, ¿no? Recordemos que son 2 packs cada año de suscripción, o sea 6 promos por cada año. Muy bien, este es el pack exclusivo, entre ellas viene el Panic Dragon, Rose Papillon y el otro no sé qué era, ¿no? Henshin no Shiryu, es un dragón aparentemente. Y bueno, las promos de creo que es Dragon Ball Heroes. Oye, pero nosotros vamos a ver de Yu-Gi-Oh! Porque es un canal de Yu-Gi-Oh! Así es que vamos a por el opening de estas nuevas cartas promocionales. Sí, lo voy a abrir los 3. son las mismas cartas, pero es un pack promocional exclusivo, así es que vamos a verlo ahorita. Son cartas exclusivas de el manga, los diferentes mangas de Yu-Gi-Oh! Así es que como ya saben, esto ya ha sido revelado hace mucho tiempo y bueno, está en alguno de mis vídeos de las Card News. Así es que espero que se recuerden los efectos, porque yo ni me acuerdo ya. Vamos a ver cómo lucen. Ah, mira, acá está, miren.
Das sind mehrere Karten, wusste ich gar nicht. Das sind wieder mehrere Karten.
Paniku será o Paningu?
Aber gut zu wissen.
Dragon. Es un dragón, ¿no?
Coole
Está el
Karte,
ocaso,
ist wahrscheinlich irgendwo Kenning
es
Monster,
fuego,
oder?
es nuestro fuego, ¿no? 2500, 2100. Ahí está. Esta es la primera carta promocional. La siguiente va a ser... Ah, creo que esta era una de las buenas cartas. Sí me acuerdo de este, ¿ah? Este creo que era una especie de buscador nivel 10, ¿no? Monstruo, dice. Ahí está, esta carta. Y el último es... Rose, una carta del arquetipo Rose. Rose Papillon. Ahí está. Ese insecto, ¿no? Muy bien, esas son las tres, miren, ahí están las mismas, son las mismas cartas. Por eso me suscribo 3 Bijam de suscripción para tener mis copias de 3, ¿no? Ahí está entonces. Muy bien, espero que te haya gustado este pequeño vídeo. Dale like, compártelo. Esta carta son
Lass mal Like dafür, das
OCG
OCG. Wow. Ja, müssen wir sich mal angucken, aber der sieht natürlich menacing aus. Holy. Der ist cool, das Ding ist irgendwie cute. Wir haben noch 7 Minuten. Bei Muri ist wieder Werbung am Start. Und die brauchen gerade eine Tierliste oder was? Oh, das könnte auch spannend sein. Mach die Werbung weg, ich will Tierliste sehen.
Dran provoziert mich so doll. Ich habe noch nie jemanden Rescue A spielen sehen. Ich weiß aber auch nicht, ob ich jemanden Rescue spielen sehen möchte. Genau. Scarecrow wild. Sword Soul wild. Alter Geist, bin ich interessiert daran, wie die neue Deck-Variante oder einfach.
Achso, er braucht es nicht sehr, aber er guckt sich das an.
Die Strategie hat sich ja komplett geschiftet und ich will wissen, wie das jetzt performt.
Deren Kamera ist schlechter als meine und meine Kamera
kostet 60 Euro. Handtrap-Piles mit einem, wie heißt das, mit einem Tower hinzulegen und deren Trap ist halt cool. Und manchmal spielen...
Ihr habt mein Video noch nicht gesehen, aber das sieht sehr ähnlich aus. Das habe ich anders. Das sehe ich auch ein bisschen anders.
Unchained, wie gesagt, Unchained, falls ihr Unchained rumliegen habt, ihr habt zwei Optionen. Entweder es jetzt zu verkaufen, weil die Spell unter anderem sehr, sehr viel Geld kostet. Pass auf. Pass auf. Ich wollte nicht refreshen, so. Abomination. So, hier passt auf. Selbst die Ultra Rare kostet.
So,
Playset 14 Euro.
Die war mal teurer.
Auf jeden Fall mega nice. Also schon sehr wild. Also dann die könnt ihr easy looten.
Hier raus. OCG. War noch irgendein anderes cooles Video? Spellruler, unglaublich Bulls, Top der Gear. Chillen kenne ich gar nicht. Erinnere mich voll an Herz der Karten mit den zwei Typen. Openings. Vlog. Opening. God of Cards verbannen sich einfach jetzt mit allen. Schon wild. God of Cards ist No Lottie Cards. Aber macht dafür extra Video und das gucken sich echt 20 Minuten an. Bild. Aber der Banner ist cool. Neues Video von CK ist raus. Oh. Meinst du das hier? Invasion of Chaos Booster Duell gegen die Freundin? Das macht er öfter, ne? Oder meinst also auf dem Hauptkanal? Weil die Duelle sind mir eigentlich scheißegal, wenn ich ehrlich bin. Die Hälfte Yu-Gi-Oh! Kann nur... Ja, okay, da bin ich mal gespannt.
Okay, Freunde, es gibt Neuigkeiten in der Welt von Yu-Gi-Oh! Vorab möchte ich mich dafür entschuldigen, dass mein Gesicht aktuell aussieht wie ein Haufen Steinschmelzer. Aber zum Zeitpunkt der Aufnahme des Videos ist es gerade 7:15 Uhr morgens und ich habe die gesamte Nacht nicht geschlafen, weil ich damit beschäftigt war, den SummerSlam zu schauen. Und als wäre das noch nicht underwhelming genug gewesen, dachte ich mir, schauen wir einfach zu der anderen Firma rüber, von der man regelmäßig mit Enttäuschungen überrascht wird. Und zwar Konami. Denn für diejenigen von euch, die es eventuell noch gar nicht mitbekommen haben, in den vergangenen Wochen wurde seitens Konami groß und breit eine Ankündigung angekündigt. Also das ist kein Witz. Aktuell läuft zum Zeitpunkt der Aufnahme dieses Videos immer noch das Finale der Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023 und bei dieser Veranstaltung sollte es eine große 25th Anniversary Announcement Ankündigung geben, die die Welt erschüttern sollte. Fairerweise muss man dazu sagen, dass das Ganze ausschließlich auf der japanischen Konami-Website veröffentlicht wurde. Allerdings wurde das Ganze hier wirklich episch verpackt. Nicht nur gab es ein Videopackage, in dem quasi die gesamte Geschichte des Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game innerhalb der letzten 25 Jahre zusammengefasst und gehypt wurde, sondern es gab sogar einen offiziellen Countdown, damit ihr auch auf gar keinen Fall vergesst, wann die große Ankündigung letztendlich veräußert wird. Und dabei solle es sich, wie gesagt, um ein ultra heftiges 25th Anniversary Yu-Gi-Oh! Announcement handeln. Nun ja, wie gesagt, wurde das Ganze ausschließlich auf der japanischen Website angekündigt. Allerdings könnt ihr euch vorstellen, dass aufgrund der Tatsache, dass diese Ankündigung für die World Championship angekündigt wurde, die logischerweise nicht nur Japan betrifft, sondern die ganze Welt, denn es ist die World Championship, bei der Spieler aus der ganzen Welt da sind und Spieler aus der ganzen Welt das Event verfolgen, ist man halt irgendwie davon ausgegangen, dass das Ganze zumindest indirekt irgendwelche Auswirkungen auch auf das TCG haben könnte, sprich auf das Yu-Gi-Oh! Universum außerhalb Japans. Und so wurden die Spekulationen der Community in den vergangenen Wochen tatsächlich ziemlich groß. Welche potenzielle Ankündigung könnte denn so heftig sein, dass man sie Wochen vorher bereits ankündigt für die Weltmeisterschaft als 25-jähriges Yu-Gi-Oh! Jubiläum? Ein neuer Film, ein neuer Anime, ein neues Videospiel, eine Neuauflage des OG-Anime. Über genau dieses Thema haben Yugioh, Schattenspieler und meine Wenigkeit sogar in unserem Podcast gesprochen und darüber philosophiert, worum es sich handeln könnte. Und auch wenn es cool wäre, wenn es irgendwie eine Neuauflage des Anime geben würde oder sowas, ist Konami ja nicht wirklich für den Anime verantwortlich. Somit würde das logisch betrachtet als Option eigentlich bereits rausfallen. Allerdings bestünde hier immer noch die Möglichkeit, dass man einfach die World Championship nutzen will, um dem Ganzen eine große Plattform zu bieten. Es hätte also wirklich alles sein können. Aber trotz dessen und trotz der gigantischen Ankündigung seitens Konami war die Erwartungshaltung unter den Spielern relativ gering, da man bereits einige Enttäuschungen in den vergangenen Jahren von Konami gewohnt gewesen ist. Ich kann euch allerdings versprechen, dass egal was ihr euch jetzt unter diesem Riesen-Announcement ausmalt, das Ganze eure Erwartungen, selbst falls ihr keine habt, noch unterbieten wird. Denn das ultra heftige, krasse, bahnbrechende 25th Anniversary mit einem Countdown markierte Announcement auf der Yu-Gi-Oh! Weltmeisterschaft 2023 ist ein Turnier. Es wird im Jahre 2024 ein Turnier geben. In Japan. Im Tokyo Dome. Ich meine, ja, das ist ganz cool, auch angesichts der Tatsache, dass es bereits vor 25 Jahren ein Turnier im Tokyo Dome gab, aber... Was? Okay, ich muss an der Stelle mal ganz ehrlich sagen, ich hatte kaum Erwartungen für dieses Ding, ja? Ich wusste, es wird kein Anime geben, es wird keinen Film geben, es wird kein Videospiel geben. Das Ganze wird darauf hinauslaufen, dass es irgendwie noch eine neue Rarity gibt oder irgendwie Support für Dark Magician oder Blue Eyes Decks oder irgendwas oder neues
noch
Dark
ein
Magician
unter dem, was man erwartet hat, ne? Wo man schon nichts erwartet
was weiß ich, okay? Ich dachte, es wird halt sowas, was man auch einfach so hätte ankündigen können, aber sie machen daraus trotzdem eine große Sache. Aber das Ganze ist ja für uns als Leute, die nicht zufällig zufälligerweise in Japan wohnen, einfach gar nicht relevant. Jetzt könnte man natürlich sagen, okay, ja, es wurde ja auch nur fürs OCG angekündigt, aber selbst als jemand, der in Japan lebt und das OCG dort spielt, würde ich mir denken, okay, wird ein Turnier sein.
Cool.
Krank. Dafür hat es sich gelohnt, 7 Stunden lang wach zu bleiben und den Stream zu schauen, I guess. Naja, im Land der aufgehenden Sonne findet das Ganze logischerweise zur Primetime statt, aber bei uns ist es halt nachts gewesen. Ihr müsst euch vorstellen, wie viele Leute einfach die gesamte Nacht wach geblieben sind, weil sie sich dachten, oh mein Gott, was für ein bahnbrechendes Announcement könnte uns hier erwarten, und dann betrifft es uns einfach nicht mal. Ich verstehe halt einfach nicht, warum man ein solches Announcement zunächst ankündigt, und ja, selbst wenn es nur auf der japanischen Seite gewesen ist, man kann sich doch denken, dass die Community daraus ein riesen Ding machen wird. Wann hat Konami jemals etwas mit einem Countdown verkündet und gesagt, hey, bei der Weltmeisterschaft wird es diese große Ankündigung geben? Logischerweise denkt man doch bei der Weltmeisterschaft, die eben nicht nur das OCG, also nicht nur Japan, sondern die ganze Welt beinhaltet, dass es zumindest irgendwelche kleinen Auswirkungen auch auf uns haben könnte. Ich kann dazu jetzt auch...
Ich möchte nur mal sagen, wir haben es ja vorhin im Stream gesehen. Das war alles auf Japanisch, was ja nicht schlimm ist, aber das haben wir bei uns zum Beispiel im Stream gar nicht gesehen, sondern wir sind direkt mit der Musik eingestiegen. Die aus dem Japan, im OCG, haben das halt quasi gehört, aber wir halt nicht. Und das heißt, die wollten auch gar nicht, dass wir das mitkriegen. Ja, deswegen ist das ganze Thema natürlich ganz cool und so, aber es war nicht an uns gerichtet. Aber es ist trotzdem funny.
Auch nicht viel mehr sagen, also wahrscheinlich wird es ein Riesenturnier und keine Ahnung, vielleicht kriegt derjenige, der es gewinnt, dann einen coolen Preis oder so, aber ist das wirklich ein Announcement, wo die Welt jetzt explodiert, was man so groß anpreisen müsste? Ich will an der Stelle nochmal sagen, das war jetzt keine random Ankündigung, die sie einfach während des Streams gedroppt haben, okay? Wenn das so gewesen wäre, dann hätte sich da logischerweise niemand drüber beschwert. Das wäre dann halt cool gewesen für diejenigen, die in Japan vor Ort sind. Ich meine, die Weltmeisterschaft findet ja auch aktuell in Japan statt und dementsprechend wäre das halt absolut okay gewesen. Aber dadurch, dass sie daraus so ein gigantisches Ding gemacht haben und das Ganze in den vergangenen Wochen einfach das Hauptthema überhaupt in der Yu-Gi-Oh! Community gewesen ist und es halt einfach weltweit verkündet wird, obwohl es einfach nur Japan betrifft, das macht das Ganze halt einfach ziemlich lächerlich. Ganz ehrlich.
Aber wie gesagt, es wurde eigentlich nur im japanischen Livestream gemacht. In Europa und TC, da war das nicht drin.
Ich habe mit allem gerechnet. Real Talk, ich habe damit gerechnet, dass sie einfach nur eine Karte vorstellen würden oder sonst was und das wäre besser gewesen. Aber
ja,
das hat einfach null Auswirkungen auf irgendwas. Und ihr müsst euch vorstellen, dafür sind Leute international die gesamte Nacht lang wach geblieben, damit sie diese Ankündigung nicht verpassen. Crazy an der Stelle auf jeden Fall. Ganz kurz, was ich noch vergessen hatte, zu dem Thema zu erwähnen, es wird in Duel Links eine neue Welt geben. Und zwar Yu-Gi-Oh! Sevens oder Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel oder was auch immer. Keine Ahnung, ob es jetzt Rush Duel sein wird oder nur Yu-Gi-Oh! Sevens heißt. Keine Ahnung.
Nee, die haben es gesagt. Das ist, also du kannst dann quasi in Duel Links Rush Duel spielen und Speed Duel. Das haben die gesagt. Also das finde ich ja cool.
Weiß niemand. Es war japanisch, ich kann es nicht übersetzen.
Hä? Nein, der hat es doch bei der englischen Übersetzung drunter.
Aber es wird eine neue Welt in Duel Links geben. Krank, Duel Links gibt es seit 7 Jahren und seither ist jedes Jahr eine neue Welt erschienen. Auf jeden Fall Anniversary Announcement an der Stelle bahnbrechend. Und deshalb, meine Freunde, sollte man eigentlich keine Ankündigung raushauen, denn am Ende sind die Erwartungen so hoch, dass sie ohnehin niemals erfüllt werden könnten, weil sich immer irgendwer darunter viel zu viel vorstellt. Aber ich muss sagen, ich bin mit 0 Erwartungen an dieses Ding rangegangen und ich wurde trotzdem enttäuscht. Und das sage ich nicht, um Konami zu bashen oder sonstiges, sondern das ist wirklich einfach der größte Clown-Move 2023. Aber gut, das wäre es dann auch schon mit dem Thema. Mehr gibt es dazu einfach nicht zu sagen. Also ich hoffe, dass diese Information euer Leben auf jeden Fall auf eine besondere Art und Weise bereichert hat. Und lasst mich auf jeden Fall gerne in den Kommentaren wissen, was ihr davon haltet, ob ihr mit dieser Ankündigung etwas anfangt.
Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023.
Wir gehen zurück.
DCG,
let's go.
Hope you've enjoyed the ride. I certainly have. I'm Jerome McHale. I'll be your host today. And with me, as he has been all weekend, is Billy Break. Billy, you've been pulling triple duty today on Master Duel and Duel Links as well. How's that been?
Oh, it's been an honor to be able to watch the crown the world champion for Duel Links and Master Duel. Being able to watch both was incredible. I was really excited about the Master Duel Worlds. You know, I had horse in both sides of the races there on either team, and to watch Joshua Schmidt's teams walk away with the championship was phenomenal. And now I'm excited to see who's going to win here at the TCG.
Oh,
maybe the first ever one from USA.
We will find out shortly, but we're also joined by Marcello, who's also pulling triple duty today.
Absolutely, and thank you. It was a pleasure to do commentary with Billy on the digital side, but I'll return the favor, and I'm really happy to be here with you, Jerome, as well. And yeah, excited for the TCG. I did manage to get back on some of your content from yesterday. I wanted to see how that went, and even this morning, the semi-final was an exciting one, and I'm down for this. Yeah,
there's some really incredible matches so far this weekend. If you haven't caught every single one of them, I really recommend going back after our presentation day is over. Going back to the start, watching everything from the beginning, picking up everything you missed, because there's just some absolutely fantastic duels, fantastic plays. It's really been a showcase of the best that dueling has to offer here in 2023. Now, we have crowned our champions in duelings and Master Duel. It's time to find out who the TCG Championship champion is going to be.
Yeah, I really can't wait to see. It could be either one of them. We're going to get to the players very soon. I don't want to spoil their introductions, but Marcello, you've played at the World Championship stage before.
Yes.
What is it like here? You not only played at it, you've made the top cut. You've been on day 2. You made it all the way to top 4, I believe.
Yes.
What is it like? What's the pressure when you know that this is like something all the players, all the duelists have been looking forward to their entire dueling careers?
It's unbelievable. Honestly, it's not close to anything else in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's still my best experience, although, as you mentioned it, in the end, I fell quite short in top 4, but I mean, you have an incredible crowd live here watching every single play, and the stage that is set up is something just out of this world, so the pressure can get you there. We have seen in the last round in Master Duel a team finals. There, if you get nervous, you can ask your teammates maybe to help you out. Now, just like dueling, you're on your own.
Indeed, and really the presentation today has been fantastic. The musical introduction was so good.
So good.
It was really fantastic. It reminds me of your Worlds, Billy, back in 2017, where we had that performance of Passionate Duelist as well to start things off.
Ja, jetzt kommt Finale
really
TCG, OCG.
The crowd getting so into it this year. And it's hard not to with all the duels that we've seen today. There's been a lot of action all the way from the beginning. Duel Links, for example, we had the first on-stream sweep of the entire tournament, is that right?
Yeah, that was crazy. As you mentioned, we have had a lot of back and forth yesterday, but maybe we jinxed it because in the introduction we didn't mention. Maybe we're going to see it, and Takagi just showing up that dominance 3-0, absolutely. But we did get to have a back and forth one in Master Duel down to the wire, down to that third set of games. So
Master Duel was really a fantastic match overall. I thought that Jesse was cooked in the middle of that duel, but I admit that Snow had gone to the graveyard, his favorite card. He was able to use it so many times, it took out our connection in the back, and I had to come out front to finish watching the game.
5 times in the same game it was activated. That's unbelievable. Yeah,
it's really incredible. And if you are playing Master Duel and you want to play tier elements and you want to learn how to navigate the mirror match, if you will, that's going to be a match you're going to want to go back and examine and study each and every action and learn why maybe he did the things he did, because it was incredible. Unfortunately, they fell in the finals there, but it went all the way, as you mentioned, to game 8. We didn't have to decide all the way down to the very wire. It was incredible, and I hope this match we have for the TCG is going to be just as clutch and incredible as that one.
Ich hoffe, es wird ein gutes Match, ja.
So, we are just moments away from finding out who the TCG World Champion is going to be. I'm so excited. We've seen both of these players on stream so far this week, so we know what decks they're playing. We've seen the matchup multiple times throughout the weekend, so we have an idea of what it's going to be like. But, I've been back there with the players. I've heard the strategizing. There's 2 completely different approaches to this entire match between the 2 duelists that we could talk about a little later once we get into it. Are just about ready to go. Seconds away from bringing our players out onto the
Ja, aber das war ja klar. Also, das Finale ist ja immer große Live-Bühne. Das ist ja immer so. Also Worlds, für die ich es nie gesehen habe, weil es schon lange her ist.
My name's Paulie Aronson. I'm from the United States. It's great. I've had a ton of fun. I've made a ton of new friends. It's been a great weekend so far.
Der hört sich ein bisschen an wie Yugi.
A ton, as much as I could. I always try to practice as much as I can for whatever the format is. I always, like I said, try to put in as much time as I can. I'm dedicated. When I want to try to do well, I'm dedicated. I would be extremely excited.
Ist ein
Unexpected.
Den mag ich.
And excited.
My name is Mateo Renteria, and I'm from Peru. Siento que estoy viviendo un sueño hecho realidad. La verdad es algo que estaba
Danke für die Übersetzung auf Japanisch, das hilft mir sehr. Danke, Konami.
Y estoy muy feliz de haber llegado hasta aquí y lo voy a dar todo para poder conseguir ese tan ansiado premio.
Ich hatte übrigens 3 Jahre spanische Schule, ich verstehe kein Wort.
Y voy a dar lo mejor de mí para poder llevar ese trofeo para mi país.
Danke für diese aufbauenden Worte. Hoffentlich kriegen sie meinen. Oh, die Musik ist. Oh. Bam, Junge, die knallt richtig rein.
First up from the blue side, from USA, please welcome Pauli Aronson.
Und die haben es wieder verkackt. Oh mein Gott, stell dir vor, du bist im Finale und die verkacken deinen Namen. Holy shit, ey. Muss er erstmal hinkriegen. Aber so ein bisschen sah jetzt richtig. Und haben jetzt da wenigstens auch den anderen Namen drin.
And now on the red side from Peru, please welcome Juan Mateo Augusto Renteria Pastor.
Ja. Die haben es verkackt. Alter, wie der läuft. Der macht mir Angst, Mann. Der macht mir richtig Angst. Ich will, dass der Südamerikaner gewinnt, Mann.
World Championship 2023, the final showdown.
Also der aus den USA, der hat einfach mega Spaß da und der freut sich voll da zu sein. Der andere ist halt so richtig so, oh mein Gott, mein Gott.
So close. It's so close. You can just taste it. You can see the hardware sitting there on the table, walking by it, thinking, I want to be the one holding that at the end.
Schon krass.
Before we can crown a winner, first we need a winner. And to do that, we need to find out what the ground rules are here for the TCG World Championship Finals. Let's take a look at them. This tournament adheres to the rules as of April 1st.
Logisch, 2020.
As usual.
X heißt 40-60, 15-15.
The finals will be one match, best 2 duels out of 3. These duelists are playing with main decks that contain anywhere from 40 to 60 cards. They also have an extra deck that contains up to 15 cards and a side deck that has up to 15 cards. This is optional for each of them, but they are both using them. Cards that are forbidden cannot be used in any deck. Limited and semi-limited card limits across all the decks are as follows. Limited cards, you can play 1 copy of the card. Semi-limited cards, you can play 2 copies of the cards. All other cards, you can play a maximum copy of 3 copies of them. The card pool for this event is all cards released after June 24th, 2023 outside of Japan are not allowed in the tournament. So the latest booster sets would be Wild Survivors, as well as Battles of Legend, Monsters Revenge, although there are a couple of stragglers from Monsters Revenge, like Assault Synchron, that are not allowed here, which, you know, I think Polly might want to play the Assault Synchron if he was allowed to do so. So our players are sitting down. This has been a very interesting tournament in terms of stats. Polly's course to the finals here was a little bit unexpected. Yes. Can you tell us a little bit about how that happened?
No, absolutely. I mean, this time around, it was the first time ever for the TCG World Championship that there were 7 rounds of Swiss compared to the usual 5. And that meant that Polly actually managed to sneak in with a 4-3 record. And he could now become world champion, just 1 match away. That's a surprising ending.
And the actual circumstances behind sneaking in with that 4-3 were really incredible. Billy, you can't get enough of that. Can you tell that
Die beiden Telemspieler, die sich gedroht haben.
Has been a strategy. We just saw in Master Duel, still one of the best decks in that game, but it's been around in the TCG for even longer, and in the OCG for even longer. Definitely one of the favorite decks. We had 2 tournament players that actually drew in the last round. That 7th round, where it opened up the door for an extra player with the 4-3 record to make it into that top 8. And not only did Polly make it from top 8 on, the whole bottom half of that top 8 bracket, 5, 6, 7, 8, the players came in those last 4 spots, upset the 1, 2, 3, and 4 seeds in the initial top 8 playoff, which is something unheard of almost, but definitely
das ist schon geil. Guck mal hier, Polly fühlt sich einfach, hat einfach mega Bock. Hat mega Bock. Guck ihn an. Freut sich aber da zu sein. Auch wenn er nicht ganz so gerade ausguckt, der ist schon süß. Guck ihn an.
But this is one bracket of all the players, and just 5, 6, 7, 8 took out the top 4 seeds. It was It was incredible. I couldn't believe it the first time. So I was like, sorry, that's really how it worked out? Yeah, guess it was.
Apparently it did, and it's important to mention also that compared to what they did throughout this event, for this final match, there will not be a time limit. So they have as much time as it takes, obviously still playing at a reasonable pace. But I think that can pay some consideration, you know. We have seen previous World Championship finals end on a timeout, and I think this will give out for a great duel. But obviously now I think we can get slightly into the player's perspective as well. You guys saw it more than me.
Yes.
Do you guys think someone has the edge here?
So I've been hanging out in the back while everybody else was up here on stage for Master Duel and Duel Links, and I got a chance to see kind of the mindset that the players were getting into and their preparations for this final match, and it couldn't be more different. So Paulie was, consulting with all his friends back home. He was just strategizing the entire time.
Wow.
For hours, he's been like, oh, what if this happens? What if that happens? Going through all of these scenarios. So in terms of situational awareness and things being prepared for, I feel like I give Paulie the edge. However, the downside of that is if you prepared for all of these scenarios, you might start seeing them in places where they don't apply. You could get in your own head and make a mistake at a crucial time. Whereas Juan, on the other hand, he's been having a great time back there. He's chilling out with the other duelists, laughing, trying to relax, have a good time. It's not like he's not thinking about the match or anything, but he's not just constantly in the tank going through everything all at once. So maybe being a little loose could help.
Yeah, and for me, it's not. I can't just not look at the year Paulie has had leading up to this tournament.
Yeah.
He's been a veteran of the community for a long time, but really had a breakout year through the remote duel and into this. He won a remote duel YCS. He won the 250th YCS, one of the biggest ones we've ever had in Los Angeles. And now he's back here after winning the World Championship points qualifying playoffs. And now he's just one win away from capping this year off in the best way you can possible by being the world champion. The first world championship in 4 years, and the first time we've been in Japan in 5.
All right, we are just seconds away from getting started. It's time to duel one more time for the world championship. Let's go.
Let's duel. Bock drauf.
Yugioh World Championship 2023, the final. 会場の皆さん、一緒にカウントダウンをお願いします。いきますよ。3, 2, 1, duel!
Let's go! Ich glaube, wenn Dairo gewonnen hat, ist Bums, weil wollen wir jetzt den first gehen lassen.
We are here finally at the finals for the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG OCG World Championship. It's the USA against Peru, Latin America against North America. We've never had a winner from the USA. It's been a while since we've had one from Latin America as well, so both players really want to represent their regions. I just can't wait to see how it's going to work out. It does look like Paulie may be going first here.
And you have come close a lot of time. There are a lot of finalists from the USA, but as you mentioned, not quite, but great start here from Paulie with his Dragon Link deck. So,
starting with the Bestial Lubellion.
Yep, that's going to let him add any Bestial from the deck to the hand. Of course, he's going to go with the one Bestial Magnamut.
Now, as you see that card on there, that means the deck has not been randomized yet. In this World Championship, we are using a special shuffling procedure to help the duelists save time. They will not need to randomize their decks until the point at which the top card of the deck matters and needs to not be known. So, for example, the draw phase, or playing a draw type effect. So while that card is on there, you're not going to be able to draw anything from the deck or excavate things from the top of the deck. And when it's time to go ahead and play one of those effects or pass turn, then we'll randomize the deck.
Yep, and we see a quick launch coming down from Paulie, so he already has access to Magnamut and the Rocket Engine, because you're able to quick launch into that Rocket Tracer, link it away immediately into the Link 1 Striker Dragon. Striker Dragon on summon, one of the best cards. It's pretty much why Dragon Link exists, because it's linking things together, going to able to add that deck to the hand.
We have seen quick launch for Duel Links today, and now it's back in a different finals. And great to see.
I was a little shocked when I saw it come down to the Duel Links final.
And in our semi-final match even, we got to see three quick launches.
Hat sich zurückgeedit, den Tracer.
I am pretty sure I also, so a great opening hand from Paulie here. But
Nee, die Hand war nicht so geil.
Now that they know each other's decks, Do you guys have any idea of what you're gonna go for when you're facing a deck like Swarso on the other hand?
I mean, this is tough. I actually think this matchup is kind of bad for Paulie, because one of the notorious cards that are really good against Dragon Link are those like blowout cards like Dark Ruler No More, and we've seen that Juan is actually main decking copies of that, so he might be prepared to go second here. And this is an interesting opening. He's going to link his Wyvern Burster into Guard Dragon.
Seems like one of the lines he was talking about before. So he kind of knows what his opponent is up to here, and he was trying to workshop ways to get around it. Make sure that he has enough ways to interrupt one on his turn, even if he has one of these blowout cards. So what you might do here is you have the Pisty there. You're going to get it off the field here for Romulus, and then if you have a way to special summon it back from the graveyard, you can put it wherever you want. You're not beholden to the link arrows, and you might not have to go into the triple burst line, and can do some other stuff as well instead.
That's really
cool.
Sieht
auf jeden Fall erstmal natürlich gut aus. Also aktiviert Romulus. Jetzt sich Ravine kann Absorber sind.
Which is great. Gonna come down to get something else in the end phase and grab that Lubellion to set up some branded spell and traps. So great stuff here.
Ich meine, er hat Wähler und Troll in der Hand. Das ist schon mal ziemlich gut, weil er sowohl Moyer aufhalten kann, als auch halt den Ads nach Emergence zum Beispiel.
He's gonna go ahead and nope, he discards the card, and this one's asking just for a little bit of clarification there. And it looks like
wird jetzt der Absorber gehen. Oder
so outside of Duel Links, we have seen this deck win the Master Duel Championship as well, with Joshua piloting it. And so we might see another World Champion using the same deck in 3 different categories. That's really unique, I would say.
That would be pretty crazy. Dragon Link, one of those strong decks. I mean, it's kind of a broad name to give to a lot of decks.
Dragon Link. Wobei er hat schon einen Trace in der Hand, das macht also keinen Sinn, Absorber zu senden.
Cards like Quick Launch and the Rocket strategies as well.
Despite being colloquially known as Dragon Link, a lot of its end board cards happen to be synchro monsters. Things like Borreload Savage Dragon or the Bestial Dispotter now.
Very true.
Absorber, okay, Absorber gesehen. Damit er die beiden specialen kann von der Hand.
With the Dragon Ravine.
Aber er hat keinen Link, doch er hat Pisty und
Grave.
Is
that what he discarded from his hand, maybe?
Most likely, I would assume so. That's great, yeah.
So he's still thinking on the Dragon Ravine. Oh no, he sent the Absorber with the Ravine,
yeah,
not the card from the hand, and lets him add that Rocket Recharger to the hand. We weren't able to see the discard since it was off camera.
And now we are gonna change Fuse Spell into that Boot Sector Launch, which can special what you just searched. So that's probably where he's going for.
In terms of what kind of field Boot Sector Launch is, I guess it's like a hangar bay or something for dragon monsters, just firing out of there into battle.
That's what I think. So you're loading up those dragon monsters to be launched into the field, and he does have Rocket Tracer and Rocket Recharge to come.
And he's going to check the graveyard here, see what cards are all in there.
Oh,
that Bestial
Drollen Lockbird was discarded, I guess. Yeah, from the Ravine.
That's an interesting thing, having Drollen Lockbird.
Yeah.
Ja, er spielt den Bio rein, ja, aber wir haben bei dem Event gesehen, dass die Bio kaum jemand gespielt hat. Aber du kannst mit Dragon auch, by the way, nicht in den Bio reinspielen. Und seine Hand war auch nicht so geil. Weil wenn du noch mit so einem Tracer machen musst, ist der halt eh nicht so krass.
Will you get rid of the card, or?
It's tough, yeah. You have to catch them on like an emergence or something, but if they just have that Sword Soul of Moye, it's not going to do too much damage there for you.
Yeah, I think it's one of the weaker interruptions here.
So he's able to link into the Hermetic Seal, because even though normally when you see Tracer and Recharger, you think the Recharger was someone from the Tracer, but in this case they both came from the hand, so not locked out of Dark Monsters just quite yet. Has a Seals and a Tracer. Gonna activate that Magnemite.
There it is. Let's see which card is targeted with Magnemite.
Absolut nicht.
There's a lot of cards we haven't seen yet. For example, we haven't seen the Quick Launch. We haven't seen Chaos Space. Things that you really want to be seeing in your opening hand when you're in the finals game going first.
Definitely, Chaos Space is one of the best cards in the Dragon Link deck.
He's gonna go ahead and banish.
Yeah,
it's like the Abs Router.
Seems so.
Nope, changed his mind here. This is what we were worried about. Maybe he goes with the Abs Router anyways. Gut feeling, often right.
Usually good to stick to it. At worst case, you at least can say you just relied on your gut if things go wrong as opposed to the other way around. But now he is going to use that.
Aber hat dann wahrscheinlich schon die Fallenkarte in der Hand. Um was zu zerstören, das wäre jetzt auch nicht so schlecht. Das sind beides TCG-Spieler. Wir hatten Top 8, waren alles TCG-Spieler. Das ist das erste Mal auf der Weltmeisterschaft ever, dass die Top 8 keine OCG-Spieler hatte.
I guess to set up, I'm not sure which branded spell and traps he's playing in the deck, but
probably branded regain would be the big one.
Beast sometimes is played, so that could be another one.
True.
That's a nice one. Well,
especially here, he has a level 6 and a level 4 tuner. He'll be able to go into Bestial Dispatcher since they are dragons.
This is another thing that, you know, not that I was eavesdropping, but he was, you know, quite loudly talking to himself the entire time. He was going over, you know, the best choices to make specifically with Bestial Dispotter because it offers you that choice between destroying something and negating the activation of something.
There it is.
Yeah, Bestial Dispatcher, as you mentioned, does have that cool effect that if your opponent activates a card effect, you can shuffle back a banished card, and then it has 2 different effects if it was your card or your opponent's. Either destroys or banishes based on who banishes. And you were right.
Er hat alles richtig gemacht.
He's gonna tribute
er hat die Line so geil gespielt, ne? Den Absolute zu banishen, um Heads Up den Disparter zu holen. Damit er den Rebellen um Feld nachher hat, den Absoluter wieder im Grave hat, falls er das Rocket zum Norman sammeln. Und hat jetzt das Beast.
From Poly. And if you can find a way to get to Sorenir and send Branded Regain to the graveyard, he'll be able to activate it from the graveyard with that Branded Beast.
Das Problem ist halt, wenn jetzt ein Dark kommt, ist natürlich schon ein bisschen böse, aber er kann immer noch schießen und er hat eine Welle in der Hand. Also das war schön manövriert.
Dark Lure No More could be a card that's really strong against this setup.
That's part of why I think you want the Beast here, is you have that trap card-based interaction instead of a monster effect.
Absolutely, really important to have different kind of interactions.
All right.
The judge also cutting the deck there.
Yep.
Joining in on the action.
Yep, that green
like
card being
he did. Yeah, that was right. We just didn't catch what he searched, but I guess, yeah, we'll find out.
So I had to guess it'd be a Bestial of sorts, potentially.
Yeah, there is a queue interaction that you can do where if you search, you know, one of the Bestials, you can then pop it with the Tracer and get even another interruption.
True, so, and if Juan puts a Light or Dark in the graveyard, he can banish Juan's Light or Dark from the graveyard with the Bestial, and then that gives him a monster to put back with the Dispatter also.
And Tenny sort
of entered battle phase.
Wow. And the battle phase evenly matched.
We were talking about Dark Lure. We haven't seen the evenly matched yet in game 1 from Juan, but this is huge. He has to pick. I think you have to go with the Dispatter here.
You got to keep the Dispatter.
No,
the Beast doesn't do you.
No. Okay, so he kept.
Okay, so he does have a Bestial in hand.
He probably searched the Bestial, so he's going to keep the Branded Beast.
Yeah, I mean now he's gonna get to summon off the Erratic Seal, so worst case scenario that works. But
his own cards back.
I think
the Bestial Rebellion. Yep.
I might have seen a second copy of the card in the end. I'm not sure though. Not sure. That could be the case. I mean, playing a card like evenly in the main deck. Wow.
But this might be the heads-up play where he was hedging his bets against Dark Lure and evenly knowing that he could use the seals to return his monster and get a monster on the board afterwards. I mean, he could just go for a Bestial monster here if he doesn't have one in hand.
Und das, was ich gesucht habe, was ist.
Just take a look at Hieratic Seal. Note that you do not have to choose one of your opponent's cards to return to the hand. It's just that you have to use the effect during your opponent's turn.
And it looks like he is going for a Bestial. Not just any Bestial, it's going to be Baldrake.
Baldrake, which can block the summon of light and dark monsters.
Yep. Able to get another Light or Dark monster on the field, that would be quite useful.
Aber ich root auf jeden Fall Pauli, weil One-Side Attitüde gefällt mir irgendwie nicht.
That doesn't matter too much right now as the battle phase has now been spent.
But the Branded Beast is still there, and Zwarzul is one of those decks where sometimes you have a lot of plays, but sometimes you only have one single Moye, and if they interact with it, that's it. So that Branded Beast could still get him there.
Yeah, and if they have the 10 cards in their hand, they really need to keep a non-effect monster on the field.
Yeah, evenly 2. We're still at the end of the battle phase. It's not once per turn.
Oh my gosh, he says you want the Beast on the field, I'm going to make sure you don't keep it on the field.
I said it's going to be evenly matched, not you have
4 Karten. Und er hat noch einen Wähler in der Hand.
Wow.
But now I think we're actually ending the battle phase.
Yes.
Maybe. This is huge.
Yeah. Huge start, and now it's all up to what is in one hand. If he has some of these Swordsword cards or not.
Still has 4 cards to play with.
This is your opportunity. Like, you have to really go off right now.
Absolutely.
Looks like he's thinking about a normal summon.
Could be a Tanya as well. Let's see.
Maybe an Incredible Ecclesia.
You just got to be careful with the Ashuna and Vishuda being light and dark.
Oh, okay. It's a good one.
Long one. If he discards a shootout, that would be crazy.
Let's see what he discards.
I see it. Oh, can't see what monster it is. Let's see what he discards.
Should be
another
one. Yeah, another copy.
Long one.
Okay.
Long one. All right. Long one's going to be summoned, and then we're going to get the Sword Soul token.
This can open up some plays. And we also need to find out what card was added off the Magna mode, because if it was a Bestial, we could still steal that now alongside the Branded Beast. So that's still an option for Poly, potentially.
There we go. Got a wide
for
selection of tokens there for our duelist. See which Bestial it is.
Yeah, now there's a monster on the field, so all the Bestial's effects turn
Könnte
to
spannend
quick
werden auf jeden
effects.
Fall.
It seems like he's considering it. And he could get rid of both cards, right?
If it's Druid's Worm, I'm assuming
Druid's Worm,
Druid's Worm's probably the one he added off that Magnum. It would make sense.
Yeah. So that could still be nice.
Poly down, but not out.
Yes.
Druid's Worm.
It is the Druid's Worm.
Now he's going to use Branded Beast. That's going to let him tribute the Druid's Worm. And then it's going to be able to destroy a card on the field, and the Druid's Worm will be able to send a special summon monster, so it's going to clear both.
And
now Wand, if it has something like Sword Soul Ataya, it could be pretty
at the
good.
Same time,
or like some way to get around this, like can a Dragon Circle help you here? You tribute any worm, right? Or any.
Yep, any worm. Heavenly Dragon Circle would be a good card. I might have got a peek of one in his hand.
Even if you follow it up with just like a normal summon.
I mean,
yeah, just it'll allow him to search for that Sword Soul Ataya if he does have it.
Yeah.
Such a good card, and there it is! Heavenly Dragon Circle! Lets you tribute that worm to add any worm from your deck to your hand.
All right, so now we're going to get the chain resolve in here.
Yeah, that's great. Honestly, you look at those 4 cards, 2 copies of each, but then you really need something to play with. And
it'll be really impressive if he can get through all this. Like, Poly played this turn incredibly well.
Yeah.
Like, he knew what to do with the cards that he was dealt here. But will it matter?
Hätte trotzdem das Token
I mean, he still has a normal, as you mentioned, so he could
hätte
go
das
for
Token
even the
nehmen
Moye if he has, another monster.
Der Heaven Circle kann dir auch ein Sword Monster adden, wenn du halt ein normales Monster tributierst. Und das wird jetzt gehen.
Very worst, he's going to be able to get Taya to go into Teach Out and grab Blackout at very minimum. But if he does have a worm, he could do much more.
Yeah.
So he'll get a draw at least with Moye.
And
and the Heavenly Dragon Circle also provides you with follow-up. You can't use
Hat
the
grad selber
graveyard
gemerkt.
Turn it's sent there, but if it's been there for
Weil
a turn,
jetzt nur
you control a non-effect monster, you're able to banish it from the graveyard and add a Tinny from your deck to your hand.
It'd be interesting if this gets down to a top deck.
Weil hat eine Atara
player has the edge.
Sword Soul.
Und er kann sich jetzt halt ein.
I mean, there are a few top decks over there, you know. I mean, cards like Levianeer could be really nice. So
Das geht nicht. Das geht nicht. Nein, das geht nicht.
All right, I mean, he's going to grab the
Moye. Okay.
Das geht nicht.
It's not what Poly wants to see. Now he's going to use the Druistorm effect to send that token away.
If you drew the one monster you can special summon. Okay, doch, er kann sich Moye adden. Ich bin dumm.
For sure it would be a card that allows you to use.
Aber er hat ja trotzdem eine Wähler noch in der Hand. Das heißt, er hat Tatara und Wähler. Also er hat Tatara und Moye.
Ooh, 2 cards in the end from Poly.
And we know one's the Bestial Rebellion that he returned
but
back.
I did pick that the other one. Not gonna spoil it, but it's gonna be a relevant one later on. Let's see. We can assume the Moye is next, I guess.
Takes a quick look at the graveyard here.
Checking to see what the
Aber
follow-up
hat er
is,
überhaupt
what
noch
Poly's gonna be able to do
ein
on
Target
the
im
next
Deck
turn.
für Rebellion? Weil
I'm
du bist auf
surprised you didn't go
1.
for Taya here.
Spielt er mehr als ein Ball?
Taya, if you have the other worm in your hand, you can go into the box, you get rid of the Branded Beast.
And there it is.
Und Wähler.
Wähler! Huge!
All the answers coming from Poly.
Huge.
Naja, er hat gerade 2
Well,
Evenly
what I was going to say
abbekommen.
is Taia can also get you to Moye and remove the Branded Beast along the way, but Effect Veiler would also stop the Taia as well.
Wow.
One Sword Soul monster. Or
Yeah,
one
now
rock.
we're in trouble, but...
He has nothing. He just has a Moye.
All right, so Paulie has, we know he's got the Bystial Rebellion.
He is in the driver's seat with the Branded Beast on the field. That Effect Veiler was huge. The biggest Effect Veiler of Paulie's life.
Stimmt, er hat auch Saroni im Deck, stimmt.
Checking through the graveyard here first off.
Wow, I was writing Paulie off for this one. I can't believe that last card we didn't know was an Effect Veiler.
Yeah. And now, yeah, there is the Lubellion in hand, one clutch top deck here, but as you mentioned, we shouldn't forget that the circle is still there for next turn.
Very
so
true. And with the Ashuna in hand, that's a good way to get a normal monster onto the board.
Absolutely.
But as Paulie can find a way to keep Bestials, to keep it out of the graveyard, it's going to be tough.
Now, notably in this particular tournament,
hat Chaos Space gezogen.
Doesn't even need the Bestials, just getting the Chaos Space because he'll be able to bring back the Bestial Rebellion by tributing a dragon.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
There is the Levian here, and with the Wyvern Buster and Collapse Serpent used at the beginning, you can just get a draw off here with the Chaos Space or the Link.
And we talked about how strong a card that is in the Dragon League strategy, and he didn't open it, but able to top deck it here in the second turn.
Er hat einfach Chaos Space getopdeckt.
Would you go for Darks here, or what's your idea here? If you know the last...
I'm ripping the card out of hand if it's possible.
You got to put him on 0 cards.
I agree.
Especially when it's something like Ashuna, which has a lot of versatility in it as well. So 1 dark.
Would you not lie? I guess, yeah, the line
Ne,
would be...
du rippst die Karte raus.
Yeah, I guess so.
3
Tributierst das Ding.
dark monsters. Chaos Dragon Levianeer, gonna send that card from the hand back into the deck.
Yeah, my only concern was maybe using the space first to see what you get into, right? But
that
maybe
I agree with.
Yeah, that might be the case.
That I agree with.
But I guess he doesn't want to risk
Ja,
drawing
Paulie ist
maybe
jetzt ein
the last
bisschen
brand
zu
as
schnell
well.
dabei.
That's what it is about. Yeah.
So he'll
Regain.
that Chaos Dragon Levianeer to summon Lubellion. Lubellion can activate its effect to place that Branded Regain straight from the deck onto the field. So now he has Branded Beast, Branded Regained with the Beastie on the field. Juan with 0 cards.
And that kind of takes the Dragon Circle out as well. You're not going to be able to get a normal monster here.
This is
nothing. This is looking so good for Paulie. Unless he wants to concede, I would...
No, I would never do that. I mean, there is no time limit. We mentioned it, so no reason to do that. And there are still cards, you know, like Pot of Desires if he's playing it. Maybe something like that would be nice.
You might just get like another board wipe. Something that can just destroy everything.
Maybe that third evenly matched. Yeah.
Pot of Desires into Lightning Storm.
Oh, wow. And Teia, yeah.
If he plays cards like that, who knows?
Like another evenly and...
I guess
yeah,
there is, as long as you have a life point, there is a chance.
Oh, absolutely.
So here comes that Chaos Space now that the Branded Regain is out of the deck. Branded Regain also poses a threat as well, able to special summon back a Bestial when your opponent summons a monster. So he'll be able to bring back something like Druid Swarm and tribute it off with Branded Beast as well. Gonna put back that 1 copy of Striker Dragon. Draws 1.
Makes sense. Doesn't really need to draw into anything at the moment, but...
Ja doch. Irgendeine Normal Summon wäre schon ganz geil, ne?
Has not normal summon yet, so...
Oh mein Gott! Oh mein Gott! Er ist einfach ein Gott! Er ist einfach ein Gott! Er packt den Striker Dragon zurück und zieht die Normal Summon, um die auf den Friedhof zu... Junge!
What a start.
I guess Raquel, you were right on who would be better at a top deck.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
That Effect Veiler was so huge. I really thought he was down after the double evenly match. He only had those 2 cards in hand.
Oh mein Gott, ey.
The Branded Beast wasn't doing anything. I thought maybe when Juan didn't get the tie, I got the Moye, he had a small opening. But that Effect Veiler just completely shutting him down. You mentioned Sword Soul good at doing a lot of things, but sometimes if you can stop that one thing like a Moye, it can just shut off the whole turn.
All right. So now our players are going to have to dig into their side decks here. This is a different situation than Juan found himself in his first match today in the semifinals, where he won game 1 on the back of the blowout cards he was able to use against his opponent. This time, though, he's not going to have
Menschen da einfach nur
He's
stehen.
able to go first in game 3 and kind of tailor his strategy to play around what his opponent was doing, but this time he's going to have to win 2 straight. Now, how does that change things?
I mean, we had seen in the other semifinals, as you mentioned, he took out those power cards like Evenly Matched, Dark Lure No More, in place of cards like Anti-Spell Fragrance, which was the card, and you called it a double-edged sword, we could say. It could really cost him the game as well. And
you really did watch the VOD.
Yeah, I did.
Doing his homework.
Of course. I mean, I'm hyped. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! So, you know, I get as much as possible in. But now we could see that happening. So if that is the case, then I think Paulie might have watched during the hours you talked about preparing the VOD. He knows that the anti-spell is there, so he might adjust his side deck for it.
Indeed, and Paulie, I'm pretty sure I would not be shocked if he's consumed every little bit of the World Championship thus far.
Oh, yeah.
In preparation for it. He's so serious about winning this thing. You can tell he just wants it so badly.
Yeah, he's calculated, meticulous, and I've told you, this year has been amazing for him. He's been playing forever. He loves the game, which is something I love to see in a duelist, because you're not going to have success unless you actually love what you're doing. You have to have that heart, that passion, and Paulie isn't short on any of that. And now he's one game win away. I can't believe it.
One game away.
But Juan not out of it just yet.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. So if there's a deck that can come back, Sword Soul can really do it. We saw him beat Dragon Link in the semifinals. So Juan is still trying to represent. And still, you see he's focused, he's calm, he's collected. There's a reason why he's here in the finals.
Now, he built this deck specifically to deal with other combo decks like this. So, like, this should be a good matchup for him. So I have no doubt that he has a surplus of confidence that he can take 2 out of 3 here, well, 2 in a row, rather, and get this done.
Yeah, even this one was a close, nonetheless, with those evenly matched, so I'm sure it will adjust his side deck. I mean, I would be surprised if we just see that 2-0 sweep. We could get into the game 3, but regardless, I think for Paulie, it's a good thing that he can maybe take even additional risks in this game, knowing that worst case scenario, you're just going to game 3, right?
I think you just touched on a really good point. That's something that I've always done in my games as well throughout my career. When you win game 1, you can play game 2 a little riskier. You can side in, you can take a little gamble on what you're siding in, and if it doesn't work out, you know you're going to have that game 3 to choose who goes first.
It's one of those interesting things about the balance of Yu-Gi-Oh! As a whole. Like game 1, you don't get access to those side deck cards that can really win you or lose you the game on their own, but the advantage you get from winning game 1 is so great that the importance of that game can't be understated. So even though you get 2 games sided versus 1 game without, that 1 game feels like it's worth more.
It is. In a way, it is. And as mentioned, without any time limit, also there is time to think about the side decks. And that's the only way that game 1 could not matter. If, you know, usually if time is called throughout the game 2, then they roll a dice again for game 3. He knows that he's going first.
Ja, lass uns das zweite Game angucken. Wir sind gespannt.
All right,
here we go. We're getting the final cut from our judges.
This could be the last game of the entire World Championship. We've already crowned Duel Links World Champion, the Master Duel Team World Champions. This is our final match. Will Juan push it to
der hat
game
einfach
3?
die beste Attitüde, die ich je gesehen habe.
Der
hat einfach Bock da zu sein. Ich liebe diesen Typen einfach. So süß, ne? Ohne Witz.
Absolutely.
Und wir sehen schon gerade den Nippelhand. Der ist natürlich ganz gut.
Let's see.
Starts with Pot of Desires.
All right, so Pot of Desires is in there.
Ob er den Droll drin gelassen hat.
It's nice. Get that last one right away.
Gets hit by the Ash Blossom.
That's huge. That's huge. Now Juan only playing with 4 cards. Sword Soul, a great deck, but it needs
da
multiple
war's.
cards sometimes.
Yeah.
Anti-Spell und Ohnmacht
We
war
said
drin.
it. Sword Soul very strong, but sometimes it just whiffs on those plays. Let's see if he has anything to follow this up.
All right.
Okay. Nice one.
Spirit Ashuna, and he knows that that's not going to get hit by an Ash Blossom.
Geht schlechter.
It's any monsters you can spell summon in your hand if you control no effect monsters. Controls no monsters, so that works.
But it's a line monster, so Bestials could be in there for Paulie.
Das Play kenne ich, das hab ich mir um 10 Euro einfach dauernd
He
gemacht.
also has the Vashuda, so he's able to link it
seitdem ich es gebaut habe.
Vashuda. Now Ashuna's going to special summon Adhara. That gives him a level 7 monster, a level 1 tuner. That means he can go into a level 8 synchro like Chi-Chao.
Chi-Chao, das 8er, was versuchen kann.
So I can also go into like a Chao Fang or something. But when you don't have the Sword Soul engine, still good to rely on this way to go into a Sword Soul Chi-Chao.
But I think he's really happy about the Bestials, because if he doesn't have any other Sword Soul cards in hand, that Bestial could have pretty much cut him off comboing.
It would have been devastating.
Yeah.
But having 2 Tinyis like this is ideal for Sword Soul, so definitely a strong start for Juan. Looks like he's considering Boxia.
He's probably just
eine zweite Ash in der Hand.
I don't think so. Not with nothing on the
like he could go into Boxia for a Chao Feng play because you can Boxia destroy the monk to bring back a Hara, but if you don't have the Sword Soul access, you usually want to go to Chi Chao.
Wähler, oh mein Gott.
The MVP of the deck.
Oh mein Gott. Wähler, beste Karte 2023, confirmed.
Worm from the advantage to the hand, adds back
Und
Shuna, but will Effect Veiler be the card for Poly to win the World Championship this weekend?
It won him game 1, maybe it could win
direkt ins Starlet holen und einrahmen zu Hause.
We'll have to see. There's still plenty of cards left for Juan to play.
Yes.
2 points of interaction from Poly when he's went second.
Aber er ist auf Worms Clock, das ist schon mal wichtig.
Let's take a look if he has something else here. Otherwise, might just set some face downs.
Still has the Chi Chao on the field
Oh,
at
he
least.
passed.
Nothing to set.
That's it. He passed. Wow.
Aber er hat einen Nipper in der Hand, das dürfen wir nicht vergessen. Das hat, wenn es noch nicht gecatcht habt, der hat einen Nibiru in der Hand.
Spent in Ash Blossom, spent in Effect Veiler.
I mean, I would be shocked if he was not holding maybe his own copies, you know, of Max Chi or anything like that, but... Hey, Max Chi, yeah, sorry, Ash Blossom.
Max
I'm still backing my
Mensch.
Yeah.
Master Duel's over.
I know.
Get out of 2017.
I know. That wasn't there even. So.
Safer. Gute Normal Summon auf jeden Fall.
Normal Summon from Poly.
Not a bad one.
Aber er könnte Banish negieren. Cosmic.
And there's no Sword Soul card available for Chi Chao to banish, is there?
Was hat er noch in der Hand? Zeigt die Karte neben Cosmic.
Yeah. Seems like that will go through.
It's going to go to battle first.
Nice.
So that makes sense. Go to battle, take out the non-effect monster first.
Yep.
Just in case something goes wrong in your turn, I like the heads-up play here from Poly.
Yeah, playing it on Ash Blossom, I guess.
Very smart.
So.
And Striker Dragon not quite strong enough.
And there is an Ash
Ja, ist echt. War genau das Richtige.
Well played by Poly, yeah.
Now, Ash Blossom enjoys Spring. If you activate an effect that includes any of these, add a card from the deck to the hand, which is what Safer does. Special summon from the deck, or send cards from the deck to the graveyard. You can use Ash Blossom Enjoy Spring to negate that.
That's it from Poly. Oh my gosh, these Ash Blossoms and Effect Veilers really stopping them in their tracks.
Ash das.
Does Poly
Und er hat noch einen Nibiru in der Hand. Wow. Er hat noch einen Nibiru in der Hand.
I've seen this before.
Battle phase. So the emergence does give him that Sword Soul card in the graveyard, so he still has that Chi Chao effect now to negate a monster effect. But just negating a monster effect, not the strongest against Dragon Link. They still have a lot of ways to force that out and continue.
Aber er muss jetzt einen Drachen ziehen.
Poly's got all his side deck cards and all of his, main decked interaction, and not the cards he needs to actually play. His strategy.
He's going to need something like a quick launch.
That favorite would have gotten there, but it did not make it.
Yeah, let's see. Even the Red Eyes engine would be nice to draw into right now, but
I wonder if knowing. Oh, I'm not even going to say it. I can't.
Okay.
I was saying, I wonder if knowing what Juan is playing backfired on him.
He passes back.
Ja, er hätte wirklich einfach.
You get one more turn out of this. Oh, Juan Meta cannot finish it off.
Yes, keep on whiffing.
Looks like you're right about that top deck on Sword Soul. Sometimes you just don't draw any of the cards you need. A lot of the cards require other cards to be used.
Aber die haben beide Nibiru in der Hand. Das ist das Problem.
He's only going to have 2,400 left.
Possibly only one more draw for Poly to stay in this game, or we might go into game 3 soon.
I kind of want to see a game 3.
Yes, for sure.
2,400 left. I mean, that's a long one and a sinister long one.
Let's see.
Yeah, or just one sinister long one resolving both the effects.
Resolving both effects, yeah.
But you're probably going to use a longer one on your way to make it, very true.
Oh, but one's got a face down this time.
Picked up.
Aber er hat Cosmic in der Hand. Das heißt, er kann die weghauen.
Standby phase, anti-spell, but he has Cosmic Cyclone!
Chains a quick play Cosmic Cyclone. down to 1,400 life points. Anti-spell fragrance is gone.
He's held that Cosmic Cycle in his hand this whole game. This is his one opportunity to win this game.
Is it going to be enough, or is it too little, too late? Is Paulie going to complete the
Die Frage ist, was hat er gezogen?
That's what I didn't want to say. I didn't want to say maybe he sided in the Cosmic Cyclone because he knew he was playing Anti-Spell Fragrance and it would have backfired on him, but he ended up drawing into the Anti-Spell Fragrance and it didn't backfire. Does he have any sort of play here to push past his Chi-Chao?
I mean, having chained that Cosmic, I would assume so. Okay,
Grußwurm ist unglaublich gut.
Deal with the Chi-Chao.
Yeah, I guess that's decent enough to stay in. Gets rid of the shoot as well.
All right, so Bystial Druid's form is on the field. When that's sent to the graveyard, a special summon monster.
Das Problem ist halt,
have another monster to summon.
Like Kingdom for a Link monster in Dragon Link.
Yeah. Let's see, taking his time to think about this one. But looking at his extra deck, so we can assume he has at least anything to normal summon. Maybe it's something along the line, you know. He's thinking about it.
Could be anything.
If it's Black Metal Dragon, I think he'd just be slamming it on the table, but it might be an awkward thing like Rocket Recharger.
Might be another Bystial, because he's looking at the graveyard right now.
I think you might be right.
Yeah.
It is.
aber Saroni ist jetzt gar nicht so bad.
Saronir able to access that Rebellion later on.
Aber der Nibiru wird den Hops nehmen. Der Nibiru wird den Hops nehmen.
Pretty good still in Dragon League, being able to send down Branded Regain to bring back with Branded Beast.
Weil in was auch immer er jetzt reingeht, das wird negiert durch Yugioh.
Two Bestials on the field, two Dragons on the field. The Druistorm will deal with the Chi-Chao. He's going to link them away.
Obviously the way that this can work.
Oh ja, das ist richtig clever. Ja, Ziel ist richtig gut.
This is summon number 3 here from Paulie.
Gonna send away that.
Two. I mean, checking the graveyard here. Let's see if he wants to chain Chi-Chao.
Does not negate it permanently, so it makes sense that it just allows that.
It's going to the end of the turn.
Seals pass. Not yet.
Best
the Sorinir is going to send down the Bestial Rebellion.
That's the best combo.
Ja, oh mein Gott.
Yep. Safer to pick up the Bestial Rebellion.
Yeah. Nice play here from Paulie.
Now he discards that Bestial Rebellion.
Holt sich Magnamut.
Paulie's going to be careful here. Because when your opponent is drawing cards and passing, right?
Yeah.
You got to think about what are those cards that are in hand that could potentially be. They're either going to be just something they can't use or something that's going to interact with you on your turn.
Things like the evenly matched, for instance, that you've already seen.
True.
He knows one of them, so at least that's what he has to think about. But yeah, gonna banish it for the Magnum.
Vierte Summon. Nein, mach nicht die 5. Summon. Mach nicht die 5. Summon. Mach nicht die 5. Summon. Tu's nicht.
Get a dragon in the end phase. Go to battle. Magnamut hits. And we'll see if there is, in fact, an evenly matched. Though if you did get hit by evenly here, I wonder which one you keep.
Yeah, at the same time, I mean, going first, tough that he would keep in, you know, the evenly matched, maybe.
True. I think you just do the seals trick and bounce the seal, tribute the seals, bounce the Magnamut.
But that leaves you completely open, right?
Yeah, true. But I would be surprised if he'd kept those in, I guess.
1,400 life points left. It feels like the tides have turned in this one, that Paulie's starting to take command.
Yeah.
But with only 1,400 left, you could still just, you know, Juan's got a puncher's chance here.
This Rebellion is summon number 5 for Paulie.
Ja, und er hatte den Nibiru in der Hand.
Now Juan is saying on the summon, I'm going to take a moment to think here before you activate or before you place that branded spell or trap from your deck.
Aber das heißt, aber Ziel triggert dann trotzdem.
Something.
If you've got it, I think this is the one chance. Because once those branded spells get on the field, or the regained in particular gets on the field, that's when it starts to get out of control.
At the same time, yeah, not an easy decision here from Juan.
A lot of bestials run through out of Poly's deck already. Magnum can add back from the graveyard, though.
It can, deck or graveyard.
There is there. That's Nibiru.
Nibiru, the primal being. On the 5th summon, the rock's going to come down. Unfortunately, seals, if attributed, no matter how it's attributed, will it get its effect to summon a dragon.
Ding hat 2,5 ATK, ich will es in ATK beschwören. Ja.
And that's huge, actually. That's why one was thinking about it, because this does stop the Lubellion from getting a Brandon spell and traps, but
jetzt,
it might even lead to a better combo at the end.
Oh mein Gott, kriegt jetzt den Tracer.
Any dragon out of his deck.
Yeah, he can do a lot here.
So even something as innocuous as Black Metal Dragon, for instance, could turn into a complete combo.
A Tracer into a Borreload Savage would be solid.
Because he just passed the first turn, so he hasn't accessed, his Boot Sax to the launch, Dragon Ravine, everything is still in the deck. So.
Jetzt ist alles noch offen, ja. Die Hero ist raus. Er hat keinen Ash, weil das hätte er auf jeden Fall geasht. Er hat eine Handkarte.
Making sure he doesn't make a mistake at this stage in the game. This is the most important game of his dueling career.
It is. And now he knows everything. He knows the last card in hand from his opponent as he took that back from the banished. And now all he needs to do is just think about what possible outs could he pick up from the top of the deck, and otherwise he's good to go.
He goes with Starliege Seifert.
Starliege Seifert seems like a strong one, so he can use Seifert's effect to send itself to the graveyard. Checking to see if you can use both effects in the same turn. Indeed, you can.
Yes.
Geht er für die Kleinen, ne?
Level 4 dragon.
And there it is, Wyver Buster.
Wyver Buster banishing the Bestial Soarin' here to touch down onto the field, but only for a moment before it uses a Link summon for a Link 1, and that's right, it's Striker Dragon, Chain Link 1 Striker Dragon, Chain Link 2 Wyver Buster.
Egal ob er jetzt Nibiru hätte oder nicht, in beiden Fällen wäre es für ihn extrem böse gewesen.
On the anti-spell fragrance goes into fruition because he can activate that boot sector launch. I was debating for a moment whether it was worth using that cosmic because you could just keep that anti-spell to make your opponent draw into those spells, and maybe that could be more useful to you. But I guess we'll see.
I mean, if it could be your last turn, you got to play it if you got it, right?
Yep.
Gonna summon the Clap Serpent, banishing the Wyver Burster. My heart is beating so hard right now because I can tell what is about to happen. We're moments away from history being made in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Link 2, Dragoon Knight Romulus. We're going to see the Dragon Link combo coming down here. Turns into this game. Poly low on life points, but as long as you have a life point, you have a chance. That's the best part about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Believing in yourself, believing in the heart of the cards.
Also das ist wirklich... Ich glaube, der Nibiru hat mal mehr geschadet, als er ihm geholfen hat.
Intense thinking here for Poly. This is a combo that I've already done a billion times. But you still have to
Weil er hätte Beast gehabt und kriegt den Endphase noch im Search.
Allowing him to send a dragon from the deck to the graveyard. Let's see what he goes with. Maybe an Apsa Router.
There it is. Apsa Router going to add a rocket.
And now we know every single card from Poly as well. So he just has that Boot Sector 2 special summon that from the end later on. Yeah, Easter is in the making. We said it. First time ever, we already have 4 world champions in our hands, and we could get the 5th in just minutes away from here.
Uses that Boot Sector launch, going to special summon the Rocket Tracer from the hand.
Und warum das Effekt oder nicht? Dann liegt ein Effekt.
We see him eyeing Quad Boral Dragon to maybe bring back some of the rockets from the graveyard. Quad Boral is a great way to turn dragons that aren't rockets into rockets that you need.
So first we're going to use the Rocket Tracer effect here.
Does he destroy the Nibiru token or the Boot Sector launch?
He's trying to figure it out right about now.
Yeah, he's making sure he doesn't make a mistake at this stage in the game, that he goes through each motion correctly, and he does go for that Boot Sector launch.
Makes sense. Now,
reminder for everybody at home, this round is untimed. Do need to play at a reasonable pace, however.
Aber die haben zumindest alle Zeit der Welt. Das ist schon mal gut.
Here comes Rocket Recharger. Now we'll see if we're gonna go into a Link summon.
We could go into the Beastie first. That's also an option to get something back later on.
Indeed, he does.
Link 1, Guard Dragon Beastie.
Link 3, Rocket.
Triple Burst Dragon. Now you see the right arrow and the down arrow both pointing to the same zones. That means that Guard Dragon Pistie's effect is live.
You can special summon from the Banished or the Graveyard, non-targeting.
Thinking about getting the Striker Dragon. Regardless, I don't think it's gonna stay there long.
So he's gonna use Striker Dragon's effect to destroy the token to add back, I'd imagine, Rocket Recharger? It is indeed Rocket Recharger.
And then because the monster is destroyed, Rocket Recharger activates. Now we've got Triple Burst, Pisty, Striker Dragon, Triple Burst Dragon versus Nibiru. None of these are big enough on their own, however.
But the Boral End will be able to negate the Rocket Recharger effect to bring back the Tracer. So he's going to be able to have Boral End and Boral Load Savage Dragon.
Boral End Dragon hits the field with 3,500 attack points. Its effect negates Rocket Recharger, special summons back Rocket Tracer. That's a level 4 tuner, level 4 non-tuner. And together they combine to synchro summon Boral.
Also wir werden wahrscheinlich D-Link. Man bekommt mal Angst, dass Dragon nein, Dragon wird nicht. Das ist Weltmeisterschaft auf ganz andere Banlist. Auch ganz andere Kartenpool, weil wir haben ja das nächstes Kartenspiel gehabt für das Event.
Game of the World Championship 2023.
Ist ja wirklich die Frage, was er zieht. Weil der hat das muss dann halt gar nichts.
In Los Angeles. Probably the biggest tournament of his life till now.
Yeah, I have no words.
You mentioned it, Paulie has been a veteran in the game, but sometimes you have those players who are missing that performance, and sometimes just a single year everything changes. It's your year.
Also er hat Druswurm, Negate, Omni-Negate. Und er kann mit Nibiru aber nicht so rennen.
It wasn't a rocket that was destroyed.
Right, or Dark Dragon.
Ich glaube, er bereut den Nibiru ein bisschen.
So, no big issues here on the way to his victory lap.
Aber Pauli hat's gut gespielt.
Alright, so Boral Savage Dragon's going to be at 4,200 here.
One more draw. This could be
Will it be the handshake? Did he draw into something he can use? Dark Ruler no more, maybe?
Dark Ruler bringt aber nicht viel.
And that's it!
It's over!
We have our first ever world champion from the United States of America.
Okay.
Paulie Aronson.
Wow. What a way to end it. You mentioned it. First time that it's happening.
Aber er wusste nach dem Video schon, dass er verloren hat.
A world champion for TCG.
Fetter Respekt dafür. Oh, die haben das Licht angemacht. Oh mein Gott, die haben das Licht angemacht.
Of this moment, my entire dueling career.
D-Link, nee. Aber er hat's klasse gespielt.
I didn't know if it would ever happen. I can't believe Paulie has made it. He has represented us. I can't.
Incredible.
Absolutely, we mentioned it. It was an amazing weekend. We went through 3 different tournaments to crown 5 different world champions. But now it's all on Paulie, who managed it. He did it. What a guy, and what a humble guy he is.
You know, his demeanor hasn't changed once this entire time. He's just been smiling the whole time, and now he's going to be smiling with a bit of hardware.
World Championship 2023 OCG TCG World Champion Paulie Aronson.
Ist schon süßer, ey. Er hat's auch verdient. Also er hat wirklich flawless gespielt. Wer nicht glaubt, Nibiru war der falsche Move, aber es war schon insane.
Hi. What should I say? Just talk about the weekend, the tournament. What am I supposed to do?
How do you feel right now?
Oh, really good, really good. It was a great weekend. Really fun weekend.
Er ist einfach so ein Süßer, ey.
I'm sorry, what was that?
You can elaborate. You can say more.
Oh, I can say more. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it was a super fun weekend. I was saying all weekend, like, it was great because, like, I made tons of, we all made tons of new friends, had a lot of fun, and then this happened, and now it's an even better weekend.
Er ist so ein Süßer. Er ist so ein Süßer, Mann. Oh mein Gott. Oh. Glückwunsch. Glückwunsch an Pauli. Legende.
I
Whoa.
genuinely thought I would never see this.
Whoa. Whoa.
It
Whoa.
almost seems like he doesn't believe it yet.
What a finals. What a guy. And honestly, even from this interview, you could tell if there was a guy that was deserving it, it was surely Pauli.
Yeah.
Honestly, such a humble guy, such good presence, and what a tournament he had, honestly. What a year.
And what you see right there on stage is what you get with Pauli. He's like that all the time. He's been like that the whole weekend, and it's just, you know, that's just him. That's Pauli, and that got him all the way here to the end. It's been fantastic. So thank you so much, everyone out there who's joined us all weekend here. And thank you to all the duelists.
Auch danke, die hier zugeguckt haben. Ich würde auch den Stream beenden tatsächlich, weil ich muss jetzt los, weil ich gleich grillen fahre. Also ich muss erstmal duschen. Vielleicht noch eine halbe Stunde liegen, also erst eine halbe Stunde liegen, dann duschen, dann los. Ja, wir sagen, wir sehen uns. Ihr werdet diese ganzen Clips alle auf meinem zweiten Channel sehen, alle Reactions, die wir gemacht haben, wird alles da sein. Also guckt da auf jeden Fall mal rein. Bis dann noch rein. Ciao, Leute.
Yugioh World Championship